bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becca.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like, with it. But anyway... Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
That they take away from you.
No, she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my
innocent mind that they cannot see. They bring you down.
Yeah, like fuck.
They bring you down like.
None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what you sort of done. That you're obsessed with us. Esau, on the other hand, you're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of Esau. On that note, big up in the super chat. Another 1999 from Arafina. She put, "We are family. Hey, 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 hey. Hogshead trolls." Oh, wait, let me think that through. We are family.
I've been losing sleep at night, 'cause what you did set my world alight. Set my world alight. Set my world alight.
No.
You get what's coming to you. I was searching, I was breaking, I was bitten by the devil in your lesson. I was breaking, I was left out. You get what's coming to you. I was waiting to be played in. I was left to tell the devil that he can't win. I was searching.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
Who are these 20 special
There's
children?
Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her. Mostly.
Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or specific teachers?
No, the whole school does it.
I want to hope you're doing okay. I'm just going to let the numbers go up a little bit. Please tap the like as much as you can and share it as much as you can, please. We're going to be looking at some really important evidence in relation to the United Nations, tying in the research of Kim Jong-un from North Korea and a taxation company that's just dissolved. All evidence that you can verify, and we're actually going to look at the verification through this process as well on the video, so you can see that everything I'm saying is true. I'm just going to give it a couple of minutes or so just to let the numbers build up. Please try and get as many people on here as you can. And if you can actually record the screen and re-upload it somehow, that would be amazing, whether you need to use a second device to do that, because this is literally the most important evidence on the planet at the moment. I'm not even exaggerating. And they are removing some of my videos. One of them was removed a few days ago on my YouTube channel. And they've recently not only taken one of my TikTok channels completely down, they have also removed my access to WhatsApp, as many of you know. So I can't even use WhatsApp at the moment unless I get a new phone number. Now, earlier on, if you'd have joined me, just a quick summary. If you don't know who I am, I'm Gary Waterman, a former UK police constable since 2022, with the help of some others. And I'm getting some incredible evidence coming in from others at the moment. So fantastic. Really, really appreciate any evidence that's coming into me. And some of you are putting a lot of work into it. So thank you so much, which is joining some dots that I didn't know. And I've just found out, actually, and I'm going to do some research on it. And thank you to that person that gave me the information. Apparently, Jimmy Savile lived in Bournemouth, in Dorset, for most of his life. Now, I hadn't heard that before, so that becomes extremely important, because obviously this is where the evidence was started to be acquired by me. I knew that he lived in Glencoe in Scotland towards the end of his life, which is where some of the Fleming family lived, in a very remote part of Scotland. And his cottage there was only demolished last year, or the year before, even though he supposedly died in 2011. So thank you very much to anybody that's providing the information. So I resigned from the police in 2022, not realising it was going to be, 2018, not realising it was connected to all of this, but it was. And then in 2022, I started to acquire the evidence, and that was through being a director of a company called Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. And it was a gradual escalation in me acquiring the evidence, snowballing continuously until it actually identified the largest criminal network ever imaginable, how it ties in with the Vatican, and apparent falsified prophecies that could affect all of us, including now being tied into the prophecy of the popes, tying into the prophecy of Iona St. Columbus prophecy as well. Pretty much everything you're seeing is linking into this, including what's going on with Donald Trump and Greenland at the moment. I've already done the research, and they are all implicated in this international government fraud. The head of Greenland, the head of Denmark. I've now found other connections. Actually, I think we're going to look at it later to I can't remember which country it was, but it's another European country. They are all involved in it, everybody. All of them, even Vladimir Putin. And we're going to be looking at some evidence of Kim Jong-un, as we said, from North Korea. Now, this is my document in relation to helicopter crash. If you saw my last two parts earlier, what I did was started from the evidence acquired from my wife, and this isn't a personal attack. She may well be being coercively controlled, and somebody needs to contact me, not through a criminal solicitor. Okay, I need to speak to somebody, either a family member or a friend that cares about Lisa, because she's possibly being coercively controlled in relation to all of this. Possibly not. At the moment, I have to consider that she's implicated in some of the worst ways possible because of the information I've got. But and we started from my wife's previous employer, which was Charles Sherwin, who was a dentist in Sherborne, and the leader of Qatar was educated in Sherborne, okay, and he's actually fairly close with the king, it seems. And the leader of Qatar, I mean, there's so much evidence I could tell you, but he's important because he owns a big share of the Canary Wharf building. Okay, and the Canary Wharf building is where they're using a lot of the registered addresses for the international government fraud, and that ties in with Margaret Thatcher. But also the Canary Wharf building and the research surrounding the leader of Qatar ties into the Israel attacks on the 7th of October 2023, almost immediately, and to the Manchester Arena research and the bombing surrounding the arena in 2017. So anyway, in April last year, there was a helicopter crash in New York, and one of the Siemens CEO, a Spanish CEO, supposedly died. And this prompted me to go back into the research of Siemens, which is a very important company because it is linked to the Nazi regime, okay? And the Nazi regime was a deception. 100% it is not what you have been led to believe at all. It goes a lot back further than that, to the Reformation, it seems, when Germany was involved with the Vatican in controlling all information. The German company called Gutenberg's was rapidly printing religious material at the same time that governments were being formed, which means mind control, all right, to lead to the control, manipulation and exploitation of all of humanity using the control of information is their biggest weapon. Well, it's all falling apart for them right now. And anyway, there's a lot more I could say on that subject, but let's just keep moving forward in this. So this helicopter crash prompted me to do more research, and I found from the evidence that this was the screenshots from the helicopter crash. You can see it here. I'm not going to show you all of this because we'll just be here all night. You can see it talks about Spanish CEO. 3 of his children supposedly died. And there they are. And his wife. I suspect nobody died. I suspect, and there is evidence to support this as well, that this was to stop anyone else in Siemens talking out. All right, to make people believe that it was potentially deliberate. It may have been, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't, to stop people speaking out. And the big question, everybody, is I wouldn't still be alive, would I? Let's face it. I would not be alive if all of these people were really dying. Okay, they could have easily taken me out prior to me being put in prison, all right, through their staged arrest, and they could take me out, I'm sure, if they wanted to now. So anyway, this helicopter crash, there it is, falling out of the sky, supposedly, prompted me to research a little bit more. So I'm just going to show you just some of these screenshots. This is just to show you me posting some of the evidence in relation to the helicopter crash linking into Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump and King Charles on the April the 11th, the day afterwards. And then from here, soon afterwards, okay, we had this person here, Dave Fishwick, did a helicopter video, okay, trying to explain why it was an accident and that, there was nothing untoward with it and there's nothing suspicious about it or whatever. So, of course, I then researched this Dave Fishwick via the research. And you can see he links to Burnley Savings from his TikTok and Bank of Dave. You can see he's by Netflix there. And he's also linked to football and obviously entertainment. You can see all those entertainment channels there. So here was me researching Burnley Savings, the company that's linked to him, and Bank of Dave. Here's Bank on Dave, which came up. And it was incorporated not long after CERN discovered the God particle. Okay, so it's all linking with the collider technology. I'm still trying to get my head around what CERN is really all about, but there is vast amount of evidence suggesting they were trying to use it to create a black hole. And I was going to mention actually that it looks as though they were trying to tie that in, according to the evidence, with the end of the Mayan calendar in 2012, and something didn't work. But somebody is now, in the last couple of days, I mean, there's no coincidence in this, has told me that actually the timing's all out, and the Mayan calendar doesn't actually end until 2040 or 2045, I think they said. Well, that is when our international governments are aiming to activate a new, larger Hadron Collider, okay, under the Future Circular Collider program, where nearly £1 billion has just been donated by rich, high-profile donors to conclude that project or start that project, which is going to be a collider in Geneva, which is over 3 times bigger than the Large Hadron Collider that's already there. Anyway, CERN supposedly discovered a Higgs boson particle on the 4th of July 2012. On the incorporation document, you have the formationscompany.com. That links to the Fleming.co Limited, okay, that was incorporated in 2017 as Donald Trump was coming in as the president, 45th president. 4 and 5 equals 9. He then came in last year as the 47th president. 4 and 7 equals 11. That's the date of the World Trade Center building disaster, everybody, 9/11. Okay, and there's no coincidence they set my court date for the 18th of the 11th this year, which I didn't turn up to. So that's 1 and 8 equals 9. 9/11 again, everybody. So here's Burnley Savings, and that company, by the way. And we are actually going to go into some verification in a minute. I'm just showing you the screenshots at the moment, building up to the United Nations side of things. That links to international leaders, okay, including the leader of Greenland. All right, to this company. You'll see that later if we do that tonight. And not only Greenland, Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the research of Iran. Now, we're being led to believe that there's a risk of a war with Iran. They're actually working collaboratively with the leader of Iran in all of this. They've had hundreds of years, everybody, to position everybody. All right, they position people in every government. That's why it goes back to the Reformation, the formation of the governments, a mass deception against all of humanity, linking into the Vatican, everybody. The infiltration of Rome, which appears to have taken place in 1870, the year before the Albert Pike letter was written to Mazzini, the head of the Illuminati, which set out the 3 World Wars deception. Now, it's massive what I'm saying, and I do understand that, but I've literally got the evidence of all of this, tying it all together. And this is why massive things are happening. I'm going to show you a huge, I believe it's a positive thing that's happened recently on the 2nd of January when we go through all of this, tying in with the United Nations. So anyway, this company also, we've got Lancashire, now Lancashire is important because it's where the infiltration of the royal family appears to have happened in the 50s to early 60s, mid-60s. On the incorporation document, you have, I don't know if you can see that, but it's JMW Solicitors LLP. Well, JMW Solicitors links to key areas of the fraud throughout the research. There you can see Dave Fishwick, the guy that did the video, all right, the day after, I believe it was, I publicised saying, look, I think there's something suspicious about the helicopter crash. They got him, I suspect, to come in, do this video and try and downplay that there was anything untoward with that helicopter crash. Whether it was fake or they were trying to unalive people during a helicopter crash or whatever, he was then brought in to try and downplay any deception surrounding it. So here you can see there's David Fishwick. And you've also got Christopher Moss in there. And Christopher Moss linked straight away to a Swiss company. Now, Switzerland is massively important in all of this, everybody, okay? Switzerland is where the Large Hadron Collider is where the World Economic Forum hold their meetings. And within 3 days of me sending my evidence to the World Economic Forum in 2024, Klaus Schwab, its chair, announced that he was stepping back as the chair. And it's no coincidence that he actually resigned on the same day that the Pope supposedly died, both 88 years old at the beginning of 2025. So we now have a link to a Swiss company. And here we have the JMW solicitors that was on the incorporation document. And here it is. We will get to the United. I just want to show you this first. Now, you can see JMW solicitors, the incorporation document is forged. Right, so what they're doing is they're forging all of the documents as they're panicking. Now, it could be, and there is a theory that they've set all of this up for me to be the person to come in and expose it all for whatever reason. That can't be to undermine me because I've got evidence of everything. So it could be that I'm going to be somebody important in all of this somehow, which I'm still not too sure exactly how that's going to play out. But there is a lot of evidence to suggest that, such as people involved in the international government fraud, right at the key parts of it, giving me information about the blood of children being related to it all. For example, why would you do that? Why would you set yourself up to be implicated in the blood of tortured children by telling me that? All right. So anyway, we'll move forward. In there, JMW solicitors, you have Michael James Blood. Interesting what we've just been talking about as well. Okay. Well, Michael James Blood, here he is. You can see he's appointed to 243 companies in this particular record, includes Blue Blood Limited. Well, that associates with the police generally. It's a saying, isn't it? It's that you've got the thin blue line, Blue Blood Limited. Well, the tower that I went to, cell tower that I went to in Fort William, these are some photographs that I took of them. And on them, I identified 2 companies. I was actually going to disable this tower, but it was too big for me because I perceived the threats from these cell towers. I think I'm still the only person in the world that has publicly disabled a cell tower, putting my face to it, disabling it at the same time. And I have asked repeatedly to be interviewed by the police surrounding me disabling that cell tower. Okay. And they have refused to interview me at all. Right. Because they know my evidence will change their system and will bring the whole system down completely, and it will ensure that a new system is brought in that will practically bring heaven on earth, but it will expose them in the process. Many people will be exposed in the process of that happening. Well, there's no getting away from that now, unfortunately. That's how it has to be. There has to be a new system, and I know exactly how, at least on a transitional basis, it needs to be to ensure that the children are safeguarded, humanity is safeguarded, and this will never happen again. I can reassure you that, because the technology is at crossroads where you can create the transparency through certain measures, through public spending money, so that there's no motive through the financial sector to commit this criminal network against humanity. So anyway, I know you can't read it very well, but there's 2 companies, Nera, okay, and the other one is AJ Power. And these are just my screenshots, and they link immediately into key areas of the fraud. I'm not going to go too much into this. Sony Ericsson linked straight in from, was it Nera? Yeah, so there's me researching Nera. I haven't shown all of the, because I'm not really focusing on this, but I just wanted to show you a bit of it. And then it linked into the McDonald's, JP Morgan, the blood of the children, etc. It was just huge where it came in, linking in with, unfortunately, the military organizations. Military technology seems to have been incorporated into this cell tower, which then obviously supports the concerns around the threat from those cell towers and the mobile communication towers. And when you go back to the first mobile wireless communication tower that was erected on the Isle of Wight in 1898 by Marconi, okay, Marconi also implemented and was involved in the radio channel at the Vatican. Okay, this links in with the Vatican. Now, I suspect that what they were trying to do was create a system of control of people's mind through the subliminal frequencies emitted from cell towers. And this is quite possibly what went wrong with the COVID situation, where they were trying to experiment to get the control frequency right. It went wrong and it ended up causing harm to a lot of people. There's a lot of evidence now supporting the connection to the cell towers and the COVID situation as some sort of deception. And this would explain why many people, including Andrew Bridgen, that we mentioned later, and I've had a long conversation with him, as I've alluded to earlier, he refused to use the evidence that I've got that proves the vaccine companies are criminal, fraudulent companies. And he actually linked straight to not only Export Manor through the main companies, but also he linked straight to AstraZeneca UK and a jab company, literally JAB company. This is someone that's supposedly fighting the vaccines. On this Fusiliers company, linking with the military, you have D&D Law Agency Services. That's dissolved since I've exposed it. That links straight to Tommy Robinson, that company, okay, via his name, Stephen Laxley Lennon. He's got another alias name, like so many people in this have separate names. There you go. There's Tommy Robinson. You're not going to be able to read that, but Stephen Christopher Yaxley Lennon was his former name, or the name that he was using. And he's also was part of the English Defence League, as you know. Well, here's the English Defence League on the Company's House, incorporated in June 2011, dissolved in April 2019, the same month that Julian Assange was arrested, and they all link into Julian Assange as well, and a doomsday cult. All three members of my families, my wife's family, my family in Kent, and my brother-in-law's family, all link almost immediately to Julian Assange, Jeffrey Epstein, Elon Musk, Ghislaine Maxwell, the main Freemasons Lodge, Jimmy Savile, David Icke, for whatever, well, I think I'm getting an idea why the reason is. But so there was a search for Stephen Laxley Lennon on Company's House, one entry linked to Maxim Trading Limited. And on Maxim Trading Limited, you're not going to be able to see it, but you can check it. You have D&D Law Agency, it's there, but you won't be able to see that. And then we get into a name via the record of D&D Law Agency of Lancashire Festival Hope, so it links in with the festivals. Right. Is there anything else? I mean, I could be hours really, so I just want to get to the United Nations. So you hit, we mentioned Invicta Film Partnership. If you watch my lives, I can't remember when I mentioned it, but this is a very important company because it makes the links to the Satanic Temple United Kingdom. So this now links Tommy Robinson to the Satanic Temple, okay? And the intelligence agencies are linked to that as well. And I believe they've intercepted the Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple side of things to make it appear that it's actually Satan behind whatever it is they're doing as part of the deception. There's the Invicta Film Partnership. It dissolved after I was exposing it, 2023. Sorry, after I escalate the evidence, and you can see it was incorporated. So this is the Invicta Film Partnership that we were just looking at there, April 2007, which is obviously the month before, almost a month to the day before Madeleine McCann went missing on the 3rd of May 2007, and then Exbourne Manor was incorporated later that year in August. And this is the actual research of the Satanic Temple showing the exact same company comes up. So then you can, and this can all be cross-referenced and verified. And then you hit a Masonic company. Okay, the Freemasons all need, I'm sorry to say, they all need to be arrested in my mind. They all need to be arrested. There's so obvious links to the Freemasons in all of this. Now, if they pose a risk to humanity, which it appears they do with this international government fraud, then they need to be removed from their position of influence on this earth. And I don't mean, I just mean remove them of their position of influence, not harm them or cause them any suffering. So when researching the helicopter crash, I tried searching for Meridian Helicopters, which is the, and it's actually Meridian Helicopters and New York Helicopters, okay, which was supposedly the name of the companies. When I researched it, you can see at the top there, this is just a screenshot from Google, me at the top there, New York Helicopters Company's House, it came up with Pegasus Helicopters Holdings. Well, Pegasus links to Israeli intelligence, okay, it's the name linking in with the Israel side of things again. And here's Pegasus Helicopter Group. And the address there, 20 to 22 Wenlock Road, connects to the paedophile information exchange and the research surrounding the World Trade Center disaster that I'd already established. You can see its original name here was Pegasus Helicopter Group from 2008, changed it in August 2012, the same month that CERN discovered the God particle. If you're not aware of Pegasus spyware, just to show you, spyware, nothing is encrypted, everybody, nothing. Even, what's the one that everyone keeps saying about? It's gone out of my mind. Signal. Signal's compromised, they all are. Okay, there is no encryption. Pegasus is a spyware developed by the Israeli cyber arms company NSO Group that is designed to be covertly and remotely installed on mobile phones running iOS and Android. While NSO Group markets Pegasus as a product for fighting crime and terrorism, governments around the world have routinely used the spyware to surveil journalists, lawyers, political dissidents, and human rights activists. The sale of Pegasus licenses for foreign governments must be approved by the Israeli Ministry of Defense. In other words, they're using it to cite or try to infiltrate through corrupted criminal surveillance those that are trying to stop the crimes against children, potentially, okay, and anyone else that is actually fighting for truth in this world. That gives the ability for them to do that. Now, it also, which is on another set of research, connects to the military and police radios. So remember what I said earlier about the frequency control? I suspect they're able to use the frequency control from the police and military radios to actually influence those officers' behavior and potentially cause them harm. And I actually remember when the new radio system came in, it was in 2007, which is when Madeleine McCann went missing and when Exbourne Manor, okay, was founded or incorporated. And that was because I transferred from Kent in 2006, and then it was in 2007 they rolled out this new radio system. Here you can see, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but you can see a registered address here, the same as the one we were looking at a moment ago, 20 to 22 Wenlock Road, London. Okay, and this ties in with Westco Nominees, which was incorporated in 1994 on the lead up to the World Trade Center disaster deception, where they've removed the company name. You can see that box there in the middle of the screen now. If I put it there, you can see halfway, well, not even halfway, a little bit away along the lines there. This is a template document. The line's gone, that side. There you go. You can see the other side. And there should be a company name in the middle. And the government have removed that company name. possibly deliberately for me to identify that. Possibly this is all deliberate for me to expose all of this. Okay, that's what I'm now having to consider in all of this. Otherwise, you'd forge all of the documents a lot better than they have. All right, they've left a trail of evidence for whatever reason it seems for the right person to actually expose it. And you can see the name Waterloo Secretaries Limited. Well, Waterloo links to the main currency producer, De La Rue. And then you have coming in from, so remember, we're within Pegasus Helicopter. You can just see at the top here, Pegasus H. That's because we're in the record for Pegasus Helicopters. And within the record, there is SLC Registrars Limited. Well, when you click on SLC Registrars Limited, you have a Rothschild company. Now, the Rothschild were involved in the Balfour Declaration, which was part of the deception going right back to the Reformation, it seems now, to foment Israel as it is now. And this ties in with the Albert Pike letter written to Mazzini, setting out the 3 World War deception, which talks about Israel and Gaza in it. And they resigned in December 2019. So this is showing his name, L. Rothschild Limited, or this company was appointed to SLC registrars. And then in 2003, you can see that, and resigned December 19. Well, 2019, we know what that was, don't you? That was the outbreak of the supposed COVID situation. And that is the exact same day, 31st of December 2019, when Prince William announced the Earthshot Prize, which ties into all of this. And that links in with the global climate change agenda. So here's L. Rothschilds Limited, the company we've just gone into. You can see Queen Victoria Street, incorporated 4th of September 2002, almost a year to the day after the World Trade Center disaster. This is in the People record. You have Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. And they link to Travis Smith's secretaries. And then within there, you have Office Group Limited. Office Team, sorry, Group Limited. Well, Office Team Group Limited had already been connected to the Satanic Temple. Okay, you can see Office Team 2 Group Limited. And the research of that links to Jeffrey Epstein, Max Clifford, and Douglas Smith, who was a special advisor for the last few prime ministers, where information suggests he worked for James Goldsmith, who changed their names from Goldschmidt to Goldsmith to try and sound more English or Western, away from the Germany connection. And that suggests that Douglas Smith, the special advisor, worked for him, but also there's an article that James Goldsmith was the real father of Princess Diana as part of their deception. This is just me going into now what led to the connection to the United Nations in all of this. So first of all, I just did a bit of research, and I didn't search AI. Okay, I think we need to be very alert to AI. Okay, but it does come up for the first results sometimes when you just do a normal search. And this just came up, and it said that Qatar has invested in Siemens. Okay, in 2012, same year that CERN discovered a God particle, Qatar accumulated a small stake in Siemens. Now remember, the leader of Qatar was educated in Sherborne. 2012 is the year that CERN discovered a God particle. Siemens is the company linked to the Nazi regime that started in 1847 originally, 3 years after the Company's House records began. So you can see how Qatar becomes important. And because he was educated in Sherborne. Now, this is, some of you saw my research earlier today. I'm just going to go through a little bit of it again. So it prompted me to research my wife's friend and my wife, because my wife's friend works for Siemens, okay, and lives in Wimborne, which is the same town that the Flemings lived that initiated my removal. And it's the same town where the creator of the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee, had also lived. So this helicopter crash, and again, it might have been deliberate. They might have done that deliberately for me to look into Siemens more. All right, because honestly, there's a lot of stuff that suggests a lot of this is all being set up for me to expose all of this. I then decided to research Siemens more and the research surrounding my wife, etc. And Tyneham School in Christchurch is the school that they went to. And you can see it was incorporated in 2011 on the 15th of March. Well, that is less than a month after the Christchurch earthquake. Christchurch in Dorset is twinned with Christchurch in New Zealand. Christchurch Road is where Exbourne Manor is based, the company where this all started for me. Christchurch is the name of where the Hampstead child abuse inquiry took place, with the decapitation of babies, supposedly, according to the 2 children, alleging their dad had made them take part in the decapitation of babies' heads and then the drinking of those babies' blood, along with some other parents. Christchurch was the name of the church that happened. Christchurch is also the name of the church that my wife goes to with her grandparents, and Deborah Fleming connects to that church via the Wessex Partnership. And the Christchurch earthquake massively links in with all of this, everybody, into the collider technology. So Tyneham School was, there you go, you can see, changed its name 2015. And on its incorporation document is the London Law Agency. So it's a criminal organisation. And this immediately connects to now Keir Starmer, okay, which means it links to, via Keir Starmer's company that he was a director for, called the Death Penalty Project Limited, it connects to Bates Wells and Braithwaite's. And to an exact company that is shown on the Madeleine McCann Leaving No Stone Unturned company. Now, Bates, Wells and Braithwaite that makes that link is also on the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales Incorporation document that links pretty much every area of research that I've done. And Bates, Wells and Braithwaite was used by P. Diddy, or Sean Combs, his real name, I believe, or supposedly we're led to believe, who used Bates, Wells and Braithwaite for his defence after the investigation began against him in 2024 in relation to child trafficking. So this is the Hampstead, just showing that it was at Christchurch Primary School. Hampstead was described by Ofsted. So Ofsted comes in and gives it, as I'm starting to expose the fraud, they're trying to say that the school where this child abuse supposedly happened, and more serious than even child abuse, as in, sexual abuse, even more serious than that, with the decapitation, etc. Then they try and rate it highly to show that the school's a good school. I'm not going to go too much into this, but the research from my wife's uncle, or who I was led to believe was her uncle, shall we say, Adrian Windsor, who owns or part owns the Bermuda Triangle pub in Ashley Cross, which is where Lisa moved to soon after we met. Okay, she went and lived in a flat there, which is at Ashley Cross in Poole, right near this Bermuda Triangle. When we first met, we met in 2007, but this would have been around 2007 and 2008. Well, that's her uncle links straight to the school that she went to, which is a criminal organisation. And you're not going to be able to see it here, but here's his name. You won't be able to read that very well. And that's via a company called Humphreys Kirk LLP. Adrian, not only did he have part ownership in a pub, but he was also a financial advisor. And so this is looking, you can see at the top there, within Twynham School. Okay. And this name, Adam Kenneth Bingham Scott, you can see his name at the top here, connects to Humphreys Kirk LLP. That's the exact same company that connects to Adrian Windsor. Here's Humphreys Kirk. And on the incorporation document is the London Law Agency again. It's a criminal organisation. Within Humphreys Kirk, you have a connection to Somerset Province Masonic Trust via Justin David Britton Martin. So now we have a link to the Freemasons, it seems. Here's Somerset Province Masonic Trust, in brackets. Where's the address on there? This was obviously, these screenshots were taken a while ago, so some of the information may have changed. Incorporated in 1933, so quite an oldish company on the scale of things. Within Humphreys Kirk, Peter North connects to Bank and Clients PLC. Bank and Clients PLC dissolved after I was exposing everything. It was incorporated 1970, the year after Charles became the Prince of Wales, which is all relevant because that's where Companies House was based, that creates the criminal entity companies. And then obviously the year afterwards is when the World Economic Forum was started in 1971. And it dissolved in 2025. And within the previous names, this is just on the overview, which you can go and verify. You can see these Virgin company connections. See them, Virgin Bank Limited, Virgin Bank PLC. At a key time as well, 2010, 2012, on the lead up to CERN discovering the God particle. On the incorporation document for, what's this one for? Oh, that was for that company. Okay, you can see its original name was Dryfield Finance Limited when it was incorporated in 1970. So this is a criminal company as well, the London Law Agency. And here you can see Dryfield Finance. So this is a bank. Notice the address, if you can read it, I don't know if you can. We have Murray Lewin of Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue. Now, the Temple is a massive connection in all of this. That address in particular makes critical connections right the way throughout the research. It connects immediately to CERN. It connects to dreams I had that led to research into McDonald's, to my family, linking in with the infiltration of the royal family as well in the late 1950s and early 1960s. So this is my wife's former boss. Now, I know I went through this a little bit earlier, but I think it's just to put this in a bit of context. You can see my research progressing through this document, and then we're going to come to where we left off earlier. So Charles Sherwin, you can see Brooklyn House. There he is. Not a great picture, but that was my wife's former employee. Met him several times, and my wife worked for him as a nanny. Him and his wife, who worked at Southampton Hospital, which meant it would have been overseen by Deborah Fleming, who initiated my removal. And you can see the address in Sherborne, where the where the leader of Qatar was educated. Well, when you search for Brooklyn House Dental, it brings up Brooklyn House Practice, LLP. No other record comes up for that dentist during my research. And there it is, just showing it coming up on the search. There's nothing else that comes close to it. And it was incorporated in January 2007. So what's that, 4 or 5 months before Madeleine McCann went missing. And it dissolved in September 2020, which is not long, well, whilst we're all coming out of the COVID situation. Within the company, Peter Daniel Pinar. Now, notice the P-I-E at the beginning. I suspect that is a reference to the Paedophile Information Exchange. Notice the N-A-A-R. Well, there's a company called Darasp, I think it is, which has, I think it has a double A and an R, which links straight to the Satanic Temple United Kingdom in the research. And they connect to 7 companies, including what we've shown earlier. I'm just showing it on the screenshots now. Treasure Island Kids Limited Liability Partnership. Treasure Island Kids Limited Liability Partnership. Now, islands are a huge part of this. You know about Jeffrey Epstein's island. Well, Richard Branson also owned an island. And what you may not know is that Bob Seeley, who was the MP for the Isle of Wight, remember what we said about the mobile communication tower, okay, that was set up for the first one in the world in 1898 with Marconi linked to the Vatican. He set up an informal UK parliamentary island group, okay, for the government. Ghislaine Maxwell links straight to that group via the Companies House documents, and that's shown elsewhere. Now, this tells us that the mobile control link very likely is linking into the crimes of the children and how they want to control potentially the adults and the children somehow. So potentially, I'm not saying this is definitely the case, so they can exploit people through that control, that mind control. You'll notice Invicta Film Partnership at the bottom. That links very quickly to the actual Satanic Temple United Kingdom, which is on another document and is within my main document as well. So let's look at this Treasure Island Kids Limited Liability. It was incorporated in 2003 and it dissolved in 2016, which is the same year that a Hampstead child abuse inquiry, which appears to have exposed the skinning of children alive, or certainly young women. I can't remember how old the lady was in the alleged Pizzagate scandal. But that was being exposed in 2016 when New York police infiltrated an email that would belong to Anthony Weiner and found emails that had pictures, had emails there with Hillary Clinton supposedly and with Tony Podesta's brother, John Podesta, pertaining to coded messages linking to a child trafficking and it seems unaliving network, and how that linked into Comet Ping Pong, now which is links in with the pizzas and restaurants in the area. Well, I've researched Comet Ping Pong, and irrefutably links into the connections that I'm making in all of this. Hillary Clinton links immediately to Virgin Management Limited. Now, bearing in mind what we've just found, we've seen a Virgin connection already, and you're going to see more in a minute. So that now ties the Pizzagate scandal straight to this, straight to everything that we're talking about, all right? Within the company, you can see at the top, Treasure Island Company have Richard Paul Martin Abel, connects to Bristol and London PLC, that was in liquidation at the time. It's probably dissolved now because this was a little while ago. They also link to Owen Film Partnership LLP. Well, Owen Film Partnership is very likely going to be linked into Stephen Owen or Matthew Owen, I suspect. I can't find their name connecting to it, so it's speculation, but there are bets companies here. Now, Stephen Owens, if that's probably not even his real name, I doubt that's very much going to be his real name. He was the managing agent with the company Owens and Porter for Exbourne Manor at the time of me making my initial inquiries at Exbourne Manor in 2022. He refused to answer any questions and provided notice to resign on the spot. Okay, now Diana Betts, who was a director, still is, I believe, of Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, was with me at that meeting and was just apologising to him. Even though I have very good reason to be questioning him, there have been no fire risk assessment done on the building. I believe there still has not been any suitable fire risk assessment since 2017, which is when the Grenfell Tower fire occurred. And the evidence I've got is overwhelmingly suggesting that fire was deliberate by those all linking into this international network and tying in with the, along with, I've researched multiple major terrorist incidents. I have researched mass shootings, including the Las Vegas shooting in America, which was also 2017, which is no coincidence, as Donald Trump was coming in power, and the Dunblane massacre, and it all links to the same companies, which tells us the same people must be behind all of these incidents, all right, as part of a deception against all of humanity. All serial killers I've looked at, all high-profile missing children, high-profile deaths, so far, every single thing I'm looking at ties into the same companies in this international government fraud. So here's Owen Film Partnership. It had already featured in my research of the Satanic Temple United Kingdom, coming in from the Satanic Temple. Same person links to Bristol and London Accident Management Limited, and you can see it dissolved as I'm exposing the fraud, May 2022. It had been incorporated in 2002 after the World Trade Center disaster. And within Treasure Island Company, so back into the Treasure Island Company, we make a link to Chambers Independent Financial Advisors. Here they are, and at the time of my research, they were in liquidation, trying to potentially close the company because they knew they were all being exposed. It had been incorporated in 1993. Within Treasure Island Company, Nicholas Haig connects to Royal Ocean Racing Club. So it appears to make a potential royal connection. Now, the royal family are massively implicated in this. I can pretty much guarantee you they're not the real royal family. Okay, they've been positioned as part of this fraud. The evidence is suggesting that the real name of Charles could have been Frederick Lee, and that he may have been a relative of the Cray twins family. And as part of the infiltration directed by the Vatican, the Crays were given the job of taking out the royal family and infiltrating and putting a new royal family in place as part of their agenda moving forward in relation to the falsified prophecies. Within the Treasure Island Company, we've got Stuart Keith Jackson. And I've just shown this because, again, it links into the potential frequency control via the devices in your homes as well. There's a strong suggestion that they can emit the frequencies through the smart meters as well, and also your routers and your meters, which is why a lot of people that are in rented accommodation are being forced to have a particular not router, what do you call them? You know what I mean, for your internet at home. So they also connect to Octopus Energy, but I'd already identified Octopus as being implicated in the fraud, but I'm just going to show it to you here. That was actually my energy supplier. I don't think that's a coincidence. All right, and I chose to go with them initially. So this isn't someone setting that up unless there's certain things where certain things have happened where it's either going to be a divine intervention through me, or they've manipulated my mind, my environment, and time. Okay, because there's no way certain things could have happened, such as the dreams, which I could go into another time, and I have mentioned it a lot. But that was incorporated in 2016. This company changed its name in 2019. This is the Octopus Company, and it has companies made simple on its incorporation document. Now that links back in with the company that we showed the missing document. Sorry, we showed the missing company name ties to that company. All right, because when you search companies made simple, on there you have Westco Nominees Limited. You trace the evidence and you hit from Westco Nominees that company document where they've removed the company name. And that, I believe, is because it links the World Trade Center disaster to Silverstein Real Estates, to the Paedophile Information Exchange, and this international criminal network. Within the Treasure Island Company, Henry Knipe, I presume you pronounce that, links to Capita Employees. Now, Capita companies feature all the way through the research. Capita Employee Benefits Consulting. And it dissolved in 2024 as was exposing it. This is one of the companies, one of the addresses, One More London Place, that are used throughout the fraud. And it's been going since 1984. So it's not like it's a company that just recently opened up and it wasn't working out. We can see that this is a direct result of this fraud being exposed. And last time I looked, and I haven't looked recently, over a fifth of all companies on Companies House had dissolved after this is exposed. There's over 5 million registered companies. Many, many more are in the process of being struck from the register or dissolving. Okay, as they're being exposed. And notice you have Bluefin Corporate Consulting there as one of its previous names. Last change when I looked at this in 2012, year of the CERN side of things. Well, Capita, remember we just looked at a Capita company, is an international business process outsourcing and professional services company headquartered in London. It is the largest business process outsourcing and professional service company in the United Kingdom, with an overall market share of 29% in 2016. It has clients in central government, local government, and the private sector. They're all involved in this exploitation of the children and of humanity, everyone, according to all of the research. It also has a property and infrastructure consultancy division, which is the fourth largest, at the time, multidisciplinary consultancy in the UK. Roughly half of its turnover comes from the private sector and half from public sector. Since 1991, which is a key year, okay, this is when David Icke came out and said the world will be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis. This is the year that my favourite movie, Terminator 2, Judgment Day, which I don't think is going to be a coincidence, everybody, in this, came out. And it's then also the year that they started to build the relativistic heavy ion collider in New York. You've got two active colliders, one in Geneva, the Large Hadron Collider, and you've got the collider called the relativistic heavy ion collider, according to the research, in New York. And that was started to be built in 1991. And scientists came out and said it may create a black hole on Earth if they go ahead and continue with building it. And they went ahead and did it anyway. That was first activated in 2000, which is the year before the World Trade Center disaster. And the World Trade Center disaster irrefutably links into the collider technology. So, of course, if the World Trade Center disaster really happened, which we all have to assume it did, because they're telling us it did, and it would be very hard to pull that off with that not being real. Okay, you could have loads of staged actors potentially, but for everyone around that to not realize it, it is technically possible, but it's a massive task, isn't it? Well, we have to now consider that that disaster is somehow related to the Collider facility in New York that was activated for the first time the year previously, because information does suggest it can cause targeted earthquakes potentially and seismic activity. And there's a load of evidence about that in my document, which I'd be here for hours going into all of that. But they were so worried. There were people that was accusing, I think it was in what year was it? I can't remember. There's actually an article where people in the local area, or potentially Italy, because it's quite close to it as well. I can't remember if it was Italy or Switzerland. They were actually accusing CERN of creating earthquakes. So they sent 2 people out to do a study and try and prove that it does not cause seismic activity. Well, those 2 people linked straight back into the international government fraud in the same companies. I've already researched it. Now, I've recently found seismic companies linked to, what's her name? Diane Bisson-Simmons, all right, who was one of the directors at Exbourne Manor that voted to have me removed as a director from Exbourne Manor. She links in very quickly to seismic companies. And on there, you also have radio companies, all right, linked very closely to it. And if we have time, so I'll look at the research. And I only found that recently. And do you know how I found it? By going back in and researching the solicitors that I attended in Inverness, MacLeod and McClellan, that I attended as part of a strategy to stop this international government fraud on the 12th of September 2025, which led to my arrest exactly 7 days later. So I found a connection where there's been a removal of a name since I was arrested from the MacLeod companies, which then led me to find evidence tying the seismic companies to Diane Bisson-Simmons, and she's changed her name since all of the exposure was happening. Various British government bodies have contracted services out to Capita, including the Ministry of Defence, Departure for Business, Innovation and Skills, Department for Work and Pensions, and importantly, numerous NHS trusts. Remember, Deborah Fleming worked for the NHS. The Flemings are massively implicated in all of this. I've just noticed the name Aldridge, actually. That's interesting, because Lester Aldridge ties very closely into Exbourne Manor, so that's very likely going to be relative as well. So Rod Aldridge was the first executive chairman since 19... Oh, there you go. That makes sense. Okay. Well, the Lester Aldridge, which is a solicitor's firm, connects to my wife's family as well, very quickly via the research. And they link to CERN as well, my wife's family. I'll come back to that. So Capita, just searching Capita on Companies House brings up Capita PLC, obviously. Here's Capita PLC, incorporated in 1986. You can see there, it was originally called Known Limit Limited. And then it changed its name for the last time when I looked here on the 3rd of January 2012, leading up to the Collider, Large Hadron Collider, claiming it discovered the God particle. On the incorporation document, look at this as a mockery, I believe. I don't believe that's a real name. John Fake, all right, because everything is fake. Everything they've set up all around us is a lie, everybody. Here's Capita D1 Limited. Now, D1 actually relates to me personally, all right, and I won't explain why, but let's just say it's very relevant to me. Now, I think that was created deliberately, all right? It was originally incorporated in 1990, which is a year after the World Wide Web was created for CERN. It dissolved not long before my birthday in 2022, as I'm exposing the international government fraud. And this is the same month that Pietro Parolin was involved in an interfaith meeting, okay, which links to Jeff Bezos. And then from the research of Jeff Bezos, immediately you hit a company in Christchurch in Dorset. All right. And the research of Pietro Parolin links in with the prophecy of the popes, because the prophecy said that Peter the Roman would be the final pope of the Vatican before the final judgment upon man. And you've got the One More London Place there again. So here's the previous names you can see for it. Capita Limited, Sims Education. Interesting. Remember the game Sims? On the incorporation document, Sunderman Sakani. Well, that ties to the research of the NHS almost immediately. And we've already got the connection to, it mentions about the NHS links from that. And the NHS Confederation links almost immediately to that exact same name, okay, which features at key times throughout the fraud. And that also then links in with Jeffrey Epstein and Max Clifford again. In the Satanic Temple, you can see we had a Centrica company, Centrica Pensions Trustees. That was on my research of coming in from the actual Satanic Temple company. Now, remember, there's over 5 million registered companies, everybody. Over 5 million registered companies. Also, there's the name coming in from the Satanic Temple, linking into Office Team that we looked at earlier, Sunderman Sakani, the exact same name that we've just looked at. So back to Treasure Island. Remember, we're not very far away at all. There's over 5 million registered companies. And we're actually going to go into some verification live through the Companies House records in a minute to pick up where I actually went a bit wrong earlier. But those of you who saw my video earlier, I was saying that they'd actually removed a record to hide the link. They hadn't. That was my mistake. So I do apologize to them. Okay. It was where I'd put the wrong company bit on my document. So we're just going to go through where it leads. It still leads to the same thing. It's just where I couldn't find it because I'd made that little mistake there. So Richard Mancy, here he is, connects to Paulton's properties. And we went through this earlier. And that has an address of Paulton's Park. In other words, the theme park, which is in Hampshire. I did say Dorset earlier, but I think it's Hampshire. You can see this company was incorporated in February 2022, which is a few days before the special military operation was announced by Vladimir Putin, which is all related, everybody. Okay, leading into the fortified prophecies. They knew I was going to be uncovering all of this. Then you've got Sarah Jane Mancy within Paulton's properties. She links to King Edward's School in Southampton. Remember, Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive for Hampshire, Isle of Wight and Dorset. She's also linked into the universities via the research very quickly and the educational establishments, therefore. You can see they were appointed December 2012, same year that CERN discovered the God particle, and resigned in March 2022, which is the same month that I'm making the early inquiries at Exmoor Manor, and that is actually the month that Deborah Fleming then retired from the NHS and started to become involved with Exmoor Manor. I don't believe she actually had any personal link to that building until I started exposing the international government fraud. They tried to make me believe she had purchased a flat. Maybe true, may not, but the timing suggests not. So this just shows you the deception, the fact that they're lying about things. King Edward, or I suspect they're lying about things. And we've certainly got a criminal deceptive system in place. So King Edward School, you can see has the address in Southampton. On its incorporation document has Veal Vaspera, which I believe is a German company. I need to check that. So I think that makes the connection to Germany again. But this company features very quickly coming in from specifically what appears to have been the mass murder of children on Jersey, okay, which was at Haute de la Grande. And that research of that links back into Jimmy Savile, because Jimmy Savile initially, according to the research, denied going to the location there, which was a children's care home, I believe, where 65 different children's body parts were found in the basement. Then a photo was released, and he had to admit that actually he had been there. So he lied. And obviously, we all know a lot about Jimmy Savile, but it's, I think, a lot more sinister than what we're being led to believe what actually went on in all of this. And obviously the director for public prosecution for the case of Jimmy Savile, it was Keir Starmer. And you're going to see some evidence in Keir Starmer later. We're going to go into that, how that ties in. And on the incorporation document, I found this quite interesting. You're not going to be able to read it very well, but earlier we looked at it live. It looks like they've forged a name here on the document. If you go and look at it, you can see it on page 6 of 34. You'll see part of the name is typed, and then they've written the rest of the name in, suggesting it's been forged. And I believe that's because the bottom here, it links to Southampton Cargo Handling PLC that I've researched elsewhere, and that appears to be linking into the potential trafficking of the children through Southampton Port in all of this. Paulton's Park Limited connects to the same director we're looking at, and this is critical, the British Association of Leisure Parks, Piers and Attractions Limited. Now that's critical because the research from Vanessa Emery, who claims to be the real heir to the throne, suggests that the infiltration of the royal family occurred at the Blackpool Pleasure Beach, and the exact same company features in the research, which is not surprising really, because all the theme parks are connected. But Blackpool Pleasure Beach is particularly important. Okay, it was actually the influence for Walt Disney resorts. Walt Disney used to visit there in the 50s, according to the research, and the first Walt Disney resort opened in 1955 in California. It looks as though they might have taken out the real Walt Disney at around that time. He was never then involved in the opening of any of the other Walt Disney resorts. All right, and this obviously then links into the child element of things around Walt Disney, and then of course that then links in with the Walt Disney movies. And what does that then link in with potentially? The subliminal messages put within those movies as mind control. Okay, so this then links in with the research of Vanessa Emery. And we also have a connection via Sonia Poulton. You're not going to be able to see this very well from these screenshots. But Sonia Poulton was the she's a independent journalist that supposedly is trying to investigate things like the Madeleine McCann case. Well, she links straight to the Pizzagate scandal and therefore what appears to be the skinning of children alive. I had a conversation with her in 2023. She refused to assist me in exposing it, the fraud, and the links to the Madeleine McCann case, which was clearly there. She then went and colluded with Brian Gerrish of the UK column. Also, she colluded, according to the research, and actually from Anthony Roberts himself, which again, they told me this, which suggests they wanted me to expose this, okay? Because there's a lot of things they shouldn't have done and said, okay? But Anthony Roberts admitted that he was colluding with Sonia Poulton, okay? During that discussion, there was a guy called Reynard Wilson, and Reynard Wilson research showed, with the help of somebody else, again, was that deliberate for me to identify it, that he had an alias name of Colin Suderman. And the research of Companies House in Colin Suderman linked straight to the blood of tortured children and straight to the cell towers, to the military, to the exact same cell tower that I then went and visited in Fort William, because it linked immediately to Ericsson, and he linked immediately to Ericsson on his LinkedIn page. And the research from Ericsson also connects to Ben Pope, who was the one that introduced me to my wife in 2007, which was almost certainly all staged. Okay, and they also used somebody called Jock Condon to introduce me to Exbourne Manor to buy the property, which I ended up buying. Jock Condon appears to be a relative of Lord Condon, so Paul Condon, who was a lord, and he was a director for the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom. But he was also, before he was the Metropolitan Police Chief or Police Commissioner, he was the Chief Constable of Kent, which is where I ended up working initially in the police, which then makes the link potentially to the craze and the doomsday cult surrounding Julian Assange, because there's a link to Kent properties in this international government fraud. So back into the Treasure Island Kids Company, we have Henry Mossery, connects to Virgin Active Health Clubs. All right, so we have another link to the Virgin Foundation, and therefore Richard Branson, who has now been named on the Jeffrey Epstein list, I believe, as has David Beckham now. And I've just recently found that, what was his name? It's gone out of my head. The Minister for Crime and Justice, David Lammy. After I had liaison with the Inverness legal team over my court case, which is all staged and corrupt and criminal, the next day David Lammy comes out and says that they're going to have trials without jury. Now, he was only implemented as the Minister for, there's a reason I'm saying this, the Minister for Justice and Crime in 2025 in September. Okay, now that's the month that I was arrested. So I believe that was staged, that they positioned him as the Minister of Justice, and they staged it to say that there'll be trials without a jury, so that they had the ability to put me in prison without a normal and fair trial, with just one judge choosing to put me inside. So that meant they could get rid of me either by unaliving me or by putting me in the prison and unaliving me in there without a trial. Now, remember, they have refused to interview me. I've asked for an interview about 9 times. I've documented it all when I went through the legal process. Still haven't interviewed me. So, and David Lammy, the reason I'm saying it is David Lammy connects almost immediately to loads and loads of Victoria Beckham companies. Now, I'd already identified the Spice Girls Limited coming in from the research of the Israel attacks on the 7th of October 2023. Remember, we also have the link there to the leader of Qatar via Canary Wharf buildings. There's also Christian companies as well. Well, there you have Spice Girls Limited as well. So Treasure Island Company, and this is critical, okay, like I showed earlier, Julian Newis connects Treasure Island Company to Ingenious Film Partners 2 LLP. And that is because that company is shown on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that connects almost all areas of the fraud together. I don't think I've shown it here. And that also links to the people that I grew up with immediately, which includes somebody called Emma Lee. That was her former name was Lee, same as the surname of the Cray twins family, okay, Cray twins' mother. And she'd lived on the Isle of Wight before she was married. In fact, I believe she was born on the Isle of Wight, which then links in with everything else that I've been telling you about the Isle of Wight. All right, so this makes that connection to my friends that I grew up with. Within Treasure Island Company, Daryl Scott connects to Seismic Events. Interesting. Now, that may be, I don't think it is the same Seismic Company. I need to check this. Remember, we said I found the Seismic Company coming in from linking into, what's her name? Diane Bisson-Simmons, who voted to remove me from Exbourne Manor. Well, now we've got another Seismic Events Company. We also have a neuro agency. Now, Elon Musk founded the Neuralink in 2016, same year as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed, same year that the ritual took place at CERN in relation to a creation and destruction at the Shiva statue. There's also a neuro company. Now, if you don't know what Neuralink is, then it looks as though the plan was potentially, unless they want me to believe it with all of this other stuff so that I come in and change the world forever through what I'm doing, I have to consider that, is a microchip that they can put in people's brain to control their bodies. Well, that would lead to potentially transhumanism and their control over humanity leading into transhumanism, which would fit the prophecy that says you will make people seek death but not be able to find it. So if you can't control your own body and they're controlling it and you want to die because they're making you suffer so much, then that means you would seek death and you wouldn't be able to find it. It's also potentially links in with why they've just allow the new assisted dying bill. I can't remember the name of it. It's not called the assisted dying bill, but it's something very, very similar. So there's a lot of research that ties in straight into the international government fraud. The companies around it are fraudulent as well. That also then links back into the paedophile information exchange via the National Council for Civil Liberties. I've already done the research, which ties that all into that, and also into Tony Blair, which now Tony Blair also links into New Zealand companies, which I suspect is, and I think I've made the link to the Christchurch earthquake technology via that. So here we also have not only the Neuralink company. I forgot about this. Darryl also connects to Use Your Noggin Limited, which becomes interesting in a minute. But before we do that, you've got a Technology Partners LLP connected to him. But Use Your Noggin. Now, on the research of the Satanic Temple, I hit a company of Dun & Bradstreet Properties Limited. If you don't know what Dun & Bradstreet is, it's the American version of Companies House, where there's millions and millions of companies. I think it's like, I can't remember the amount, but it's loads of companies where they register companies. So now I found that link to the Satanic Temple to the same registration system. It appears, although it says properties, I would think this is going to be linking into it of the Dun & Bradstreet registry system. Now, I'm not going to read, but I researched the Dun & Bradstreet on my document, and that eventually led from the Satanic Temple to, where is it? Remember, that was called Use Your Noggin. Well, as the time I was finding this all out, there was videos kept popping up of a noggin device, okay, on TikTok videos where people put their a device on their temple, and it appears to transmute them or put them into a virtual world and control their mind. Now, apparently, it was a set up as a prequel to the Black Mirror program about it, okay? But this was all coming out at the same time that I was researching this. Now, the Black Mirror program, I can't remember the name. Charlie Brooker was the director, I believe, or creator of it, where he links in back into the international government fraud via the research. Now, the same director, all right, that we've been looking at, links to Atlas companies, all right, which, remember, the experiment, if you watched my videos earlier, the experiment at CERN in 2012 was the Atlas experiment. You've also got the Atlas 3I Comet deception, which links into the comet that they supposedly discovered in July 2025 that ties with my research of the prophecy of the Pope. So you have a 3I company, okay? Well, here's an Atlas company linking into this. And that's coming in from, sorry, I forgot to show this screenshot. So into the Treasure Island company, Paul Brian Sutter connects to Atlas Topco, okay, via that Treasure Island company. They also connect to Atlas Bidco, slightly different. In the Treasure Island company, you have David Voy. Why did I mention that? Oh, yeah. So here you have the, where is it? Atlas Topco, okay? Atlas Topco Limited, remember. So you can see Atlas Topco at the top there, where we've clicked on it and we've gone into Atlas Topco Limited, and we're looking at the company of significant control within that company. And it's CFN Apex Bidco Limited. And that was, they were notified as being a company of significant control as I'm exposing the fraud in November 2024. Then we research CFN Apex Bidco because that's what's there. Look, CFN Apex Bidco. So then we do a separate search, Companies House. Here it is, CFN Apex Bidco. There we go, CFX Apex Bidco. Again, incorporated a little bit before, October 2024. Company of significant control for that company was you can see at the top there, CFN Apex Bidco, CFN Apex Topco. So then we research Topco. And that leads to this company here. Here it is, Topco, CFN Topco. And that was incorporated 18th of October 2024. And then that has City Fleet Networks Limited. Okay, so it's just a case of following the trail of evidence, following the links, doing some extra searches, and you can prove the trail of evidence to what I'm about to tell you. So at the top there, you can see CFN Apex Topco. And then below that, City Fleet Networks Limited, connected into the company's national records. So then finally, when we search City Fleet Network Limited, what does that tell us? Well, our final destination here leads us to this company. And you can see it was incorporated in a minute, we'll come to that, but it's based in Aberdeen in Scotland, which is, Scotland's very important in all of this. And it was incorporated a few days before Larry Silverstein acquired the lease for the World Trade Center, the only time that the World Trade Center had ever changed hands. Now, the World Trade Center building started to be built in 1966, which is the foundation of the Church of Satan, right, the same year. It was then completed in 1973, which is the same year that they started to use the SWIFT international transaction system used in the international government fraud. It's also the same year that MK Ultra changed its name to MK Search, suggesting they may have been trying to search for somebody in the world, okay? That's a whole other subject. But also 1973 is the same year that the Soylent Green movie came out, which was about a lone innocent police officer in 2022 uncovering a dystopian future involving corporations. Well, that's the same year when I started to find out about all of this. Now, that film that came out in 1973 makes a suggestion of potential human remains being put in the food chain, and it is loosely based on a book from 1966, which is the foundation of the Church of Satan, the same year. And that book is based in the year 1999, which is the re-establishment of the Church of Satan the same year after its original founder died within 2 months of Princess Diana in 1997. So here we have the City Fleet Company, July 2001. And within that company, William Norman Alexander, you can see the name at the top, City Fleet. Excuse me, so we're within the record. And they link to 118 Randolph Avenue Limited. Here it is. And it has an address of Valentine Linton House, 7 to 12, Tavistock Square, London. On its incorporation document, Howard Thomas. That has linked immediately to the research recently of the leader of Denmark. Can't remember her name, but she's there in my document now. And also to the leader of Greenland. All right, so they now connect into all of this research pretty much immediately. Everything that's going on with Greenland and Trump now ties into this. Okay, because they're all connected to this. Now, if you look at the address, it's very similar to, so you've got BSG, Valentine, Whiskey Charlie 1H 9BQ. Very similar. You've got Tavistock House, South Tavistock Square, London, for this company. Now, we're going to come to why this is important in a minute. And Valentine Linton House, BSG Valentine. Well, one of the Flemings' names was Valentine Fleming. I think that was the one that lived, was that the one that lived near Iona? I think it was. I can't remember without looking at my research. Now, this company, okay, becomes really important, CAPB Limited, because it was incorporated in 1932. It dissolved in August 2016, which is the year that the same month that the ritual took place at CERN, okay, at the Shiva statue representing creation and destruction. You can see the address here, Griffin's Tavistock House there, Tavistock Square. If you look at the previous names, it was Robert Fleming and Co. Limited, Co.Limited, okay? Robert Fleming was involved in international banking, obviously part of the Fleming family. That obviously links to Deborah Fleming and my removal. And I've found the links from Deborah Fleming to this organisation very, very quickly, okay? So we can safely assume this is a member of her family. And that was originally given that name in 1932. And look when it changed its name. Can you see that? 23rd of July, 2001. The day before Larry Silverstein acquired the lease for the World Trade Center building. And it changed its name to CA Premier Banking Limited. Well, CA stands for Cater Allen. Cater Allen is an offshore private banking element in relation to Santander and Abbey National. And Cater Allen originally was founded in, I think it was 1816, which is the year after, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, Switzerland became a neutral country. So this is no coincidence that this changed the day before the World Trade Center disaster. Before the, before Larry Silverstein acquired the lease. So here within the company, you can see at the top, we're back into 118 Randolph. You can see Jason Reeder. Now, this address features throughout the fraud, often linked to Jordan's, okay, 21 St. Thomas Street, Bristol. So we have a link via that address. Now, they also connect his Jason at the top. You can see his name to South Atlantic nominees. Look at the address. Temple, 10 Templeback. Again, linking in with the Temple connection, everybody. This makes the link to the religious element in all of this. When you go into it, so that's the correspondence address. You can see it says correspondence address. On the registered address, you can see it here. It has 50 Broadway. That's the exact same address that is used, and you can go and check it on the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. Okay, on the incorporation document, go and look at it, 50 Broadway. That organisation links to CERN and to Jimmy Savile, and they are now scrapping the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners since this has all been exposed. Jason also connects to a Vistra company. Vistra is Jordan's. It's the same company. If you go, it's just where it's changed names. Jordan's is the main company in the fraud, okay? It was originally called Jordan and Sons Limited, then it changed to Jordan's Limited, and then it changed to Vistra Limited. You can see these Vistra companies, different Vistra companies, and Domesday Investments. Interesting. Bearing in mind we're talking about a doomsday cult. Now you have Domesday linking in with all of this. Playboy TV, same person connected to Playboy TV UK Limited, linking into the sex industry. I've already found that Miss World links into this and links into Trans World, which appears to be linking into the transgender agenda in all of this, which, you know, Miss World, transgender potentially, is that a mockery against humanity? All of these supposedly beautiful women. Playboy TV UK Limited, was incorporated in 1989, the same year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. It dissolved as I continued the exposure in December 2024. So that's Playboy TV UK Limited, linking into the sex trade. Now, this is quite good for those of you who saw my lives earlier now, because I'm going to show you the evidence that I've secured that it looks like they removed in terms of around Atlas, unless I just didn't find it earlier. But here's searching Atlas CERN. It's one of the 2 general purpose detectors at the Large Hadron Collider, or LHC. Here it is. Atlas is the largest general purpose particulate detector experiment at the Large Hadron Collider, a particle accelerator at CERN, Organization for Nuclear Research in Switzerland. The experiment is designed to take advantage of the unprecedented energy available at the LHC. The Atlas collaboration, the international group of physicists belonging to different universities and research centers who built and run the detector, were formed in 1992. This is the year that the Companies House records started to become electronic, which is how I have managed to identify the international government fraud between the discrepancy between the electronic register and those incorporation documents attached. But it is also the same year that the the Catholic Church became a legal entity. All right, and remember, it's the year after David Icke said the world will be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis, and when the relativistic heavy ion collider started to be built in New York, and scientists said it may create a black hole here on Earth. Now, when I took this, it hadn't been updated. Now, I took this screenshot, I want to say 6 months ago. No, when was it? Hold on, because the helicopter crash was in April 2012, so it was probably a bit longer than that, actually. It was probably June. I want to say June, maybe. No, a bit before that. May 2025. So they hadn't updated it for 3 years, which I found was interesting. All right, as if they realised, oh dear, game's up. There's no point updating anything like that anymore now. Now, look at this. It was founded in 1954, okay, which is the same year that an important company called Slaughter and May was incorporated. Now, May seems to be the important month for them in sacrifices, according to the research. Slaughter and May. That makes critical connections throughout the research. And that was also, that Slaughter and May company, which is on Companies House, if you just type it in, I might show the screenshots in a minute, was also incorporated in 1954. It might be the same date, actually, be interesting. Now, Fabiola Gianotti is the CEO, and she's been the CEO since 2016, when the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed, and when the ritual appeared to take place at the Shiva statue. Now, you'll notice the subsidiary, this is what I couldn't find earlier, I was possibly in the wrong bit. Craigmore Dairy 2 LLP is a subsidiary. Well, when you try and research that in Companies House, it comes up with Craigmore Research Limited. And there's Craigmore Research Limited. You notice the address? It's the same. The same as what we were looking at earlier. Tavistock House South, Tavistock Square, London, United Kingdom. Okay, so that's the same address, other than the first bit, Tavistock House South, Tavistock Square, London, as CAPB Limited. This now ties the Flemings to the original foundation or the research of, okay, although it's not exactly the same address, it's the one that comes up. They've just removed the original name, but that connection is too coincidental for that to be a coincidence. Now, you also, on the research of Julian Assange, you have an ISIS company, which is links into the Egyptology in all of this. You can see ISIS Business Solutions, the exact same address. Again, Tavistock House South, Tavistock Square. So that now immediately links the Flemings to Julian Assange as well. There's already other major connections to them, but it just supports that. Now, that same director, is that David Allister? Was that who we were looking at? Let me just check that. No, so we've gone back to... this is going right back to another bit of research, so I might not worry about showing you that because that's prior to, I believe, unless we've looked at it. That's David Fishwick, isn't it? Sorry. So that's coming in from David Fishwick that we looked at earlier. British Helicopter Association Limited. So this is the person who did the video after the helicopter crash, which seems they wanted me to believe, or potentially they wanted me to expose it, and they knew I would. But it looks as though they were trying to make it look as though it was an accident, the helicopter crash, and there was nothing in it. So this company was incorporated in 1969, which is the same year that Prince Charles became the Prince of Wales. And they changed the name in 2008, which is when the Large Hadron Collider was actually started for the first time. So you have the relativistic heavy ion collider was started in 2000, the year before the World Trade Center, and the Large Hadron Collider was actually started in 2008 for the first time. And it's a criminal company, okay, because the is not at the front. You can see they've put it as this, the at the end in brackets, it's not. You look at the incorporation document, it's the at the front. So that means it's forged. Then we come into research. I'm not going to go into that too much, but from my wife's friend, who has quite a bit of money, called Frederick William Schwinn, or Schwinn, I don't know how you pronounce that. But this is my father, well, we're not real, probably not even really husband and wife, because, like I said earlier, because of the forgery behind everything. It's a complete inversion. So none of you are probably really married, unfortunately, because this is the sort of mockery against all of humanity. All right. Because I've already researched the register, the death certificates, and the birth certificate, so we can probably assume that the registry is going to be part of the forgery as well. So here you have Frederick Schwinn, and you can see it leads the Project Racing Team, and his name at the top, you can see in his name record, links to helicopter and aviation services. So what we're showing is the link now to this person that did the video to do the helicopter crash into my wife's family via Frederick Schwinn, okay, who's an associate of his. So here's Helicopter and Aviation Services Limited. And it was originally called Wyvern Air Services at the bottom, and then it changed to Universal Airways UK. And on its incorporation document, Howard Thomas. The exact same name that links to the leader of Greenland, the leader of Denmark, multiple connections all the way through the fraud. So what they're doing is they're using the same names on incorporation documents, linking everything together in a centralized organized criminal network. Okay, and that there's several records for that name, and some of them have hundreds of companies connected to it. And Frederick Schwinn also links to Walk Wild Limited, which has an address where my wife was living with her father soon after we first met. Okay, so they were using that as a registered address for these companies. You can't see it, but this one, where were we? It's a criminal company. So this has Jordan's Limited, the same as Exbourne Manor. So that then creates a connection to Exbourne Manor directly to the address of my wife, where my wife was living with her father, Nicholas Morton. Okay, and it's a criminal company. On the right there, within the Walk Wild, we have Peter Robert Bennett, connects to Caledonian Court Bournemouth Limited. You can see the address underneath, Lansdowne House, Christchurch Road, Bournemouth, the exact same road that Exbourne Manor is. And in fact, that building is literally 2 minutes away from Exbourne Manor, and that connects to one of the directors of Exbourne Manor as well, to Diane Bisson Simmons, via the research that I've already linked to the seismic companies again very recently. Right, and bearing in mind then what we're talking about then is then making a link to CERN and seismic companies in all of this, seismic activity. And I've already got a link to Ghislaine Maxwell and the Christchurch earthquake appeal via a technology company. So it's all linked. They're all connected together. All right, into the Treasure Island company. Now, this is where I went wrong earlier. So what we're going to do is verify some of this so you can see the verification through it. So within Treasure Island, we have Richard Whiteley. I'm not going to verify this first bit because I'd already verified some of this earlier. Richard Whiteley links to AI Leisure Limited. So we have the artificial intelligence side of things. Now, that again is an attack against creation, everybody. All right, you need to try as best as you can not to use artificial intelligence. We need to boycott it as much as possible. Whenever you're using ChatGPT or using AI, it will separate you from creation. It will then take over the world with no moral conscience, and it will be the end of all of creation, almost guaranteed, because the people behind it have no moral conscience. And if artificial intelligence can't have a natural moral conscience, which it can't, then it won't choose what's right and wrong before it does it. All right, based on the true creators, the true intelligence behind the moral conscience. I'm just having a look, trying to get my head around. Oh, yeah. So this person, Richard White, coming in, connects to Elm House Trust. This is the incorporation document. You can't read it very well, but I don't want to verify this bit, but we'll verify the bits in a minute. And you can see it says local government officer. So this suggests a government link to this company. Now, so what was the Elm Guest House hoax? Bearing in mind that's called the Elm Trust. The Elm Guest House was a hotel in Rocks Lane in Barnes Common in southwest London. In a list produced by convicted fraudster Chris Fay, several prominent British men were alleged to have engaged in sexual abuse and child grooming at the guest house in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Labour MP Tom Watson, having heard testimony from Carl Beach, suggested in an October 2012 statement to the House of Commons that a paedophile network which had existed at this time may have brought children to parties at the private residence. During 2014 and 2015, allegations against several leading politicians of the period, mostly now deceased, were made public in the British press. Many of these claims were examined and discredited in an October 2015 episode of the BBC current affairs television program, Panorama. Now, the BBC is massively compromised by the apparent crimes against children. Massively. Okay, in fact, all mainstream companies and even not mainstream media companies seem to be centralized and compromised by this. The role of the guest house became the subject of a Metropolitan Police investigation known as Operation Fairbank in late 2012. The purpose of the scoping exercise was to assess Watson's claims. As a result of allegations arising from Operation Fairbank, a full criminal investigation called Operation Fembridge was launched in February 2013. No evidence of abuse connected to Elm Guesthouse was uncovered, and the operation was closed in March 2015. Another investigation, Operation Midland, was set up to examine claims of possible murders. A subsequent inquiry found that those investigated by Operation Midland had been victims of false allegations. In November 2016, same year as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed, the then Metropolitan Police Commissioner Bernard Hogan Ho made a personal apology to the innocent parties involved. In May 2019, leading up to the COVID side of things, Beach, who was himself found to be a child sex offender, was placed on trial, charged with perverting the course of justice and fraud, which he denied. Beach was found guilty and sentenced in July 2019, the same month that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, leading up to the COVID deception. In 1990, according to journalist James Hanning, Chris Fay, a Labour councillor, convicted fraudster, and a campaigner at the National Association of Young People in Care, claimed on oath that former Home Secretary Leon Britton had been involved in abuse, and that in March 1990, he had seen a photograph of a Britton with a young boy. He said the picture had been shown to him by Carol Casseur, co-owner of Elm Guesthouse, who died weeks later. Fay alleged that children from the Grafton Close Children's Home in Richmond, southwest London, had told him they had been trafficked to Elm Guesthouse. He drew up a list of public figures that he said victims had told him had stayed at Elm Guesthouse. The list included former government ministers, senior MPs, top police officers, judges, pop music stars, and people with links to the royal households. It was uploaded to the internet. In the aftermath of the Jimmy Savile sexual abuse scandal in October 2012, Labour MP Tom Watson said in the House of Commons, hold on a minute, I've just thought, is Tom Watson, that's the same name as the manager of E17, isn't it? Former manager of E17. I need to do a little bit more research around this, actually, because this is going to be quite important, I think. Said in the former House of Commons, he had evidence. No, that's Watkins, isn't it? There was a powerful paedophile network linked to Parliament and Number 10. In July 2014, Exaro began publishing articles in which Carl Beach, then known publicly under the pseudonym of Nick, falsely accused prominent men of having abused him. 4 months later, Beach told Operation Fairbank detectives that he had been abused by a VIP gang of paedophiles for over a decade at various locations, including at the Elm Guesthouse and Dolphin Square, which I think has connections to Jimmy Savile, doesn't it? I think. And that he had witnessed the murder of 3 boys. The murders of Vishal Matra, Martin Allen, and another boy were subsequently investigated as part of Operation Midland. Based only on Beach's claims, Operation Midland investigated Edward Heath, Leon Britton, Edwin Brimwell, Harvey Proctor, and others. An inquiry conducted by Richard Enriquez found that those accused had been victims of false allegations, and Metropolitan Police Commissioner Hogan Howe apologised to the living suspects. In May 2019, Beach was placed on trial, charged. Now I need to do more research around this because this is I very much believe this was all true. Very much believe it. So here's Edward Richard Heath, that was mentioned as a suspect, was a British politician and intervened as Prime Minister. British politician who served, as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 1970 to 1974. In other words, when the World Economic Forum was created. The leader of the Conservative Party from 1965 to 1975. He also served 51 years as a Member of Parliament from 1950 until 2001, the year of the World Trade Center disaster. Edwin, I'm not going to worry about going into, I'm going to do a bit more research surrounding that, actually. So into that Elm House Trust. It was called Elm House Trust, wasn't it, that we were looking at? Yeah, the Elm House Trust. Jane Other Ritchie. Interesting middle name. A lot of these names are probably being made up by them. We have the Workplace Icliffe Limited. And within that company, David Ford collects the Durham Excellent Educational Partnership. Now, Durham is where the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, former Archbishop of Canterbury, had worked. And I've found critical connections into Durham from this, and to specifically and directly into the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby. And he supposedly resigned due to a scandal, again, of child abuse in relation to John Smythe. David Heaton links to Blackwell Grange Golf Club Limited. So that's within the Work Highcliffe Company. Here's that company, an address in Durham, incorporated in 1964. And you're not going to be able to see it on your screen, but it's a fraudulent entity. Well, you might be able to. It's got a different name on its incorporation document that does not match the register. They've forged the register. They also link to Age UK North. Now, Age companies make critical connections right the way throughout my document at key times. And here we have an Age charity company. Within the Work Highcliffe Company, Brian McCafferty links to Motherwell Football and Athletic Club. And that was incorporated in 1904. Football companies are a massive part of this, everybody. It's a criminal organisation. It hasn't been registered legally. Got forged register. And they also link to the Young Enterprise. Is the Young Enterprise, incorporated in 1962, which is the same year as the apparent infiltration of the royal family. And that has Slaughter and May on its incorporation document, which was originally founded in 1954. Within the Highcliffe Company, Gerard Moran, Diocese of Middlesbrough, trustee. Hexham and Newcastle Catholic Partnership. So we now have the link back in to the religious establishments, and we're so close to the original bit of information. Okay, we're literally close to it, and there's over 5 million registered companies. Romero Catholic Education. Within the Elm House Company, we also have Emma Jane Varley. Okay, right, now we're finally at the bit. So, York Professional Services. This is where we were earlier, and I went a little bit wrong. We're going to find and see the connection to the United Nations company very quickly, okay? So, York Professionals, I think I've got it on my screen. Here we go. So, we're going to follow this as we go. Hopefully, it's still there. Yeah, York Professionals. So we noticed earlier, this is within the Company's House records itself now. It's not a screenshot. You have assets, which we mentioned earlier. You have Monk's Cross. Bearing in mind, this all ties into a monks organisation on the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. It was incorporated on the lead up to the World Trade Centre disaster deception, February 2001. Its original name was York Professional Initiative. Changed its name in 2008 when the Large Hadron Collider was first activated. Now, I'm just going to go to my other document and let me know what I need to show you next. Oh, no, that means it's going to go back to the beginning. Oh, no, it's not. So York Professional Services, let me just see where we're going to go from there. Incorporation document. Why did I go on to that? Oh, yeah. So on there we have York and North Yorkshire Chamber of Commerce and Chamber Management on the incorporation document for. I'm not going to worry about going into that. It's not that critical. You can go and check that on the incorporation document. You'll find that in the filing history. But that's to show the connection to the Chambers of Commerce, because they've all been centralised to this criminal network, everybody. All right. They've centralised the Chambers of Commerce, the Sisters Advice Bureaus, so that they have the ability to silence people straight from the outset if there's any risk of exposing this. Within Yorkshire, the York Professionals, we have Simon Hudson connects to Soapy Productions and Events. I'm not going to worry about going into the verification of this bit, but I just found this sounds quite innuendo-y, doesn't it? Soapy Productions and Events, which was originally incorporated as the Little Man Limited in June 2012, literally almost a month to the day before CERN Limited was, before CERN discovered the God particle, which was on the 4th of July 2012, and then they changed its name in September 2024 as the exposure continued. And this is almost like a mockery to us, to humanity, isn't it? Particularly me, I'm quite small. So it may actually have been, they may have known that I'm going to find this and deliberately put that there for me, possibly, who knows? But there you go, Little Man. Within the York Professionals, you have Jane Lloyd Johnson, and they link to Cube Media Limited. You may or may not heard of the Saturnalia or Saturn Cube, or some people call it the Cube of Satan. Now, this is becoming very relevant in all of this, and how Saturnalia links into Rome and a deception surrounding the birth of Christ in all of this, and setting up the 25th of December as a mockery against humanity, when actually that was the date of the sacrifices of babies, as a mockery to all of you, celebrating the day that actually babies were being sacrificed. According to some of the research that I'm seeing, that is what appears to be happening in all of this. And that's a whole nother bit of evidence that I've got. And also, so Saturnalia was worshipping Saturn, and Saturn ate certainly his own brother, and I believe he ate babies. Now, in Switzerland, there is a statue in Bern, in its capital, of a character eating babies, right, putting a baby in its mouth. I've done the research surrounding that, and it proves very, very critical in all of this. Switzerland is where it is, for starters, which obviously is important for the reasons we spoke about earlier. But they've just brought in a new head of the Swiss, it's not called what's it called? The Swiss, not corporation, is it? Swiss, can't remember. Literally, I think it's either end of 2025 oh no, sorry, it was beginning of 2025. Now, that person has a double-barreled surname of Keller. The Keller group were the ones involved in creating the control panel for the Large Hadron Collider. Okay, my dreams led me to identifying that the ninth circle, which links to the crimes of children against children, ties to a name given by the technology staff, the technicians at CERN, when the equipment goes wrong. They call it the ninth circle, or hell. All right. Well, this organization created the control panels for CERN, according to the research. So that could indicate that they had planned, or they want me to find the evidence to expose it and that it's not real. There's a big part of me suggesting that could be the case in all of this, where literally I'm going to be somebody coming in and changing everything somehow in all of this. But here we have Cube Media Limited, and that was incorporated in 1990, key year after the World Wide Web was created for CERN, dissolved the month before, almost to the day, I believe, before CERN Limited was created on Companies House. Its original name was the Old Dairy Studios Limited. Interesting. Bearing in mind, we spoke about the dairy connection earlier to Atlas, didn't we? Okay, now this it changed its name after the World Trade Center disaster on February 2002. It's all connected, and it's a criminal company. You can see Jordans and Sons Limited. Jordans. On its incorporation document, it has the name Epstein. Stephanie Epstein. Wendy Stephanie Epstein. Just thought I'd mention that. May or may not be important. Within the Cube Media Company, we have Susan Morris, and they link to York Theatre Royal. Now, this is where I need to go into the verification. So, Cube Media, which we got to via York Professionals, we want Jane Johnson. So let's go into the verification. Jane Johnson. I went wrong earlier with this, so it's my apologies to them. They hadn't removed a record. I have yet to find a record where they've actually removed it to break the link in my evidence. Was it Johnson? That's it, isn't it? Yeah, Cube Media. Now, I probably need to look into this a little bit more because of the name of this and where it's all leading. There's probably going to be some very relevant information in relation to this cube because of the cube of Saturn. So that is going to be something, but I'll do that when I'm not on a live with you guys. And what's the name I'm looking for now? Yeah. So it's Morris. Susan Morris. Hold on, I've got past it, have I? No. What page am I on? No. He says. Right, let's make sure I've got this right before I start making any accusations. It's got to be here somewhere. Ah, there we are. Susan Diane Oakland Morris. 6 companies. York Theatre Royal. Now, I've recently come across, and I'm sure it's going to be a connection from this, the Duke of Edinburgh Theatre, I think. No. Duke, I forgot it. It makes an apparent link to the Duke, to Prince Andrew. So that's probably going to be a connection around here. Now, this company, we're going to very quickly in a minute see the link to the United Nations, but I just want to have a quick look at this. So we've got York Theatre Royal Catering Services Limited, incorporated in 1994, changed its name in December 2012. Let's have a look at the incorporation document. Actually, let's see if there's any other changes recently. So we've got a confirmation statement, because quite often I can see through the filing history where changes are happening as I'm exposing. So we've had a couple of people, one termination there, Susan Helmont. Let's have a look at the filing history, incorporation document. Can't remember what's on here. Let's have a little look. So it's a criminal organisation that was started with the same 2 companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, okay? That's massive in itself. So Swift Incorporation Limited, Jordans and Sons Limited. So that's very important. Just have a look at the other quick names on here. Dennis Robert Appley. You might know some of these names. Alan John Vincent. Linked to York Citizens Theatre Trust Limited at the bottom there. Living in York. Looks like that one. Yeah, I've already shown that. Criminal company. Nicholas Russ. won't worry about showing a bit. Here we go. So we want Joanne Claire Spittle. Now this is probably the most important bit that I wanted to show you today, and I just built up to it. So we've come all the way, we've come in from, and it's not even very far at all, okay, from that island company that links to my wife's former employee, okay, and now we have a United Nations link, and I'm going to show you why it's so important. Spittle is the surname, and I was trying to find it on the other company earlier. That's why I accused them of removing it, because I was looking in the wrong company, so I do apologise to them. Here we go. 10 companies. It'd be interesting to go into some other ones, actually. I'm probably going to find some very interesting things here. York Childcare Limited. United Nations Association International Service. We've also got York Theatre Enterprises, York Citizens Theatre. Okay. Right, so this company, United Nations Association International Service, was incorporated in November 1997. So this is within... Princess Diana died in August, and the head of the Church of Satan the founder of the Church of Satan died in October. Okay, so we've got a close incorporation. It's social work, according to this. If we look on the filing history, on the incorporation document. So this gives them the ability, because of the name, they can launder money through from the United Nations. Okay, funding, tax funding. So you've got British Taxpayers Association. British Taxpayers Association, Cherwell Drive, Oxford. Oxford is where the the Maxwells were very prominent. Robert and Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's have a quick look at what else is on here. British Taxpayers, and then we've got the J.A. Weaver Club, Hunter House. Might see something else. Ian Ritchie, retired physician and former UN official. All right, so we've got a confirmation. According to this, we've got a United Nations confirmation linked to the United Nations company. All right, so that's pretty good evidence to say that it is United Nations linked. For United Nations Association. Okay, so you've got the British Taxpayer Association on the company. Just see if there's anything else on here that's going to jump out at me. Interesting to do a bit of research on that former UN official, actually. Or something's been added there. Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Oh, United Nations Association. They've changed it to Great Britain and Northern Ireland on there. That is also another United Nations company that I've identified linking with the fraud. And in fact, that company started, pretty sure it's that one, and we might come to it actually in a minute, with the same company as Export Manor Freehold Limited. Now, remember this, British Taxpayer Association. Now what we're going to do is go into that company and see how important that is. I think I've got it here if it loads up. And I only found this out coming in from the research of Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader. So here's the British Taxpayers Association. It was incorporated in 1930. All right, so it's nearly 100 years old, and they've dissolved it on the 6th of January 2026. Now, that is a massive, massive signal, all right, that they know they're in serious trouble. Now, the name of it suggests they are using British taxpayers, stealing from and this isn't the only evidence in relation to tax. There's another very critical tax company that I've found that links very quickly to the police, I believe, from my research, that they've also dissolved early 2024, as was exposed in the fraud. So what they are doing 100% is stealing your money from the tax, funneling it through. I mean, we all knew it was going to be going on anyway, but this is now the proof that we all needed. But unfortunately, and very worryingly, it also shows that that money is being used for the crimes against children. It will be used for drug trafficking, for conflicts, for terrorism, all right, because this is a problem, reaction, solution criminal network they have in place. So they need problems to be able to continue funding their lifestyle by the money that they are taking from you, okay, as well as feeding their addictions. Now, the addictions are going to be a massive part of this, whether it's addicted to a substance or addicted to sex or addicted to crimes against children, which is going to be, I'm sorry to say, it seems as though it's a massive part of this. Now, the blood of the children links in with, it seems, the drug trafficking network, because the adrenochrome, which is the name given to the adrenalized blood from children who are in times of terror, okay, before they are very often unalived, I would think, will be being sold in the black market along with the drug trade. And I know that because I've spoken to somebody who used to do it, okay, as part of their criminal network background. So what they are doing is basically they're behind all of the world's problems because of this company's house fraud. It has to be stopped. And the only way you can stop this is by bringing a new financial system in place. And I know exactly how to do it, at least on a transitional basis. The technology is there on how to do it, and it will stop it from ever happening again. What will happen is it will bring heaven on earth to most of humanity moving forward. It will make it almost hell on earth for these people who are very likely addicted to all sorts. And of course, they're going to have to pay consequences. But this is the decision of their actions. This is the consequences of their actions that they made. So we have this British Taxpayers Association. I can't remember what was on the incorporation document of this company. Let's have a little look. Now, I need to research that. This is a company I haven't seen before, WFL Parry. Oh, Waterloo and Sons, there you go. So that's one of the main companies in the fraud. That connects to the currency producer De La Rue. They purchased Waterloo and Sons in 1961, which is the year before or around the time of the infiltration of the royal family, which would make sense. And then they started printing money for the Bank of Iran in the 1960s. Okay, well, this is when 1965 is when the main company in the fraud, called Jordan and Sons Limited, was incorporated on Companies House, the year before the Church of Satan was founded. And on the year that the Church of Satan was founded is when you had the football game World Cup between England and Germany, and the Church of Satan was founded after a German knight, as in a night, not as in evening night, which links to Christianity. So this now makes critical links. Now the Waterloo connects very quickly to the main Freemasons Lodge. I think it does immediately, actually, to the research. And you've got Jimmy Savile connected into that very quickly as well. So this is a really important bit of the research here. So what we're going to do now, we're going to start with how I got to that, I think. How many people have we got on here? 100. We'll keep going. If you can get more people on here, that would be great. I don't know if you can send some messages out to people. How long we've been doing it for a while? Haven't we? 2 hours. I'm going to keep going. Or should we... I'm going to come back. Let's have a little break. I'm going to come back at 8:30. Okay, and what we're going to be talking about is this man here. If it loads up. Oh, no. This man here. If you don't know who he is, he's Lee Clegg, who is the head of the World Martial Authority. So when you come back, we're going to be talking about what I found, or the research surrounding him, okay, and where that led. And that was actually how I ended up finding the link to Kim Jong-un and that taxpayers company that we've just looked at. So come back at 8:30, and we'll start with the research surrounding the World Martial Authority. Thanks very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Of the Danish-led and Allied coordinated action in Greenland. European countries stand united. We emphasise the principles of territorial integrity and sovereignty. We support Denmark and Greenland. Dialogue with the United States continues. Tariffs would undermine the transatlantic relationship and risk a dangerous downward spiral. This is Sky News. Coming up, an evening of frustration for Premier League leaders Arsenal. Time now to catch up on all of the very latest sports news with David.
Well, Evertonians are getting restless. Their team can't score goals and they need a win. The prospect of another long struggle against relegation is already looming. And Ruud Gullit isn't happy at the way things are mapping out at Newcastle either. They're just as desperate for points. So a real crunch match this.
There was some whisperings in the press, but it wasn't. There was no indication whatsoever of the imminent nature of what was going to happen that night.
It happened very quickly.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice.
Turn it off.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you so
only do you
much
do that,
you take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming to
children,
be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go and
attention. That
report
is so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could see the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
help
You're
us
the one that
to get a,
started
a clear picture of this problem.
after he got
We
caught
wish
with all
you
those
well
images.
for your work, everything the best.
You're the one that's
Even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
banned from being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking
like
forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And
happened?
You're always so welcome.
You want to put the record
know.
straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen, it's at the police station. What's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of
deal with
satanic
you.
paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Well, Danny West-
not
Danny
Indiana,
West- Danny-
not the other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones, okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not. And I know the other people
what's he done
out
to
there, you accuse aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. But you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
what is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
For these nonsense? Why are you always making apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't like
Justin,
about
why are you making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabine
Over people
McNeil studied
having
computer
absolute
science
questions.
and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and
I'm telling you,
mathematical
Jake, if you
artist.
carry on with this,
In London,
give
she
me an
volunteered
address,
as a
I'll meet you at your
McKinsey
home.
friend,
I'll come
which
to your
is the
house.
equivalent of a
How's
lay
about that?
legal advisor.
I'm sure you maybe
I will.
The process
I will
in
turn up.
contact with victims
Me
of
and you,
sexual
the eye
abuse
to eye,
and
mate,
child
face to face.
abduction
I don't
who
have
were
a
not
problem with
helped by
you
the
looking
justice
to my
system
face
but
or
harmed.
showing me ID, and
Sabine
I'm not the
McNeil
living daylights out here.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
No, I
firearm.
won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating
No,
one
mate,
out.
about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting
I
it,
am
bruv.
telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No,
calm.
none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more,
I'm
Darren
not
Williams.
exposing anything, Jake.
Darren Williams.
I'll tell you what, honestly, mate,
Darren
I am
Williams.
going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Shit won't turn up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way?
Began to
What do you mean
publicize these
bullshitting all the
cases
time,
on the
running and
internet.
not actually doing
She
anything?
campaigned with
You're
great
full of
dedication
shit,
for
man.
children
I tell
who
you,
were
you
taken
are
away
full
from
of
their
shit.
parents by the state.
You're
You
the
can
one.
you can do the
you
right
were
thing.
banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Raised
Yeah.
this issue in the
I'll tell
European
you what, Jake,
Parliament.
come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah,
why
come
we are
and
here
meet me.
today.
I won't hurt you.
We are
Come to the
here.
police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're
I'll
clearly,
admire
you're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
No, I'm not
individual.
very unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No, you're the one abusing a woman.
Up.
You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. Wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Asking somebody to go and report their abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody will go and report that. And you are telling her not to.
So why do you abuse that Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
the one
work?
that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I wouldn't abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
It's
just
right
one
through the
section.
video.
No, and that's totally in context.
Yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in
He
context.
is coaching those
This is
children.
why we
He
know you're a
hurt those
paedophile.
children. He
This is why we
hurt
know you're a
those
paedophile.
children.
Because you will not listen to the reality. You will not-
Those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, there won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. So legally, nobody knows about it. But that's his private home.
Yes. That's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch. Yes,
Christchurch School and church.
And yeah.
And church.
Also,
and this HCC swimming pool.
So Christchurch
School in Hampstead. Primary school in Hampstead. Christchurch school in Hampstead.
Is that Hampstead or Hampstead Heath?
Hampstead.
Yes, Hampstead.
And
W3. And next one was probably the person's church itself. What's the church called?
Church is just next door to this. It's actually like.
What is it called? Church.
Christchurch.
Okay.
Christchurch. And it's located on Christchurch Hill.
Just next to the school.
On that chap.
Yeah. And and that's still NW3.
NW3, exactly.
Okay. And I think I heard about McDonald.
Alisa, what is the address? What's his address?
15 Angel.
Yes, but it's since it's 16 Angel Road.
16, you told me it's 15.
No, 16. 16.
They were changing this.
You told me it was 15.
No, 16.
You told me.
The reason I'm asking because I've got different.
Is that Angel Road
Namstead?
No, this is in
What's the real address?
Angel things.
What is it?
15 Angel Road.
You just told them 16. So come on.
Yeah.
So come on. This one has to be watched. His address is 16. No.
Oh, so actually Darren's run away now, just as we get to the point which he is trying to silence the children regarding and abusing those brave people that help the children speak out. Oh my God, he's so desperate. So you told me that I ran away before Darren. Where is it? Now, as soon as I bring up the evidence, you ran away. So let's just elaborate for you then. So Elisa has said 16 Angel Road, and Abraham is speaking with Jean Clement Yehero, the special police constable, as the is an officer in training. His brother-in-law, as he's given the initial disclosures to when they've got back to England. They're in England in this recording. This is just a picture from Morocco of them all happy reading.
No, don't tell me anything. His address is 15 Angel Place, Angel Road, and she just told you it's 16.
So they're trained, as you'll get to the bit after, I believe it, or we'll go back to it, where they are, even in that house, they're so programmed to touch each other sexually. They're so ingrained into them, the brother and sister have to touch each other sexually by the father, Ricky Dearman, that they even feel the urge to do it at that time during at the end of this, this kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, like a discussion, interview, evidence collating session period of time. So she's also they're trained to lie, to do small or big lies, to derail from the truth coming out in a clear, concise fashion if ever it was to leak. So there's all these contingency plans already in place.
Pay close attention to this one.
Does it span on 2 buildings?
Jean Clement.
Does it span on 2 buildings? It doesn't.
No, Jean Clement. I live to.
They also make shoes of the skin of the baby's skin. They got a special tool and they put it in the skin and in a baby's skin, and then they take it out. And then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky, and stick it on make the shoe with the sole on the flip flops. They stick it on the flip flops. They've got flip flops and those shoes, like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on its baby skin, but it's not like, you can do it coloured, but it's not like, it's a bit see-through there.
For the skin?
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, sorry to.
A big black star. It was Wait. Pause. I have to
But
go
it's
and
thought
draw
Oliver
this
then
star
began using
picture.
overseas unlicensed sites which target people just like him.
Downstairs.
Oliver's sister Chloe told us that more action must be taken. And just to warn you, you may find her comments distressing.
It was very clear the impact that gambling had on Ollie and the fact that gambling with illegal operators led to Ollie's death. We are disappointed that the coroner didn't include gambling disorder in the medical cause of death. However, we're going to draw on the positives and use this to continue to raise awareness in my brother's name. Ollie was such a kind, generous, loving person. We have a really, really close family. He adored his nephews, his 5 young nephews, and he was just great fun to be around. He was always the life and soul of the party. He was so funny. He was a great DJ. He loved his music, and we just miss him so much. It's just such a hole in our family not having him anymore. Ollie's experience was horrendous because he was trying his absolute best to try and help himself. He recognised that he was experiencing significant harm from gambling and he wanted to help himself by self-excluding. And unfortunately, he was targeted by these illicit, illegal black market sites. And I just am so concerned of the risk that poses to other people. And we just don't want anybody else to go through what we've been through. We don't want anybody else in Ollie's position when they're trying so desperately to help themselves to become victim to these illegal sites. And I think significant change is needed to ensure that the issue is dealt with appropriately and that the scale of this issue is reduced. And we have serious concerns that the Gambling Commission is not doing an adequate job at present. I think it's important that they acknowledge the scale of the issue and the fact that there is so much being done by these legal operators to actively target the most vulnerable groups, so those who have self-excluded or underage children. So I think what I would say to them is that they need to do significantly more in terms of having a more impactful strategy for enforcement. And I think the legislation is significantly outdated and needs to be reviewed. The legislation for gambling predates the smartphone era, and I think the way that gambling exists now, it's just inadequate. So I think they need to treat it seriously, and I think they need to do that extremely quickly to prevent others dying in the way that Ollie did.
Well, to discuss this, I was joined by Ishmael Valley, founder of the data analytics firm UGSCP, which has been looking at the traffic to these unlicensed sites.
The biggest problem we have with illegal gambling in the UK is this has been growing for years. So we started talking about illegal gambling in Great Britain in 2020. We set up UGSCP, which is basically a firm that looks at all of the audience, all their activity, all of the time. We found that illegal gambling has grown from just a tiny share of the UK marketplace of just under 0.5% in 2020. It's now knocking on the door of 10% on our data from last year. The growth from that has been from 2 audiences in Great Britain. It's been from children and from self-excludes. And when you look at that marketplace, if I'm looking at the audience, which is everything that UGSCP and Gaming Compliance International, a firm that bought us recently, looks at, we found that the offshore gambling was targeting the United Kingdom because it wants a share of what is the most lucrative online gambling marketplace on the planet. It had no share of that 5 years ago, and during the pandemic, it came looking for that audience. Looking at a scheme like GamStop, a self-exclusion scheme for self-admitted problem gamblers, that's like a gaming reservation to these guys where they can basically look at and say, they are the most valuable customers who have a self-admitted problem. Let's go looking for that audience, and they found them through the scheme name, GamStop. So they didn't need to crack or hack any database here. They just went looking for the itch that those customers could not help but scratch at some point. So this was definitely crime coming looking for the share of a lucrative marketplace, Great Britain's, and it found the most vulnerable community there and went looking for them. If you're going to have a scheme like GamStop, you need to protect that scheme, and you need to protect its credibility and what you've told people. You've told people who join a scheme like GamStop that they are going to be safe. That's not sincere if you don't monitor, police, enforce, and optimize your online marketplace.
Can I just pick up on something you just said there, which actually shocked me about the UK being the world's biggest marketplace for online gambling? Does the UK have a gambling problem?
I wouldn't say the UK has a gambling problem. This is a product that people demand and desire, and it's a lucrative developed nation, okay? So there is money there, and it's the oldest regulated gambling marketplace on the planet. So we got to this early. The problem is, as Chloe Long said today at the inquest, she made it very clear that maybe the law needs to change here, that the regulation and law we have around online gambling in the United Kingdom, it's going back to the 2005 Gambling Act. We had a series of the Conservative Tory government looking at this and saying, we're going to change it, we're going to reform the law. This is a pre-smartphone law, as Chloe Long said. Upgrade our regulation, upgrade our law to deal with all the changes that have come. And just let's remember here, the gamification of everything happened during the pandemic. So consumer behavior has been completely rewired when gaming became one of the main forms of activity during the pandemic, because there was very little to do. Sports betting changed and people moved to playing on slot machines and casino games. That really changed consumer behavior globally from everything that UGSCP looks at. And that's something that needs to be looked at in every marketplace, including Great Britain's.
Yeah, so new, more robust, up-to-date legislation. I mean, you know, I just read out a statement from the Gambling Commission there. Legal gambling in this country, they're saying, you know, they've got a hold of it, it's well regulated, you know, it has permeated the fabric of the UK. If you look around, references to gambling are everywhere, particularly as you referenced there in sport, but they say that, you know, that is well looked after. But it's this illegal market. How does the UK, with legislation, tackle that? Because these are sites abroad.
Absolutely. Sarah Jane, one thing that's I'll point out here, not to correct you, not to say that you're wrong, we often refer to it as the illegal market. There is one marketplace, the Great British Marketplace for online betting and gaming. Crime came looking for a share of that one marketplace, and they found it. Consumers have no idea how to differentiate between stuff, and it's hard for any regulator anywhere to be able to say, how do we get people to stop clicking on these links, to stop looking for things that are potentially dangerous or harmful for them? And the issue here is it's in the ecosystem. If I can find it on Instagram, if I can find it on TikTok, what is stopping me from clicking those things and then ending up with stuff that is illegal, illicit, and harmful? The point here is the Gambling Commission released a statement today, I think, saying that we take away 81,000 pieces of content, you know, websites, etc. Now, not all of those are operators, just to be clear. It's much closer to content types. So all of the advertising, all of the influencer promotion, all of the reviews and affiliate websites that are telling me these sites are great for me, these sites will give me a great bonus, these sites are crypto gambling, these sites are predictor betting, all these new forms of gambling that are very badly covered by legislation everywhere, including in the UK. So if I can find it online, I can do damage with it to myself is the problem here. Consumers have no means of differentiating what's legal, what's illegal. Just because it has a Gambling Commission logo, a UK flag at the bottom of the website page, doesn't mean it's legal, doesn't mean it's even real. A lot of the illegal gambling we find are scam websites that will just take your money and then you can't even place bets with them or play any games there. So the point here is there needs to be much more up-to-date legislation and regulation. There needs to be a much better understanding by consumers generally that this stuff is potentially needs to be looked at and could be harmful for you. There also needs to be a piece here of acceptance of, without monitoring, policing, enforcement, and optimization by all government agencies and all legal stakeholders working together, including legal operators, including the Gambling Commission, including GamStop, work together to remove what's out there and remove the content, not just the illegal offshore websites, but everything in the supply chain behind them. And that's where my firm works internationally. We've been able to impact that by working through the supply chain to remove what causes this, because somebody supplies these illegal websites with the games they have, with the odds they have, with the payment provision they have. Get rid of all of those elements in the supply chain and you get rid of the illegal gambling.
Well, we put the concerns of Oliver's family and UGSCP to the Gambling Commission. A spokesperson telling us, since April 2024, our illegal markets team has issued more than 3,100 cease and desist and disruption notices, referred nearly 450,000 illegal URLs to search engines, and achieved almost 290,000 removals. Tackling unlicensed gambling requires a joined-up approach between the Commission, other domestic and international regulators, GamStop, licensed operators, technology platforms, financial sectors and enforcement bodies. And we will continue to strengthen that collaboration to better protect consumers. In addition, the government's crime and policing bill will grant the Commission greater powers to act to block IP addresses and domain names linked to illegal websites. And if you've been affected by that story, you can contact the Samaritans at any time. 116 123 is the number, or you can email joe@samaritans.org. The terror threat level in the UK is currently at substantial, and volatile situations around the globe mean it's unlikely to be reduced anytime soon. Counter-terror officers regularly rehearse all conceivable scenarios in order to test their response to a real threat. Our Security and Defence Editor, Deborah Haynes, has been given exclusive access to a Met Police exercise simulating a terror attack on a cross-channel ferry.
Fearing gunmen are about to start executing hostages, armed police storm the room. It's hard to know who's who, but the officers managed to shoot dead 2 attackers and free the captives.
Down the floor, down the floor!
Not everyone's so lucky after marauding terrorists target a cross-channel ferry. This is just an exercise, but it's designed to test the UK's emergency response to a very real threat.
There's a substantial terrorist threat, which means an attack is likely. But what I would like to do is to reassure the community that this exercise is not in response to any specific threat or specific intelligence, nor is it connected to any events either nationally or internationally.
In the simulation, counter-terrorism police board this ferry at Poole Harbour after it came under attack while travelling across from France. Islamist militants have killed and injured passengers and taken hostages. The police tried.
I actually don't believe you've got all those big children.
James to come on the panel.
I think one of your children is 16 plus.
Was she 40?
No, 15. 15. Mild is 15.
Oh, 15. Oh, it's not going to be long then, Ghost, is it?
Are you waiting to abuse my child before I turn 16?
Not going to be long, is it, Ghost? Well, you're not going to be able to turn around and say things about my kids and then cry when I turn around and say things about yours back.
Yeah, my son has his GCSEs this year, and he will turn 16 this year, right? But I won't be on these panels, Babs. I'll be gone. I'll be in the wind.
I'm not being funny, but the way you just said that sounded creepy as fuck.
The creepy.
If that was a guy saying that, if that was a geezer saying that, fucking hell, they'd be crucified. Come on.
Imagine you saying
intimate detail of him having sex with a disabled woman, having the cheek to turn around and call somebody else creepy.
But Sean, right? Imagine a male saying to somebody that your female daughter is not going to be 15 for so long, right? That's creepy.
And yeah, 100%. 100 million fucking %. That is on the NONCE level.
No, it's not.
Pause.
Oh,
clip that. Clip that. Clip that.
I've recorded it in my channel.
Clip that. Yeah, I'm glad that you've recorded it because I recorded it as well, Ghost. Just like I recorded what you said about my children, just like I've recorded all you said about white people because you're a racist, and just like I've recorded everything about I do from saying the same thing.
Oh,
there you go.
King James, can you believe it? She called Valley rubber lips.
That's racist.
Oh my God.
Are you denying
Do you
know what covert racism is?
And I can explain how racist it is, Barbara. I will explain to you. I'll break it down to you how racist it is. Because the white Englishman or the white English woman don't have rubbery lips unless they stick Botox in them.
Do you know what a covert racist is?
Do you?
Do you know what a covert racist is?
You're pretty overt in your racism.
Yeah. Do you know what a covert racist is?
Actually, there is one person who is a covert racist. Recently. Well, it's a number between 1 and 10, but more than 6.
I don't know much about 7.
She can't count that high.
Yeah. But I do pee and Ghost and Belly are all covert racists.
No, no.
Oh, you got that wrong, guys.
Babs, you don't think Jupiter is racist, right?
I don't think Jupiter's a racist. No, and I know what you're going to say.
Can I just clarify for the chat?
Turn around and say it. Yeah. Same old thing every day. Oh, you said it when he told you I was drunk that night, and me and Jupiter had fallen out, and I said stuff to her that I.
So when you're drunk, you call people racist.
And I publicly apologised to her, which is
Right,
more,
Babs, I need to address something in the
which
chat,
is
please, if you
more
don't mind.
than what you've ever done to me.
Barbara McKay, please, can I have the floor for a minute? I need to address something in the chat.
I am talking to
Well,
you.
I'm talking now, so wait your fucking
You
turn,
fucking
please. Take a
rude
seat and take a number
bastard.
and carry on and be calm. This
Oh
is Britain.
God, this is the one that's
This is Great Britain, Barbara. Yes, that's right. Know your place, love. With the greatest
fucking
respect.
idiot.
And listen, I need to clarify something in the side chat, alright? If you don't mind.
Babs, no disrespect, right? But you need to have some respect for royalty, right? Come on.
Yeah, yeah.
That's probably what you said when you had your head up King Charles's ass. Calm down, Barbara.
Well, I've never had my ass up King Charles's ass, which is more than what I could say you having your dick up Prince.
Whoa,
Princess Anne's
please,
ass.
please, Barbara, please do not talk about me in that kind of way. I
And
do not want
that
you
is the water
imagining
dick, apparently.
things of my anatomy in your head.
And
Thank you very
apparently
much.
it's a watery dick.
I feel uncomfortable you discussing me in that
I
kind
would
of caliber
imagine
of
you
language.
do with all those
I
fucking
find it
warts on
deeply
it.
offensive, and it definitely isn't freedom of expression, Barbara.
Yeah, what's freedom of expression, you fucking idiot?
Well, that says a lot about your brain capacity then. No offense. Anyway, I was just clarifying in the chat. Irish Flame was asking me a couple of questions. Irish, no, I have never been arrested for racism, and when I was in prison, it was for malicious communications, not racist.
But you are a racist.
That's
James,
all I wanted to
aren't
do,
you?
Barbara. That's all I wanted to say.
But
Barbara. Now carry
you
on.
call a black man rubber lips. That's racist.
But you are a racist, aren't you, James? Sean, whatever your name is. I'm getting
I'm
bloody
a racist.
confused.
Okay, please clarify on how.
And I just wanted to say something about DP. You do know DP Ghost likes Ghost. You do know that DP likes Tommy Robinson, don't you?
I got no idea.
He said it on
Yes,
your
Mickey,
panel
I've
the
got my
other
slippers on.
night.
And he didn't get a
Slip
slap.
is on, I got a cup of
In a
tea.
box, no, you didn't say a fucking word for him.
Yeah, so,
Oh,
so
funny as
Babs, is
fuck.
he wronging for that? Is he wronging for that?
No,
that was you wronging,
no, I
right?
don't think he is a wronging. But anybody else, see, this is how Ghost works. Anybody else who said on the panel that they liked Tommy, he would have gone mad. But he didn't go mad at DP because DP wanted to lie his way through his ass about AY.
Maybe I didn't hear it, Babs. Maybe I didn't hear it.
AY is best friends with Jupiter.
Oh, AY is best friend with Jupiter.
Jupiter has rejected Ghost.
Who said AY is best friend with Jupiter?
Well, AY is maybe not, but that's just me.
Yeah, you lied.
That's just a saying that we say, isn't it? I think English people.
So, Babs, you're not being honest right there, right? Are you?
About what?
Adam Smith, are you watching
About
my
being best
Facebook
friend.
post?
And secondly is, maybe I didn't hear it because when DP was on here, I wasn't on here for the whole time, right? I've got things to do. I've got business to do.
No,
I've
you
got
heard it because you weren't here. Because after I can't remember what you were in the conversation, so you were here and you heard it. The only reason we didn't go
I would
in
never,
because you want DP to
allow
place
anybody
AY because AY is friends with your enemy, and it can't be
I would
any
never allow
clearer.
anybody to support people that abuse children on my panel, right? That would never be allowed. And
Then
since
why
Tommy
did you let
Robinson,
yourself and Ipaki on the panel?
since Tommy did that to Jamal,
he let you
I
on
would
the
never
panel.
allow that. I would never allow that. I would never allow
Never allowed that. Never allowed that. No. Why don't you tell us who you are, Ghost? Why don't you
I
let
have
us
told
know
you. I'm the
who
people's
you are?
champ. I'm the best citizen
No,
journalist
why
in the world.
can't we find out about you? Because I'd love to find out just literally.
What, you got a bat waiting? You got a bat waiting?
How real bad you are, Ghost? Because I've got a feeling I know
You
a
want to
lot
meet up at
about
the
you.
street?
Oh, you
I
think in
can't
real
prove
life?
any of it.
Babs got a
If you
bat.
think in real life that I'm a bad guy, right?
I do.
Like what?
I do. I think you're a druggie.
All right.
Yeah,
I think you might be an
Like AY?
alcoholic,
Like AY audit?
like Belly.
Okay. What else?
I think you're an alcoholic.
All right.
Don't
Like
worry,
Jupiter?
you're a functioning alcoholic. There's two different kinds of alcoholics, yeah?
All right. So
You're
I'm a
a
functioning
functioning
alcoholic,
alcoholic.
drug addict, right? That
Yep.
makes me like an Olympic champion. Like, I'll tell you.
What? I don't think you're married. I don't think you
That's
live
like
with a woman.
Eh?
I think you live in a dirty little bedsit
All right.
somewhere in Manchester or wherever it is you claim to come from.
Maybe he's in
What else your
Southampton.
fantasies about me, Babs?
Not fantasies, just, observations.
All right. What's
Because
else
you
your
spend an awful lot of time on here for someone who's
No, I
supposed
don't.
to be
Babs.
a married man with
Yeah, your
with
best
young
friend too.
children.
Your best friend
All right,
too.
Babs. On the fact, right, that I don't really spend a lot of time on here. I have been away.
Every night, yeah. Okay.
No, I have been away from my family for the last.
Your
2 to 3
family
months.
has kicked you out. They finally found out about you and they baited your fucking sad ass.
All right. So I've been away for the last 2-3 months, but this is my last 3-4 days. Then I'll return back to England. Secondly, is like Jupiter, who claims to be a grandma of a mother of 8 children, a grandma of 11, is on here 24/7, and you don't have that.
How is she? I'd like you to tell me how she's online 24/7.
All right. Are you saying? All right, Babs.
5 or 6 days sometimes without seeing her.
All right, Babs. Are you saying that Jupiter spends less time than me online
Yeah, definitely.
on your kid's life?
I don't. Hang on a minute. Some of the stuff you've said about me, I've never asked you to swear on your kids' lives.
No, but what I'm saying,
don't go down that fucking road. That's fucking out of order.
All right, Bob. So we know why you're
Bringing my kids up again, Ghost. Bringing my kids into it again.
Been away from England, right? And I do a live stream for 4 or 5 hours. Jupiter literally does a live stream for 4 or 5 hours, then jumps on another live stream for 2 hours, then jumps on another live stream for 3 hours. You cannot even compare it, Bob. Stop it.
But at the end of the day, I don't know if that's true because I don't actually.
All right.
I can't turn around and I wouldn't believe you. But Jupiter doesn't claim to have babies.
She does. She says she has 11 children, 8 children and 11 grandchildren.
But her children are adults. You claim that your children
that's what I said about your children, and you said it didn't matter.
No, because baby children take more time to look after.
I said the same thing about your children, and you said it didn't matter.
So shouldn't you be looking after your little children?
I am.
Oh yeah, okay. Is that on here?
Not when I'm away for business, man.
For business, whatever. But you're making a new fucking takeaway or something. Fucking
Babs, what's your whole problem with Ghost? Because you clearly have some predisposition of hatred.
I hate him. I actually hate him, John.
So why do you hate him?
I hate him because all you can do every stream, he has to be such a hypocrite. Like I had to jump on here today. He was talking about somebody, blah 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 blah. It's the same thing that he did with Triller, and yet he's slating for somebody else for doing the same thing.
So you hate somebody for having a different view and opinion?
No, it's not just about. I hate him for the liar and the hypocrite that he is.
Yeah, but that's a different view and opinion to yours. So you're showing hatred for somebody just for having a general different opinion from your own.
No, it's not an opinion. He can have
all I've shown.
Don't turn around and call somebody something and then make up friends with them, but then slate somebody else that did exactly the same thing as you. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but Babs, I've totally been respectful to you, right?
Honestly, I can't actually believe that you just said that. You've called me a racist. You've told me that I harm children. You slate my children. You wish my sons die a horrible death. And then you have the audacity to say, "I respect you. I show respect."
No, I said I'd be nice to you.
Oh, be nice. Yeah, sorry. I've been nice to you. I mean, I don't help anybody if you're being horrible to them. Because if that's being nice to somebody,
James, what have you observed? Be neutral, right? If you're going to diss me, like just say it as it is, right? Just be honest. So far, my interactions with little Barbara Dolly here, right? What's your opinion on that?
I'd say there's a mutual disaffection, but Ghost has been more accommodating.
Of course, Ghost has been more accommodating. It's his panel.
Yeah,
of course, he's been more. Of course, he's been more accommodating.
So maybe you should apologize then, right?
See, James, you've just walked straight into his trap. Into his trap, because this is what
I'm being Italian
actually begging for.
Barbara, if you want me to be biased, I'll be biased.
Apologise to him.
But
And it ain't gonna happen. Apologise for what, Ghost? If you can give me one good reason why I should apologise to you, I will.
For screaming.
No, I said Ghost, not you, retard.
All right, for screaming.
What's the reason?
And for not being respectful, for me being a very good host and you being a very disrespectful guest, right? And second thing is, we welcomed you in our country, and all you done is show disrespect. That's unacceptable.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah,
we welcomed you. We welcomed you into our country.
No, you didn't. No,
yeah, your parents. We welcomed your parents.
Maybe my parents, not me. Not me. Barbara,
not
same thing. Not same thing.
And if you think I'm going to apologise for screaming when you don't apologise to me, you've got chances of that happening, and neither of them are very good.
Babs, can I ask you a question?
Get it, do you?
Babs.
No, you're not the King of England, so shut the fuck up.
I'm asking you a question. Was you born in England? Was you born in England?
No, she wasn't.
Nope.
Are you a British citizen by birth?
By birth? I've got a British passport, so what does that make me?
She's an actor.
You could have been patriot nationalised.
My parents are British. What does that make me?
That's not answering the question. The question is, was you born in
England? My parents are British. What does that make me?
Your parents could be British and you could be born in Timbuktu. That wouldn't make you automatically English.
Yeah, but Ghost's parents weren't born in England, were they?
No, but Ghost
one of them was.
But the other one wasn't.
But Ghost was born in England.
I was
born in England. Yeah.
But your grandparents weren't born here, were they?
Oh my God!
We're not asking about
my grandparents were born here.
All right, can we just take
my
me versus you
born here
without getting grandparents or parents involved? Me versus you are born here. You wasn't.
And
right,
that's
so that's it.
I win.
That's a simple question.
I win. I'm such a pathetic little
How hard was that? How hard was that to answer, Babs?
Oh my God! Whatever. I'm not answering you.
It's just this. It's just I'm not being nasty to you, Babs. I don't understand why you're being nasty to me.
You can turn around and be nasty to a fucking fly if you tried.
Yeah, but I'm a better human being than that. So you know the
Yeah,
fact that I'm not being.
hang on.
nasty
Let me
demonstrate my character.
examine the truth. So a better human being talks about all his sexual acts with a disabled woman, puts it all, all like this.
Babs, calm down. Don't go there, Babs. Don't go there. That's
Oh, here we go. Goes showing his hypocrisy again.
I'm saying
Notice.
that's got nothing to do with the current debate, right? Why are you going there, you twat?
Oh, because you go there. Because you're okay to go there, aren't you, Ghost?
Interesting. Yeah, Babs. Why are you interested in my
Anyway,
sex life that much?
so,
Is that because you ain't got one?
What?
You would.
I didn't hear what you said.
All right, since you're being disrespectful to me, I'm going to be disrespectful to you. Is the reason why you talk about my sex life is because you haven't got a fucking sex life? You're too old.
Hang on a minute. Why would I not have a sex life when I've been
Well, don't be talking about mine, and then I won't pry into yours.
I'm
Okay?
not talking about your sex life.
You just did.
You
just did. There's a way to try and
you
disrespect
just said
me.
that you were a decent person, and I'm trying to
not gonna
show
work.
you that you're actually not. You're not a decent person, Sean.
Well, I actually am, to be fair.
No decent person would do half the things that you've done.
Do half the things that I've done. Okay, please explain. Actually, wait, don't. Because I've heard the same old shit.
You're still going around driving, are you, Sean, without a license?
Well, actually, I don't get my license back till May, so I guess not. Next question.
You're getting your license back. You don't even have a license. You admitted that. Stop lying, Sean.
There's a dual license system in this country. You can drive a motorbike on a green license.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about your driving license, your car driving
Hey,
license.
Barbara, let me ask you a question. Can you ride a motorbike without a license, or do you need
I
a license
don't
to ride a
know because
motorbike?
I would never ride a motorbike. Motorbike people are idiots.
Well, that's offensive to every motorcyclist out there.
And am I bothered about being offensive? No. People who ride motorbikes should be fucking shot. Oh, they're a danger.
Next.
Anyway, I've got to go and watch something.
Have you finished now, Barbara? Okay, right. Thank you very much.
I haven't, but
Your
It's okay. It's
Your
okay.
medication.
You're bored.
It's all right, Babs. I'm sure the OAP Centre will look after you.
Yeah, time for her meds.
But I see Helen's got a problem with me.
I don't know why.
Helen, why don't you just come up on the panel and use your voice instead of typing? It's a lot easier.
Yeah, but if you lost your driver's license, you're probably not allowed to ride a motorcycle.
Exactly. And if you try and do it while you're banned, well, you end up going to prison. Don't fancy that. I'm abiding by the terms set by the court. Might be a king and all, but you still got to obey the court. So, Helen, I mean, what's the issue? All right, wee man, come on the panel then. Helen keeps digging at me, so I'm answering because she's trying to get my attention. So, feel free to pop on and say what you want to say, wee man.
This is what happens when you attack one granny, James. They're all coming for you.
Fuck you know, Granny's Anonymous.
Oh no, they know you.
Fucking hell, you all want a fucking piece of me? No, you are, Helen. Come on, you are. You posted a few comments trying to make a dig at me. Not like I fucking hide anything, Helen. Come on. You're just mad because I saved more money driving illegally than I would have done fucking doing it the normal way.
Hey.
Over 150,000 miles on UK roads. Not a shingle accident.
Not any shingle accidents. What about any single accidents? You
Nope,
crashed into any roofs yet, James?
No, definitely not. Fucking hell. That'd be the day. Red Bull will be calling me.
How the fuck are we doing? I noticed the Babs jumped off, so I thought I'd jump on.
I think good. My ears started bleeding.
That's because you put things in there. Stop putting things in your ear. How are we doing? What happened to Ghost and the Dookie?
Ghost is doing something. I'm still here.
No worries. So, yeah, when was the last time you were on a motorbike? You ever do motorbiking?
You know what? Never. Too scared. I don't trust them. No, I don't trust them. Do you know why, right? This is my point, right? A car's got a handbrake and 4 brake discs, right? Motorbike, what's that got? 2 brake discs and no handbrake.
Well, they only got 2 wheels, so you only have 2 brakes.
Well, yeah, that's bloody obvious. That I just
You also engine brake as well, don't you? With
yeah. You got the engine brake as well. But
it's not like an actual engine brake. It just means braking with the engine. Just when you dropping the revs, lowering it down, it'll slow you down itself.
Yeah. Tell you what, I fucking love the motorway though. Fucking hell.
They're fucking awesome. Like literally everything about them, everything about motorbikes is fucking awesome. except for falling off them.
That's my fear about it. If I got on one of them, knowing my luck, I'd definitely fall off it.
Well, you got to be balanced, so that's it.
Well, I think my
You get
weight
bikes,
would.
bikes nowadays with those little spinning gyro things in them that keep them completely level. You can't come off them; they stay level all the time.
Well, you can get your training wheels.
You could do that. Get your what do they call them?
Tricycles. Stabilizers.
Stabilizers. That's it.
Oh god, I remember when I fucking first rode a bicycle and I had to have stabilizers on. Oh, that was traumatic.
I don't think I ever had a bike with stabilizers.
I had to. I felt so fucking disabled. Oh, bad joke. Yeah. What you smoking there, Jay?
This one is a bit of blackberry kush.
Nice.
A nice little tin, looking all fucking official. It's nice. It is. Truth be told, I'm doing a sad bastard thing. So I was out before and I came back, spent a bunch of time with the missus, but she's got to pop back home because she's looking after her old man. But I had a couple of hours to kill, and it is my birthday, so I thought I'd pop on and say hello.
Well, happy birthday, JLJ.
Been out, done my thing, and I'm fucking stuffed, mate. I've eaten so much fucking pizza and cake, mate. It's fucking brilliant.
Oh, I had my appointment with the orthopedics the other day. They're going to be taking the screws out of my leg, but I've got to wait 9 months for the operation.
Ooh, lovely.
I might finally be able to fucking walk again properly.
Charles on a motorcycle.
Is your stabilizers at the back? Can't you see them?
You
big fella's holding it up.
Bike, didn't you? Oh, is that a Goldwing, that one?
I'm pretty sure that's a Hell's Angel, isn't it? That's a Hell's Angel.
Trust me, it's just a photo op. That's all that is.
Yeah, 100%. That's a Hell's Angel there.
There's no way he got to hold that bike up when it goes around the corner.
No way fucking couldn't he fall off it?
Yeah.
Oh, Jaden, fuck off.
Right.
Jaden, the online hacker.
Yeah, he always jumps in the back. Ignore it.
Imagine coming online on a birthday definition of loneliness. What's wrong with coming online on your birthday? I don't see a problem with that, mate, personally. Right. Spread the joy.
Hey, what's that? Sorry.
Hey,
what are you saying? Sorry, sorry, stop me dogging.
No, so Jaden in the back chat complaining. He's twining. Imagine coming online on a birthday definition of loneliness.
Hey, shit, it happens. I totally get it. I wasn't even going to myself. I was like, oh god, that's a bit cringe. Like, yeah, no, I've just been fucking, yeah, I've been out for the day. Everyone's gone, family gone. I'm at home now, nice and chilled, nice and stoned. I seen the Ghost was still streaming. I thought, oh, might as well pop up. So, and I seen Babs, and I was like, I'll give it a minute.
Come on, get the birthday wishes in. Come on, come on.
I've got everything I needed today.
I need to give you the bumps.
A 17-year-old nephew that was like, "Good birthday pizza." I'm like, "It's gonna hurt you more than it hurts me, mate."
Oh yeah, a dookie post. I was in the police station the other day. I came on dropped a little bit about it, right?
Yeah, what do they want you for this time?
Well, same thing as fucking last time. I fucking got brought into the fucking station. I ain't saying his name because I got something going on, but it's from the other side.
He's trying to ask if he could provide a character statement for him for court.
Nope, can't.
No, I'm not going to court.
I'm just messing.
But actually, you know what? Yeah, fucking.
If they ask you where you were at the time, just say you were with Babs at the time.
No, I didn't know. Right. It was the most kind of hilarious interview I've ever fucking had in my life. Right. So they give me a phone call. They asked me to come in for a voluntary interview. Kind of like last time when I sat in somebody, right?
Can we acknowledge the accent change?
Oh yes. Sorry, lads. Do apologise. I can't help it. It just switches. Kind of like my personality.
Yeah, mine does that every now and again. I just oh no, wait, it doesn't. That's not what.
Yeah, but the maddest thing is, it's actually on my fucking police record about me switching accents as well. So it's a fact. I do it all the time.
Where would you be right fucking now if you could? If you could be anywhere in the world. It's the first birthday I've had where I've not been abroad for a long time.
Hawaii.
Strong choice.
Yeah, I've always wanted to go to Hawaii.
Yeah, I'll be. See the TV like that when you're a kid. It's like Hawaii's like the dream place. It's a state, isn't it? It's like the dream state.
Yeah, like I seen it in the film 50 First Dates. I thought it looked pretty nice.
Yeah. Well, that's a good movie too. What about you, Dookie?
Peaceful.
What?
Where would you be anywhere right now if you could in the world?
I don't know. I like it here, but if I was to visit somewhere, maybe Northern India, Australia, Japan.
Southern India is where it's at, mate.
No, the hills, Northern India, man. The ganja.
Yeah, about India though, fucking getting rid of the fucking colonial train uniform. Good on them.
I had no idea. I tell you what, though, if they're going to get rid of anything from the trains, it's got to be the trains. Fucking Indian trains are the sketchiest fucking thing you'll ever see in your life, mate. Trying to catch a train in India is fucking brutal, mate. There's people hanging off the sides on the top. Hey?
Yeah.
It's a hell of a place. Getting buses in India was fun. Like, you wait about fucking 4 hours, and then it's basically like, you know, that Harry Potter thing where they get the that magic weird bus.
Oh, the triple decker.
Yeah, basically,
night bus.
like, it's not a double decker though. It's just a single decker. You get on there, and you're basically greeted by, you know, the shrunken heads in that thingy where it's like, hold on to your life, man. That Lenny Henry character. It's that. It's
hold on for dear life.
There's like no.
It's going to be a bumpy ride.
That's the one. Yeah.
I think I did that a bit too good, actually. But come on.
But yeah, mate, no, it's fucking... What happened to Ghost? Is he coming back or what?
I think he'll be coming back.
Probably took a call.
Ghost doesn't take calls, he makes them.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Babs kidnapped him. I don't know.
Yeah, so when I was in the fucking station of Dookie, right, it was a certain wannabe lawyer, yeah? So he'd made a statement against me, right, alleging that I'm harassing him, right? Fucking hilarious, this. Absolutely hilarious. He's only tried to use something that had already been previously investigated. So he tried to get me arrested twice for the same thing, right? And it was already given no further action by GMP. So he's tried to do it with a different police force. So he's tried to pull a double jeopardy card.
Yeah, because the original police force got tired of his bullshit, so he did the same thing like a lot of people do.
Yep, right. And this statement that he'd given, fuck you know, it was prepared to tell you that, but it was full of bullshit, complete lies. Everything in it I could contradict right down to the fucking specific details.
Oh well, whatever.
And you know, like, it's not going to work out well for the fella anyway. Yeah, imagine this, right? Imagine this, yeah. Right, say you register a company, right, for example, right, in England, yeah, right, GLJ.
Oh, sorry, listen to that again.
Yeah, so say if we register a company in England, right, say you want to register, doesn't matter what kind of company it is, you register in a company, right, and you want a business address, yeah, but you don't have one, right, and you put your home address on it, right, and use that as your registered business address and your correspondence address. That gets published onto Companies House by the government first, right?
Yeah.
That's public information.
Of course it is. Public domain.
Yeah, along with his name, your address,
birthday,
your accounts. Yep, right.
There's no expectation of privacy.
Exactly. And the moment that gets published by the government, anybody can report it. Anybody can print it off, stick it on a fucking post-it note.
You can put it on a live stream. There's nothing you can do.
You can put it on the fucking public notice board in the local library, right? Especially if you're running a company, right? And say like you're running some kind of service and you want people to know about that service, right? You should expect that to be public knowledge. So imagine making a claim and saying that you're being harassed because it's been republished. The information that's publicly available, yeah.
They won't hold the water in court.
Yeah, exactly, right. And that was the allegation of harassment.
It won't matter. It won't happen.
So right, me and the officer were looking, right? There you go, pulled it up.
Where's Barbara gone? Where's Barbara gone?
I am
Barbara. Big up.
Identity theft.
Big up.
How you doing, Dan? You right,
yeah, welcome back, Ghost.
Yeah, sorry, I got a call. I needed to be away. Otherwise,
Yeah,
I would have happily destroyed Barbara. But I'm sure you guys did a good job while I was away anyway.
Yeah, you just missed out on something that I was explaining.
All right, go on.
I guarantee you right now, Ghost, you did not miss out.
Shut up, JLJ, man. Come on. Ghost loves it when I'm getting into trouble or something like, because it's journalism.
I like a little bit of I was always a bit of a rebel growing up, right? So I like that stuff.
Yeah, but the wannabe lawyer, you know what that is, don't you?
Yeah, Baldy.
Yeah.
No, not Baldy. Yeah, that one. Right. He tried to get me nicked again.
Why?
Right. He tried to use the same thing that he got me nicked for last time. Right. Right. That's number one. Right. So it's because I think it was like sometime middle of last year, he tried to get me arrested for threats to kill.
Wow.
Right. But I had a recording of him threatening to kill me, and it was dropped. Right. No further action. That's the end of that. So he's tried to do it again. This time with a different force. Right. Whole video interview and everything. Right. Whole lot. Fucking. I thought this was fucking brilliant. He's gone through, produced like a page and a half of a statement.
Yeah, but
everything he's been saying about me on YouTube, right? He put in this statement, right?
Yeah, but this is so stupid. Going to another police force don't mean shit, because the minute they run your fucking name, doesn't matter what police station you're involved with, they see everything that's been mentioned about you, even if you haven't been convicted. Fucking idiot.
Exactly. And
every time you file the police could show up at your house, you could be a victim. They got to report it with your name. So every time your name comes up, they're going to see that. So if he goes to a different police force, it won't make a difference.
Exactly. And that's exactly what he said.
If anything, it'll make it look worse for him.
Exactly, that's what he said. He said, he sent the same audio clip and everything, right? Of what I said on YouTube a while back ago when I was fucking drunk, right? The same thing. And as soon as I heard it, I said, "Yeah, that's already been investigated." And then someone said, "Well, if it's already been investigated, we won't be investigating it." It's as simple as that. I'm like, "Yeah."
On a JLJ, is your birthday today, bro?
No, that could be also called a process.
Happy birthday, man! Happy birthday! How old are you now?
32.
32. Fucking you're younger than me. You look older.
Do I fuck?
You're the youngest on this panel because King James is about 40. Same with Dookie. Eh?
I'm 32.
You're not 32.
I'm 32 years old.
You've been about 32 years on this fucking channel.
I'm 32 years old in this fucking world.
Oh, you're 32. So you're same age as King James, right? I mean, JJ then, right?
What's up, Charlie? Still?
Alexander.
I born in 84.
So the missus off and that's what they do. Chilled out.
All right. Anybody lying, right? JJ, what's the year you were born in?
94.
King James.
93.
Oh fuck it, hell. Oh my god. 84. 84. I feel old.
We're all younger than bad.
I feel upset. Yeah, I feel upset. now.
Just 10 years in it. 10 years goes between me and you.
And 4 kids.
Well, I've not got any, I don't think.
You don't think, right? You don't.
I generally don't know if I have or not. This is why I'm doing an ancestry DNA test just to find
Yeah,
out.
but mine's gonna be 16 this year, right? He's gonna do GCSE, then we can get a dog. We can live happily ever after. I'm getting stuff.
A nice little family that could chill.
Yeah, we definitely this summer, man. This summer.
That's mad, isn't it?
Oh, I got a load of other stuff as well.
You're not even a millennial, are you? What would you class as, Ghost? What's your generation?
Generation X.
I don't know. We're not. Definitely not Z. Not Z.
He's not a baby boomer because they're 60s. That's Babs. That's Babs.
That's
She's
Babs.
a baby boomer.
No, she's in her like 40s, right? Yeah.
I thought
She was like a
66.
nuclear transport. She was like a bomb that was dropped by Germany, right?
If they could do him in human form.
But yeah, I don't know.
No, wait, no, she came from Canada. It's Dookie's fault.
I'm definitely not Generation Z, right? Well, what would I be? Let's ask AI. I've got AI here, right? Let me just bring AI up.
D Generation X.
That's fucking wrestling, right?
That's where it comes from.
That's Shawn Michaels and Triple H, man.
That's right. So
I think my generation probably was the best generation ever because we lived technology and we lived without technology, right?
I think my generation was the last generation to actually play out in the street.
You're a millennial. You're anyone from, so it goes from 1981 to 1996.
There you go.
That's the millennial generation.
What do you mean?
We're
You're
fucking
part of it as well.
millennials.
You're part of it as well.
Yeah, don't associate us with the 80s. That's not our jam.
No, but you said it goes to 96.
Yeah, but I grew up with the 80s.
If it goes to 96, then you're included.
Motherfucker. I'm taking my dick.
We're not asked about us being generation. We're not asked about us being millennials. We're asked about the fact that we're millennials and you are as well. It kind of makes us feel older now.
Oh, fuck's sake. Don't be so insulting.
Fucking millennials, right?
I am proud of the generation I belong to because we lived both eras, right? We lived them eras where you had to look at a TV guide to see what Christmas programs was on, right? You had to you had to wait before you could go to the toilet, right, for a break. Like now you could just press pause. We didn't have the ability to press pause. We had to run to the toilet and come back before the program resumed, right?
Before they started at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, but when Babs used to watch TV, she didn't have to leave the room. She was in the same fucking room.
I remember I used to wake up like 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday to watch Rescue Rangers and Power Rangers, and there was another program. He-Man used to be on.
Yeah, I swear they stopped Power Rangers on at like 5:30, 6 a.m. in the morning. You had to get up there early to catch it. Talk about getting us in a routine.
Yeah,
I was all of it. Hey Arnold, fucking. What would
Hey Arnold, that's CITV. That's after school.
I'll tell you which was the most frustrating program for me ever with Dungeons and Dragons. Fucking hell, they'll never get to the end, right?
I never watched that. I never watched it.
Dungeons and Dragons was the worst one, like for me, like.
Yeah, when we was kids, like, did you ever notice how they started putting all the fucking cartoons and that on at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we still be in school till fucking 3:30?
No,
So,
because generally we used to watch it like after school, like have our toast and tea, right? A little bit, and then we used to eat around about 7, 8 o'clock. But that's Asian style, right? We won't have tea. We'll just have like biscuits or whatever, something light when he came back from school. So we used to have a cup of tea and toast or biscuits, whatever, and watch a bit of programs, and then like watch Home Alone and fucking Neighbours. That pissed me off so badly. That pissed me off so badly that I never wanted to return home, right? And EastEnders and all that bullshit because I couldn't stand that shit.
At least I like watching was football. We didn't. We were forced to watch that, all right?
You remember your sisters watched EastEnders, you had to watch it and pretend like you didn't care whether or not you shot the middle.
You know what? I'll tell you what I did watch though. I watched Home and Away, Hollyoaks, Neighbours. I like the Australian dramas, the Australian soap operas. I like them.
Yeah, but wasn't that Home and Away Australian?
Yeah, Home and Away
and
Neighbours.
Neighbours was Australian.
Yeah, they were pretty fucking good, you know.
Oh, fuck off, man.
Their writing was way better than fucking Coronation Street. Hands down, hands fucking down.
Could you imagine going back to that now? Could you imagine going back to like sitting on the toilet and reading the TV guide instead of your phone, and then having to like wait until the show?
Hey, that's exactly what I did. You know, when I was at my nan's, you know, I'd be like, right now I'm borrowing the TV, my guy. I'll be about half an hour.
Oh my god, we used to highlight stuff on a like a TV guide when it was time for holidays, Christmas, and make sure we planned everything that we watch it. Now we just got Netflix, Disney Plus, whatever. We can watch it.
What was your Christmas movie? Ours was like Night Mr. Tom and Die Hard.
No. For me, it was like there were 2 movies, Snowman and Home Alone.
Home Alone, yeah.
I think ours was like The Last Action Hero, Arnold
Yes.
Schwarzenegger. Yeah, and what was the other one? It was that one where they had Chris Kringle and he was working in like a department store or something, like Christmas one. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like it was a real Santa, but everybody thought he was a fake Santa.
The Christmas Chronicles. That's a new one on Netflix that I watched with the kids a few years ago. That was pretty good. Christmas Chronicles.
Or when you watch the TV guide and you wait all night to watch a movie and they fucking cancel on you.
Oh yeah, that would be so annoying. I remember once. There was this film. It had Brad Pitt in it. It was like Meet Joe Black. That was the most mind-bending shit I'd ever watched as a kid. You know, like my nana had the TV in the bedroom, innit? So my nana had the TV in the living room and one in the bedroom. Yeah. So whenever my nana was watching shit, I'd be like, right, then I'm going to bed in it, and then I start watching some shit on the fucking TV in the bedroom, and I'd be like, yes.
Yeah, you was a bit advanced for us, right? You're 94 to hug over it.
It wasn't big, you know. It was a tiny, like 8-inch fucking thing.
I used to sneak downstairs to go and turn on the TV when my mum and dad were asleep, and then if I heard like a footstep in this old rickety fucking house, I just turned everything off and pretend I was asleep.
Yeah.
That weekend, I wanted to watch all of the fucking programs that was on, right? I used to check and look forward to it. All Rescue Rangers come on at 7:30 and watch that. Then this comes on, this program. ITV will show this. BBC One will show this. I used to make sure I was on it. I used to be well prepared. But at the moment, like nowadays, kids like watching Netflix. There's no issues, right?
Well,
they don't know what it's like.
I've got a nephew who's dead young, and he starts speaking in a weird garbled language, and he's like, "It's Italian brain rot." I'm like, "They got the brain rot part right. That's certainly what it is." Like,
There's a language we called it back in the day. It was called gobbledygook.
It's mental, like, it's crazy. But yeah, no, it's yeah, we grew up through the golden era, like, you know what I mean? Like, I had comics, I had shit like. In fact, I got given a bunch of comics today. Some original ones, 88, fucking Plastic Man 4-part series. Fucking love it. Now that I'm an adult, I still do all the nerdy shit.
Yeah.
Ghost.
But yeah, things have changed a lot, right? This is why, as human beings, you got to remember, change is part of life, right? Doesn't mean that it's now. All of us that have grown up here over the we've like experienced massive change. So that proves that change is like, as long as it's positive and it benefits us, then it's good. If it goes against our beliefs, then yeah, then we got an issue.
Yeah, I agree. No, fucking keep everything the same. Never change anything ever.
We can't keep things the same. Things have to change for human beings to evolve, the humanity to evolve. I wish Babs was having this conversation. Well, Babs, why did you run off?
Do you want me to I'll channel my inner Babs for you if you want, and I'll argue against you. No, because you're a racist now.
Yeah, but guys,
I've really tried my best to accommodate that woman, right? And trying to reason with her, try to like get to some logical understanding where we both agree, but she's just a nutcase, right? I can't like reason with stupid, right?
Like, it gets to the point where it's like, you know, obviously, like, you know, with insult things, I'm like, oh, you know, somebody's grandmother, somebody's mother, you know, somebody's daughter, and everything else. I totally get that, but like, I've never heard a grandmother say the word cunt as many times as I've heard Babs say it. She is so out there and like aggressive with her language, with her everything, and she does this like thing as well. Whereas if you go, well, we think this is racist and that's why, we think this is bigoted and that's why, she's like, well, I think you're racist, I think you're a bigot. It's like rubber glue, sort of like back up this aggressive, you're a cunt, and it's like it hurts my
yeah. She made a statement about Jupiter that she thought she was the biggest racist on YouTube, and then we got clips of it, and then she changed her mind a few weeks later when she made up, and apparently Jupiter was all of a sudden not a racist. Like all that racism that she said just vanished because she made up with Babs, right? This is the issue that we have, that you can't pick and choose this shit. Like me and Wendy, we get along, but if anybody asked me, is Wendy racist? I would say yes. Me and Jupiter can have a conversation, but if anybody asks, she racist? Yes. For Babs, it depends whether they get on or not. If they get on, she's not racist. If they don't get on, then she's a racist. Like Babs, you can't live life that way.
I wish I'd like hung back and watched a bit more, because like with Babs, like a lot of the time they're just looking for that. I've been talking a lot about like non-humiliating off ramps, and like what I mean by that is like some people are like with Easy or whatever. I honestly think that with Easy, maybe not Jupiter, but definitely with Wendy and definitely with Babs, if you can make it so that it's not embarrassing for them to admit that they're wrong, they would be like, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that is, yeah, I suppose so. Like, do you know what I mean? You can almost reach through to them, but because everything's always a struggle, and there's like, as soon as someone says one thing, that's it. There's insults flying, and people are shouting at you, and you're shouting at each other, and then they double down and stubborn. We're not going to budge on anything. Like,
no, but with the Gimpys, like, what worries me about him is his obsession with child abuse. Like 4 years, all he's been speaking about is child abuse, and it's fucking worrying because he's creeping himself. He is on record saying that he would slash somebody's children's throats. Right? It's absolutely worrying that a grown adult would want to slash throat of a child. It's disgusting.
horrible and graphic. On a bright note, you got Rev in.
Oh, big up Rev, man. Rev's she's really decent, right?
Yeah, she's cool. Yeah, she was on the thing earlier. Bless her. She's cool. Carry on.
Big up Rev. But what I'm saying is, like, Easy is definitely a wrong one. He's definitely got something wrong with him. Definitely suspect. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair.
I know he's gonna kick off about this, but he can't, right? I'll say to his face that you're suspect.
I haven't spoke to that dude in a while, and then I noticed I just happened to click on a thing, and it was JOJ Ghost and Valley. You were all wrong. And it was like, dude, like, this is mental.
Oh yeah, he just obsesses over people, right? He's definitely wrong. This is why I think his own kid is not allowed to see him, because he's definitely got some issues, right? He's definitely battling some issues. But it is what it is, man. I'd rather not associate with him. I've only got a few days left on YouTube, and then I'm going to be gone for a few months to do. I've got my real life to live.
What will we do without the People's Champ Ghost?
You guys will find another adrenaline rush, right? I know I've provided plenty of entertainment, and I've provided plenty of news stories, but you guys will live. You'll carry on. I'll be back. Don't worry. I won't be gone forever. I'm not saying I'm leaving forever. I'm just going to take a little break, right? Because Ramadan's coming up in middle of Feb, and I've got I'm going back home next week. So yeah, I'm just gonna enjoy time with family and then enjoy Ramadan.
Yeah, you'll be back in time for April Fool's show.
Yeah, actually, yeah, because Ramadan will be over. I think Eid is gonna be around about 21st of March, like 21st March. So yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back for April Fools, right? I'll be back for then. Yeah, I'll be back for definitely then. But until then, you know, you can all make up a pillow like Zara does. Zara has a pillow named Ghost, and she hugs it every night and goes to sleep. So like, be like Zara, people. Like, not the men, the women. Be like Zara. I don't want men fucking with like.
It's too late now, mate. I've got a pillow named Ghost, and I'm gonna keep you company while I go to sleep. Keep you safe at night. Keep all the racist to it.
That was to the women only, guys. Don't get it twisted. I'm not Tommy Robinson.
Easy as a bed sheet.
Not Tommy.
Easy got rid of it.
Anyways, I'm gonna get the dogs out. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna get a nice early one and chill. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and I hope you guys.
Yeah, big up, man. Big up, bro.
Stay safe. Take it easy.
Thank you for jumping on. Take care.
No, catch you later.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, Easy got rid of his Star Wars bed sheets. He got ghost bed sheets.
I thought you got Batman ones, you know, to be fair.
Do you?
Because he always needs a symbol in the sky to look at.
Because I was saying, it's true, I love Ghost. I spam everywhere telling people he is the number one citizen journalist.
Fucking hell, he's got a thing.
Sean, you need to be like Zara, right? Represent the brand.
What? Scouts?
No, fucking go everywhere. Tell them that I'm the number one journalist. What the fuck?
Who says I don't? Who says I bloody don't go?
I never said you did. I'm just asking you to be a bit more like Zara, right?
Hey, listen, if you want to buy some advertising space on my website, you're more than welcome.
I did offer you money, and I said, like, I'll pay you if you edit shorts of me, right?
Did you? I don't remember.
You said you was up for it, and then I said, like, we need a secret way of getting the money over to you without revealing my identity.
Ah, right. You know, you could do it, but like everybody else, just do it for fucking PayPal or whatnot. You know.
Yeah, but PayPal shows you your PayPal identity, right? Email address.
It's not like I'm going to fucking tell anybody. See me if I did. Fuck that.
You would, once I stop paying money, then that will become a source of money for you.
Cash, only cash.
Come on. But you can send it through the post. I can pick it up from the post office.
How do I do that?
PO box.
I'll find a way. I'll pay you some money. Just make some shorts, man. While I'm away, then
just sneak at 3 a.m. and drop it in his mailbox and run.
just don't give me any peanuts or cheese, alright?
Sean, are you still in Manchester?
No. God, no. Fuck, I'm not in Manchester.
Let me drop some money off to you, right?
I'm a bit further up north. Carlisle.
Scotland.
Oh, Carlisle, that's a bit too far.
Just go down the M6, you'll be getting in about 2.5 hours, mate.
I'm going fucking there. I don't mind.
It'll probably cost you a €9 to get there and back.
I don't mind going to Salford from Cheshire or whatever, but I'm not going all that way.
Fuck, I'm glad I don't fucking live in that shithole anymore. No offense. I tell you something. Ever since I've not lived there, you know what? I've not had a single bad day.
Oh my god. Serious?
Seriously, not a bad day, not a fucking episode, not a rant, not a fucking door getting kicked in.
Because they don't know who you are, that's why.
Well, not even that. Actually. Quite a lot of people actually do know who I am.
Hiding who he is, right? Even that's well done. But yeah, I think Salford is fucking shit, all right.
Come on, think about it. I move out the area and I get a job straight away. Fucking hell, brilliant. I'll do jobs.
Yeah, I think Salford is a shithole. I've fucking been around there as many times. I don't want to say why, but yeah, it's a shithole. I'd rather live on Cheetham Hill or Prestwich.
Fuck, hey, I've lived in Cheetham Hill. Oh my god,
that's a shithole as well, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen all them fake fucking stores?
Listen, mate, I went into a fucking computer shop in Cheetah Mill, right? Fucking £2.50 an hour just to use the computer. I thought, you robbing bastards.
Oh, just for the net?
Just to use the net, £2.50 an hour. I thought, wow.
Oh my god.
I mean, it wasn't an English-owned establishment anyway, but, you know. Even then, this one on Salford Precinct charges you £1 an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, right next to the tippy, fucking incredible. £1 an hour.
Did that break the bank?
Nah. But £2.50 an hour, fucking hell, 4 hours, that's a tenner. Rather fucking smoke a bag of weed.
Type faster.
Yeah, but I guess when you didn't have a computer in those days, I guess they did come in handy. Now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That 5th one I'm working on right now.
Are you still soldering stuff?
Yeah, I'm fixing a MacBook Pro right now. I'm replacing a SPI BIOS chip on it. I've built me I built my extractor fan system. That I was doing the other night. I've got an air gun, soldering station. I've got pretty much all the tools now. So I'm doing pretty well. I got donated a 2015 MacBook Pro. It's got like 16 gigs of RAM and it's got like an i7 processor and like 1.5 gig graphics on it. I just have to fix the motherboard. And then I've got a £450 computer. That's a pretty good win-win situation, that. I love computers anyway. I'm pretty good with them. Plus, I want to learn how to be able to fix things as well. So I'm like,
Sean, I told you to do some edits, man. Show us how you do edits. Like people are doing edits out there non-stop. And you're saying, oh, I'm good with computers, but you've not shown us any example of edits so far.
well, video production is different, isn't it? Like, if you want to see video production, send me an email with whatever you want, and I'll send you something back. Might take a couple of days, but I'll send you something back.
Yeah, it could take a couple of weeks if you ask it, right? Whenever you get time, I'll send you a video. Just drop some good edits of little beefs that we're having, right? That we can turn into little shorts, and then we'll just turn them on Let's. And if it does well, you'll be rewarded. I guarantee you that.
Zara, you should know that I don't use fucking Telegram anymore. I use fucking Discord. That's it. Yeah, I'm not commenting. That's why you can't see me, Zara. I'm not commenting on them. I'm in the panel. Right here, love. You all right, Dookie? You sound a bit.
Yeah, I'm about to take off.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off as well. I think we call it, guys.
Yeah.
Good stream.
Good stream.
Yeah.
It's been a good stream. We call it. We've got like another. Like I've got probably another 2-3 streams from me left. Still got a little bit in the tank, and then we've got one from a Dookie coming up before I take a little mini break. Remember, it's a mini break. It's not forever. I'm not leaving. If I decide that to cut the break short for a week or two, that's my choice. If I get withdrawal symptoms, I want to come back and have a little rant. That's my choice.
Babs just broke something. She said, "Fuck, he's coming back."
I might even go one day and be back before the weekend, right? So you never know. You never know.
You've had requests in the side chat to play the Diddy diss track.
What Diddy diss track? I don't even know. Do you know? I've got it.
Yeah, the one I made. Yeah, there's requests there in the side chat.
Go and share it. Let's close off on that. Let's close on by the King's request, right?
Hey, it's not my request. It's the chat's request.
Yeah, but it's the King's tune, right? So let's just sign off on what King James plays, and once it's finished, we'll just shut down the stream. Go on, King James. Take the floor, lad.
There you go. Oh, you want me to play it?
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Backstage.
Look at me. Yeah. Right here. All that money. And still ain't thick enough to block the sound. Puff Daddy said the fuck still don't look away. Glass between us, truth louder when you ain't got shit to say. Once they stand from PTBIG, big name out of Sheffield ball like it came with a date. Swag on credit, pass on loot. You selling no memories like they brand new. Same tie, gated, same recycle shit. Culture ran left when you stood there rich. They clap cause they train, not cause you're raw. That ain't respect, that's muscle memory applause. You ain't evolved, you just stay paid. Now you frozen in time while the world move lanes. Did he? Do it, did he? Do it, did he? I don't say shit, I let the question breathe. Funny how silent talk regular for me. So you got so many essays like a R-A-P-E, R-Wait, did he just say a rapper without the P, did he? It's a serious thing, see Mr. P, did he? Freak off, huh? Gassy, I believe God, did he? Hallway was the stop on your name, he said everybody have talk, nobody finished the sentence, did he? Flow heavy, nobody wanna own it, that's how dirt survive when the truth stay coded. Dogs print smoke, tabloid chase splits. I don't make claims, I just point at the shit. Every headline got your face in the frame, every denial sound, we got a longer place. Freak off photo all over the feed, I ain't describe shit, that's the net what they seen. Rumors don't start with someone bored as fuck, they start when patterns tag up too much. Biggie name come up every time history talk, not me accusing, just watch how you walk. Funny how legends die, but questions don't, they just sit there quiet, picking that bone. Did he? Do it, did he? Don't answer the camera, seen it though, did he? Just blast. Not uncomfortable silence. I tread like a sister, reload a bite back. Seen too many truth tellers end up off track. I ain't suicidal, I enjoy my breath, so I choose my word careful. Let silence do the rest. I don't point fingers, I point to the page. Headline timelines is affidavit's age. Every DD ain't mine, that's public.
We start with breaking news tonight. Donald Trump says that world peace is at stake over Greenland. He says that China and Russia both want the territory and there was nothing that Denmark can do about it, accusing them of having 2 dog sleds as protection. He went on to say that the UK, along with other European nations, including France and Germany, had journeyed to Greenland for purposes unknown, accusing them of playing a dangerous game. Well, writing on his social media platform, the US president said, therefore, it is imperative that in order to protect global peace and security, strong measures be taken so that this potentially perilous situation ends quickly and without question. Starting on February the 1st, 2026, all of the above-mentioned countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Finland, will be charged a 10% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America. On June the 1st, 2026, the tariff will be increased to 25%. This tariff will be due and payable until such time as a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland. Our political correspondent Amanda Acas is in Westminster for us. This statement from Donald Trump raises the question, what kind of fight are European countries, including Britain, of course, prepared to mount for Greenland if diplomacy fails?
To be honest, it's a bit of a disaster, I would say, for Sir Keir Starmer and the Labour government, who have staked so much on developing this supposedly close special relationship with Donald Trump, but also are torn with their desire to maintain that relationship, but also stand up for NATO and to stand up for a very close European ally in Denmark. And what we've seen in recent weeks, ever since Donald Trump started once again to begin talking about Greenland and how he wanted to take it over, either by some kind of invasion or through a purchase. Sir Keir Starmer has spoken to him on the phone several times and talked to him about how he recognises the importance of increasing security in the High North. He's then gone away to European allies, had phone calls with President Macron of France, Chancellor Merz of Germany, in which he's told them it's very important that we all work together and increase security in the High North. Just this week, we've seen Yvette Cooper travelling to Scandinavia to try and reinforce this message. And then the rather bizarre spectacle of the UK announcing it's sending just 1 military officer to Greenland to take part in a reconnaissance exercise as part of a big group international NATO training deployment there, which is yet to be unveiled, which is something that was announced this week. Now, it seems that it's this that Donald Trump might be referring to when he kind of lists all these countries going to visit Greenland, but says that's for purposes unknown and they're playing a very dangerous game. Seems remarkable that the US wouldn't have been kept informed of what the Europeans were doing there, given the whole point of that was trying to demonstrate to Donald Trump that he doesn't need to take over Greenland in order to ensure its security, that the Europeans and the rest of NATO are prepared to do their part to step up and help protect Greenland. But the message in this is very aggressive towards the UK and indeed all those other European partners listed within his statement. And the economic impact of tariffs, of course, is also something that no government would want, let alone a government that has put economic growth front and centre of what it's trying to achieve. Now, the UK already has a 10% tariff on most goods imported to the US under the initial round of Donald Trump's tariffs, which at one point were a lot higher and then were kind of reduced. So we're slightly unclear as to what exactly this would mean. But he's saying that from June, that 10% would increase to 25% unless he gets his way and is able to fully take control of Greenland going forward. Now, clearly, we know Donald Trump has a strong track record of using tariffs as a way to get his foreign policy ends and bring people to the negotiating table and really try and show the European leaders he wants them to sit up and listen. But clearly, Denmark is really pushing back on this, and the UK has been supporting Denmark. The UK government repeatedly saying that the future of Greenland is a matter for the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, that they're a sovereign country, that they're a member of NATO, and the UK supports whatever decision they want to take. And the Danish government and the people of Greenland have made it fairly clear that they don't want to be taken over by the US. There were talks held on Wednesday, which we're told broke down with a fundamental disagreement over the future of the territory. A working group has been established to try and look at ways forward, but clearly this latest statement from Donald Trump suggests he doesn't think he's making the progress he wants to see, which really raises the spectre for all of these governments of a big dilemma to come. What do they do? How can they possibly stand up against the might of the United States when it's trying to force through such a huge foreign policy change? The Prime Minister of Denmark has previously said this would lead to the destruction of NATO, and certainly it would be a huge schism. Donald Trump says he needs Greenland in order to set up missile dome protection system over it, but currently the US already has the right to put US soldiers on the territory of Greenland, and I think there's a real pushback from the Danes about the nature of the threat that he is describing there. But this is yet another announcement for Donald Trump, which has really rocked the global world of diplomacy.
It's 10 o'clock. This is Sky News at 10. Our top story. President Zelensky vows to fight on as Ukraine marks its Independence Day, but says a meeting with Vladimir Putin could be the best solution to end the conflict. A message of support from the King to Ukraine as the UK government pledges renewed military support for Kyiv. Also tonight, a fast-track asylum appeals process to be introduced as unease and protests continue over the use of migrant hotels. A 15-year-old boy arrested with another man over an arson attack on a restaurant in Ilford. Plus, colour, costumes and controversy over safety as this year's Notting Hill Carnival gets underway with 140 arrests made. Plus, Manchester United are still looking for their first Premier League win of the new season after being held to a 1-1 draw at Craven Cottage. And we'll take a first look at tomorrow's front pages in our press preview from 10:30 right through to midnight. Good evening. The Ukrainian president has hailed King Charles as a true inspiration after the monarch sent him a letter of support on Ukraine's Independence Day. President Zelensky, hosting foreign dignitaries in Kyiv, vowed today to fight on, but said that a meeting with President Putin would be the most effective way forward amid stalled efforts to end the war. We'll have more on the UK's renewed commitment to supporting Ukraine's military efforts in a moment. But first, our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, reports.
In Kyiv, the mood was defiant, proud. Today was a celebration of independence, of throwing off the shackles of Soviet rule. 34 years on, as a different Russian regime threatens their freedom, their president promised peace was coming.
Today, Ukraine celebrates Independence Day, fighting, defending itself against attacks and air raid alarms. And very importantly, we are strong and not alone. Every day, we are pushing this war back to where it came from, to the Russian sky and Russian soil.
But the fight for freedom has come at a heavy cost. In Kyiv, Canada's Mark Carney joined Ukraine's president in remembering the fallen. while other allies sent messages of support. The British Prime Minister and German Chancellor, some of many European leaders underlining their allegiance online. But more consequentially, a note from a US president impatient for peace. The people of Ukraine have an unbreakable spirit, and your country's courage inspires many, Donald Trump wrote. Now is the moment to bring an end to the senseless killing. But peace at what cost? Some fear, losing interest, Trump will force a quick, bad deal. In a video to the nation, President Zelensky vowed not to sell them short.
Справедливий мир, яким буде наше майбутнє вирішувати тільки нам.
The swapping of more than 140 prisoners of war was a tiny sign of limited cooperation.
If we can do the ceasefire, great.
But the optimism about the possibility of a peace deal from a few days ago, when Ukraine's European allies flanked Zelensky at the White House, is fading. Progress is stalling, as is Russia's foreign minister, when it comes to a possible meeting between Putin and Zelensky.
There is no meeting planned, and I'm not challenging this. But you cannot, I think, understand what I am saying. Putin is ready to meet with Zelensky when the agenda would be ready for a summit. And this agenda is not ready at all.
If it has any hope of getting Russia to the table, Ukraine knows it must keep the US on side. As a show of appreciation, Trump's special envoy was awarded the Order of Merit in Kyiv.
You think so much thanks to you, to the United States President.
But diplomacy moves slowly. For now, Ukrainians must continue to fight to protect the independence they cherish so dearly. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News.
Well, as mentioned, King Charles shared a message of support to Volodymyr Zelensky today, and that sign of diplomatic friendship was paired with a pledge from the UK government to continue to train Ukrainian soldiers. Fraser Maud reports.
At a British army base somewhere in the east of England, Ukrainian soldiers pause their military leadership training to celebrate their independence. These soldiers are the latest cohort of over 58,000 Ukrainians to have received training in the UK as part of Operation Interflex. They're far from home, but their national pride and determination is undiminished.
What's really carved in my heart is this day is a remembrance day for all the fallen soldiers who were fighting for our country, who are fighting for our freedom. And this day is a remembrance day for me, first of all.
Of course, I'm very happy to be here, but at the same time, it's quite a sad day for me because I cannot share the joy of the super important celebration for us Ukrainians with my family and my closest ones. But it is great to be here and to have the ability to train here.
King Charles, who met with Volodymyr Zelensky in June, reiterated his support for the people of Ukraine through social media. I keep feeling the greatest and deepest admiration for the unbreakable courage and spirit of the Ukrainian people, he said. I remain hopeful that our countries will be able to further work closely together to achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. In reply, President Zelensky said, His Majesty's kind words are a true inspiration for our people during the difficult time of war. We appreciate the United Kingdom's leadership in supporting Ukraine and our just cause to defend freedom from tyranny and ensure a lasting peace in Ukraine and throughout Europe. Operation Interflex involves an army of nations, 13 in all, most of them represented here as a sign of continuing solidarity with Ukraine.
There's definite value in what we're doing here, that we teach the basic recruits how to be soldiers, and for them that allows them to be survivable and to be lethal and to be resilient. So they get back out to Ukraine, they join their units, and they can take the fight to the enemy.
Many of the soldiers here say they take great comfort from seeing Ukrainian Independence Day being marked in other countries around the world, a celebration of the history, tradition, and culture of the country that they're fighting so hard to defend. It's been an emotional day for the soldiers of all the nations represented here. A day to acknowledge the value of the partnerships and friendships they've forged with their Ukrainian counterparts, who'll soon be back on the front lines. Fraser Maud, Sky News.
After days of scuffles and demos, the government has promised to reform its asylum appeals process to speed up decisions and reduce the backlog of cases. It follows a decision by the Home Office to appeal a ruling that would stop migrants being housed in the Bell Hotel in Essex from September. Ashna Haranag reports from Norwich, the scene of another protest today.
Save our kids! In Norwich, their flags billow in the wind, and so do their voices. They're protesting on the doorstep of the Brook Hotel, which for the past few years has been home to over 100 asylum seekers. It's now become a beacon of unrest.
How did you feel when you saw what Epping Council managed to do last week? Did you think, oh, it's probable we could do this?
We will do it. There's no doubt we will do it. We'll be here every week until it is done. It's as simple as that.
Norfolk and Suffolk are my local areas, and I feel if Norfolk's affected by it, then I can't just sit on the sofa and do nothing. I've got to come out and do something about it.
Since the council in Epping won their temporary injunction over the closure of the Bell Hotel, the domino effect is already in motion. Dozens more are seeking to do the same. Uncharted territory the government wants to get ahead of by tackling the delays in the courts when asylum seekers try to overturn their rejected application. A backlog that's booming. There are at least 51,000 asylum appeals waiting to be heard by judges. On average, it takes more than a year to reach a decision. Instead, the Home Office wants to set up a new independent panel of adjudicators to deal solely with asylum appeals. They will legally be required to get to cases within 24 weeks.
Demonstrations like this are hard to ignore, so it's perhaps no coincidence then that we've seen movement from the Home Office, that they're clamping down on the asylum appeal applications. And that's because a lot of those who do lodge appeals are housed at the taxpayers' expense, and many of them are in hotels.
Those working in the system say this latest plan is just papering over the cracks.
The whole system is wrong at the core. It's essentially like saying you have a house with shaky walls and a shaky foundation. It's not going to be mended by sticking a couple of tiles on the roof. You need to really restore the whole system from roots upwards.
But that would take time, which those in power don't seem to have. These past few days prove we are a nation unsettled. The government wants to end the use of hotels by 2029, but it's not good enough for some, whose calls are becoming harder to ignore. Ashna Haranag, Sky News, in Norwich.
Well, our chief political correspondent John Craig joins us now from Downing Street. John, the government will be hoping that their plans to speed up the asylum appeals process will appease those that we see demonstrating on the streets. Is there any chance of that?
Well, not according to the politicians who've been criticising the move. The Conservatives, Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp said this is nothing like far enough. Richard Tice from Reform UK has said it's tinkering at the edges. The problem is it doesn't address the fundamental problem of not stopping the boats, smashing the gangs, as the Prime Minister calls it. Now, what this new plan is intended to do is speed up deportations so there are fewer people in the hotels and saving the country money, and of course, obviously trying to diffuse the tensions and the arguments, the clashes that we've seen outside hotels over this weekend. Now, the problem is, of course, even these so-called experts, the adjudication panels who will speed the process up, may allow some of the appeals to go through. It may end up with not that many more people being deported, even though some of them will be deported more quickly. So it's a gamble, obviously. It's something the government is pinning its hopes on, along with the one-in, one-out scheme that the Prime Minister agreed with President Macron of France. But as for stopping the boats, well, no. The government is planning this week another propaganda campaign over on the French coast with leaflets, videos, all sorts of plans to try and deter people from coming over. So far, those just have not worked. Now, there are some politicians One Labour peer, for example, Lord Glassman, saying it's time to send in the army and drones. Now, Boris Johnson brought it, the Navy, I beg your pardon, bring in the Navy. Now, Boris Johnson tried this in 2022. He put the Navy in charge of trying to stop the boats rather than Border Force. But there was squabbling between the Ministry of Defence, which always resisted the move, and the Home Office, and Rishi Sunak scrapped it. And when it's been raised in Parliament in recent months, the Ministry of Defence has said no, the job of the Navy is to monitor foreign warships, not stop the boats. So that doesn't look as though it's likely to happen. But the government is getting to the point where it's going to have to do something pretty radical. The Tories and the Reform UK want to pull Britain out of the European Convention on Human Rights. Some Labour politicians, David Blunkett and Jack Straw, former Labour Home Secretaries, have added their voices to that. But this Prime Minister, of course, with his background as a human rights lawyer, is not likely to do that. So the problems get worse. This will help, but critics say it's not enough.
John, thank you very much. Israeli airstrikes have targeted Yemen's capital city, Sana'a. The IDF say they struck Houthi targets, including a military site where the presidential palace is located and 2 power stations. Israel says the strikes were carried out in response to repeated attacks by the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels against Israel in recent days. The Houthi-run health ministry say at least 4 people have been killed and 67 wounded. More international aid has been airdropped into Gaza 2 days after the world's leading authority on food crises declared parts of the Strip are experiencing famine. It comes as witnesses claim 4 Palestinians looking for aid were shot by Israeli forces while traveling through a military zone south of Gaza City to a food distribution site. A 54-year-old man and a 15-year-old boy have been arrested on suspicion of arson with intent to endanger life after a restaurant fire in East London on Friday night. 2 people remain in a critical condition in hospital following the fire in Ilford. The restaurant suffered extensive damage in the fire.
Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon.
SpaceX has successfully launched a rocket carrying supplies to the International Space Station. Later tonight, Elon Musk's SpaceX will be attempting a 10th test flight of its Starship vehicle and Super Heavy booster, 3 months after the last attempt ended in failure. Notting Hill Carnival, Europe's biggest street party, got underway in West London today. And alongside the familiar scenes of celebration, a controversial police operation to ensure public safety. This evening, the Metropolitan Police confirmed that they had made 140 arrests at the carnival and in the surrounding area. Our arts and entertainment correspondent, Katie Spencer, sent this report from Notting Hill.
The sights and sounds of the Notting Hill Carnival have always been about bringing people together. But how you keep safe the 2 million that come here is divisive in itself. Campaigners particularly objecting to the use of facial recognition cameras this time around. But after 2 murders here last year, police argue it's needed.
This is about protecting the public from people who are coming to Carnival who pose a risk to public safety. We absolutely hear the concerns, but for live facial recognition, it's been tested, and we do not feel there's any bias or discrimination in its use, so we'll continue to use it.
It is the biggest policing event that the Met Police carries out each year. At their special operations room, they're processing what's being fed in from those on foot. Intelligence-led interventions in the run-up have placed either police bail or probation licence conditions on over 200 people not to come to Carnival. While crime lays on the shoulders of police, managing crowds is down to organisers, who had a last-minute scramble just a few weeks ago to find £1 million worth of extra funding to provide extra safety and infrastructure measures.
The message we put over matches what the stewards are saying might be a message that's needed in the area.
From signs to steer people away to improved means of talking to those out on the sound systems.
What we agreed with the police was that we needed the police to stand back, so they focused on their primary responsibility was crime, and we would step up and take responsibility for the event and the crowding. Now, to do that, we had to have extra resources on that we could compensate for some of the things the police were previously doing.
Staging such a big event on ordinary streets is challenging.
From its 60s roots in resistance against racism, the carnival has snowballed in size. The challenge for organisers is how you attempt to control and manage something that is all about, at its heart, representing freedom.
As for those who suggest that what happens here could be better supervised in an area like Hyde Park,
it's a convenient way to box off black people, as usual. So no, it shouldn't be moved to Hyde Park.
Why would you? Why would you? This is about us recognising each other and seeing on 2 days how much we have in common.
True celebration of soca, different cultures, different music, people coming together and young and old mixing. So it's really important.
while it is often crime that sadly makes headlines here, there are many who feel the reasons behind the Notting Hill Carnival are as important to mark today as they ever were. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
The Democratic governor of the state of Illinois has criticised Donald Trump after the president revealed his intention to send the National Guard to Chicago. Governor J.B. Pritzker called the plans an abuse of power that would, in his words, create chaos. It's understood the Pentagon is looking to deploy the US Army as part of Mr. Trump's promise to crack down on crime, homelessness and undocumented immigration. It comes after a similar deployment in Washington, D.C. Emma Birchley reports.
In the US Capitol, this was the response from some at least to the National Guard taking to the streets. A move by Donald Trump to tackle crime that he's described as out of control. And now growing concern and anger that the Republican president is planning the same in another city run by Democrats, this time Chicago.
Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent, and we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this, and it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one. When we're ready, we'll go in and we'll straighten out Chicago, just like we did D.C.
But there, as in Washington, violent crime is actually falling. The sense of emergency certainly wasn't too evident on the streets.
I feel very safe, you know, I mean, it's like lovely, the weather's good.
I've been here for just over a week now and I haven't had any problem. I don't think that we need military in Chicago, New York, DC.
The response from the governor of Illinois said it all. There is no emergency that warrants the president of the United States federalizing the Illinois National Guard, deploying the National Guard from other states, or sending active duty military within our own borders. Donald Trump is attempting to manufacture a crisis, politicize Americans who serve in uniform, and continue abusing his power to distract from the pain he's causing working families. And it's a plan described by the city's vilified mayor as uncoordinated, uncalled for and unsound. But none of that will stop the president, intent on showing he'll stop at nothing to clear the streets of crime. Emma Birchley, Sky News.
Questions are being asked about whether the UK's decision to establish relations with Syria's new government means that former jihadis who have been stripped of their British citizenship will be allowed to return home. Our data and forensics correspondent Tom Cheshire reports on the possible fate of the so-called stateless citizens.
Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, went from a jihadist movement once aligned to al-Qaeda to forming the official government of Syria, a monumental transformation for them, their country, and the wider Middle East, but potentially too for British people who went to Syria and who were stripped of their citizenship as a result, on the grounds of national security.
I am in Damascus. Allahu Akbar, the Bashar regime has fallen.
Tokir Sharif, better known as Tox, went to Syria in 2012 as an aid worker.
As you can see, there's even still lots of artillery that has been captured.
He was accused of being part of a group affiliated with al-Qaeda, which he denies, and the then Home Secretary deprived him of his British citizenship in 2017.
As of now,
I am deprived of my UK citizenship, but I'm not a convicted terrorist. And the reason for that is because we boycotted the SIAC secret courts, which don't allow you to see any of the evidence presented against you. And one of the things that I always called for was, look, put me in front of a jury, let's have an open hearing.
It's very humbling to be here.
HTS is still a prescribed terrorist organisation, but the British government has established relations with it. The Foreign Secretary travelled to Damascus to meet the jihadist-turned-president, the man who swapped his nom de guerre of al-Jalani for Ahmed al-Sharaa. If the British government takes HTS off the terror list, what does that mean for those who lost their citizenship after being accused of being part of it? We're talking about a significant number of people. According to the Joint Committee on Human Rights, the UK uses deprivation of citizenship orders more than almost any country in the world. The peak was in 2017, at the height of Islamic State in Syria, when scores of people left the UK for that country. And because people cannot be made entirely stateless and need a second nationality, there are worries of racism. Countries like Pakistan and Bangladesh offer dual nationality where other nations don't. We made a Freedom of Information request to the Home Office to ask for a breakdown of figures by nationality, but were twice refused on national security grounds. That makes the whole thing a bit opaque. The Home Secretary has tremendous power to remove people's citizenship, and it's hard for people to appeal that. The independent reviewer of terrorism legislation thinks things should be clearer.
I do think there is a problem when you have people whose relationship with the country that they're left with is really technical, and they may never have realised that they had a relation, had that citizenship before, and may never have gone to that country. Me and my predecessors have all said, owing to how frequently this power is used, it should be something that the independent reviewer should have the power to review.
Even if the government does remove HTS from the terror list, it wouldn't automatically invalidate decisions to deprive people of their citizenship.
Decisions that have been made years ago in the interest of the British public have to remain. We can't sort of go through previous cases, nitpicking through it, wasting time and money. For those that have a secondary citizenship, and those who do fall under the category of being able to have their British citizenship removed, then I think that is an entirely appropriate thing to do when we consider the dreadful risk that they pose to the public.
But those born and raised in Britain who joined the same cause and lost their citizenship as a result might reasonably ask why that should remain the case. Tom Cheshire, Sky News.
Time now to catch up on all the very latest sports news with Mark.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
Sorry, I just have a German passport. Hopefully I can convince them and show them and prove them that I'm proud to be the English manager.
For only the third time in history, the FA have turned to a foreign manager to take charge of the men's England team. Thomas Tuchel follows in the footsteps of Sven-Göran Eriksson.
If we don't do results, of course, they will try to hang me. But even if I was an Englishman, they hang me. So that's...
And Fabio Capello.
A winner with a capital W. That was the template. This is the man.
When the news about Tuchel broke, there was a mixed media reaction. Some in Tuchel see a Champions League winning manager and the best candidate available if you want to win a World Cup. That's certainly how the FA bosses view it. But for others, there's a more fundamental principle here. They believe that an Englishman should be in charge of England.
Well, I was hoping we'd get an English manager, but when you look at the choices, they're very few, aren't they?
The jobs are so prestigious and there's so much money in the job that people are tempted to spread the net wide.
There's nothing in the water that stops it. It's all about opportunity. I think it's probably a little bit simplistic just to put it down to national borders.
On whichever side of the debate you fall, there is one fact which is indisputable. the pool of English coaches at the elite level of the game is pretty shallow. And the key question is, why?
What we are deemed as English coaches, we're responsible for.
Do you feel like to get a job in the Premier League as an Englishman, you have to be promoted to the division?
I would say 99 times out of 100. You can't just give people jobs.
I want to try and help in any way that I can produce more English managers.
I'm at St George's Park. Opened in 2012, the FA intended this place to be a centre of excellence and a destination of choice for players, coaches, administrators and officials alike. Why have the FA turned to the continent to replace an English manager who's been the most successful in the top job since Sir Alf Ramsey? Well, to answer that question, you have to look much deeper within the game. Before the birth of the Premier League, the English First Division was won predominantly by teams with British managers. 38 Englishmen, 10 Scotsmen and an Irishman in Bob Kyle. The Premier League was formed in 1992, and that date coincides with the last time an English manager was in charge of a team that won the top division. If I'd said to you back in 1992 that no English manager would win the top division for another 33 years and counting, you'd have been shocked, wouldn't you?
No, my first response would have been, don't be stupid, based on what I saw at the time. Don't be stupid. It's not sadness, it's just a lot of that sentimentality. But sometimes does your good to be sentimental. My desire is, or would be, it's the England team, we need an England coach. But what I think of as ideal has to then be placed in perspective with regard to the reality. And the reality being, do we think there are people around who can take the England team to where we'd like it to be in terms of position? And if they decide that they don't think that's possible, I don't see that they can make any other decision. Football, as we all know, has changed. And I think that now, particularly with regard to football and the Premier League in this country's possibly become the...
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Well, that was Sky News at 10. Coming up, we'll take a first look at tomorrow's newspapers in the press preview. Tonight, we're joined by President of the Board of Deputies of British Jews, Phil Rosenberg, and Politico journalist Bethany Dawson. Amongst the stories we'll be discussing, this on the front of the Financial Times. Its headline, United Front. Carney shows Kyiv solidarity. We'll be right back. Do stay with us.
It's 10 o'clock. This is Sky News at 10, our top story. Low growth, rising inflation. The backdrop building as the Bank of England cuts interest rates and says the government's reforms will take time.
I hope that we'll start to see some effects on confidence, that businesses particularly having confidence. Yes, I think this really is going to happen. These measures are going to happen, but the measures themselves, they all take time.
The Prime Minister welcomes the rate cut and insists his Chancellor's budget will not impact growth.
We've got to see these decisions through, because this is what is going to turn the economy in the long run and make sure that people don't just see a line on a graph, but feel better off.
Also tonight, the Palestinians facing a storm in Gaza, as Israel's defense minister says he's ordered his military to start preparing for their departure. Donald Trump insists again the territory could be turned over to America as he opens another front, signing an executive order targeting the International Criminal Court.
We don't think that we are in a war.
but we are no longer living in peacetime, and we are in between.
We see the volunteer soldiers preparing for possible war as Germany accepts a new reality in Europe. And later, we'll have a full run-through of tomorrow's front pages. Good evening. The Bank of England cut interest rates today and signaled there would be more reductions to come this year. The bank's governor, Andrew Bailey, told us the main reason. The UK's economy had been very weak, even flat, since last spring, and the Chancellor's new growth plans would take time to make an impact. Well, the numbers show the challenge that the bank and government are facing. That interest rate cut from 4.75% to 4.5% was backed by most of the Bank of England's decision makers, although two wanted the cut to be bigger. That's despite the bank predicting that inflation will peak significantly above its target at 3.7% between July and September this year. The likely reason? A cut to the bank's forecast of UK economic growth from 1.5% to just 0.75. Our economics and data editor Ed Conway reports on the challenge facing the economy.
Get Britain building again. That's the message from the Prime Minister and Chancellor. Get the economy going again, and we all get better off. Simple. But of course, it's never that simple. Take this hotel group. They build their own hotels and run them too. They want to expand, but everywhere they look, there are economic barriers. Higher prices, planning restrictions, not to mention the cost of labour after the budget pushed up national insurance.
It's a significant pressure, the increased costs. However, as I said, we're taking a much longer term view on this. There is a lot of people in the hospitality sector who are closing regularly because they just can't keep up with the increased costs.
It's all part of a bigger issue. For all the talk about growth, the economy is weak, very weak. And according to the Bank of England's latest forecast, weak growth and high inflation is the way of things this year.
On the question of activity in the economy, I mean, we have seen now a very weak profile, a flat profile of activity really since last spring. And that's caused us to have to revise down our view of this period.
Pretty depressing, isn't it, that the degree of growth? Everyone's been hoping for a bounce back. And now
Yeah,
it's
of course,
basically,
we're not alone.
at best,
I
we're
mean,
flatlining.
You look at Northern Europe, we're pretty much, it's a story that you can see elsewhere as well.
Nor does the bank forecast any immediate boost from the Chancellor's recent growth plan.
I hope that we'll start to see some, effects on confidence. That businesses, particularly having confidence. Yes, I think this really is going to happen. These measures are going to happen, but the measures themselves, they all take time.
The bank cut interest rates to 4.5% and signalled there are more cuts on the way, a relief for homeowners like Martin in Retford. He's due to refix his mortgage in July, meaning a big step up in payments.
I'm actually now more inclined to leave it several more months to see if there's any further changes in the marketplace. I appreciate that's a bit of a gamble, but even if it's £50 per month on the mortgage, that can make a big difference to us at the moment.
The problem is, it's not like the economic backdrop is getting any calmer. Consider Donald Trump and his tariffs. Will they hit the UK too?
I don't see tariffs as positive. Obviously, we've got to give the administration time to form its policies. I worry, as I've said a number of times, about anything that seriously fragments the world economy. That's bad for growth.
And fears like that are already causing reverberations, including in unexpected places.
Did you know that even now in 2025, the Bank of England has the second biggest store of gold bullion there in its vaults, literally underground. But they're having real trouble getting it out of these doors and around the world because there's so much demand for that gold because people are so nervous about what's going on in the world. In other words, it's just another way that the Bank of England and the UK more generally find themselves in the centre of an economic storm.
But for some reason, the UK does seem to be worse hit than many other countries. Weak economic growth, high inflation. There's an economic term for that. Not growth, not building back better. It's stagflation. Ed Conway, Sky News.
Sir Keir Starmer told our political editor today that his government was never going to turn the economy round in 6 to 7 months. The challenge, though, for the Prime Minister is that the tax rises on business announced in the budget could be part of what's holding it back. He was promoting the building of more small nuclear power plants today and spoke to Beth Rigby in Lancashire.
Prime Minister, the Bank of England's just cut interest rates, but it's also halved growth for 2025 forecast and raised the inflation forecast and said employers' national insurance hike will raise prices and hit jobs more than expected. It's a poor verdict on your budget and bad news for your growth plan. You must be really disappointed.
Well, what I think is significant today is that the interest rates have come down. That's the third cut in interest rates since July. That is really important because that means more money in people's pockets. Of course, wages are going up higher than inflation. Again, more money in people's pockets. But we're never going to turn around the economy in just 6 or 7 months. It was always going to take time. There's more to do. And that's why the announcement we're making today about nuclear, which is moving this on significantly to small modular reactors, getting again to the front of the queue in the world on that, making sure that can be done elsewhere across the country. So AI, data centres and nuclear can come together. This is hugely important. That means lots of investment into our country, which is then measured in jobs. So when it comes to growth...
They said that your NI is going to cut jobs. They said the NI hike will cut jobs.
Well, there's been an increase of, I think, 70,000 jobs since we came into power. So I think that shows the trajectory when it comes to jobs. But the only way to get sustained jobs in this country is to get the investment in. And that's why I'm really pleased that we've got the highest levels of investment now for 20 years. That's only coming because of the big decisions that we're taking. It will take time, but we've got to see these decisions through because this is what is going to turn the economy in the long run and make sure that people don't just see a line on a graph, but feel better off.
Well, let's speak to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's in Downing Street for us tonight. And John, Sir Keir Starmer putting a brave face on it there. But the message from the Bank of England today wasn't a good one.
Well, it was good news and bad news for the Bank of England, from the Bank of England. The good news for the Prime Minister, obviously, was the interest rate cut, which he welcomed. And you heard him say that it was the third since the general election. And obviously, the government is hoping for more. The bad news, of course, was that growth forecast and the warning about inflation. That was what Kemi Badenoch, the Conservative leader, wanted to talk about. Now, the Prime Minister was talking about more money in people's pockets, wages going up, and also saying that, of course, it would take time to fix the economy. He did, however, give a pretty strong signal that the Rosebank oil field in the North Sea, a controversial project that's been in some doubt, that would go ahead. He said that the government was not going to interfere where licenses had already been granted, and it has been, and of course, before he got held up. He also said that oil and gas was going to be part of the mix for years to come. He also claimed those mini nuclear plants would help bring energy bills down, £300, as he promised in the election, by 2030. But Kemi Badenoch said that people were going to be worse off because of the inflation forecast and, of course, the tax rises in the budget. People are going to be getting poorer, she said, and people around the country, their quality of life is going to be reducing. And from Mel Stride, the Shadow Chancellor, there was a claim that because of the tax rises and the forecasts about the economy, that made the likelihood of further interest rate cuts later this year less likely. Well, the Prime Minister and his next door neighbour, the Chancellor, will be hoping that Mel Stride is wrong about that.
John Craig in Downing Street. John, thank you. President Trump said again today that Palestinians should be resettled from Gaza and the territory turned over to the United States. The anger at his proposal is still stark in the Middle East and beyond, but members of the Israeli government have been quick to try and build on the idea. The country's defense minister said he had ordered the Israeli military to make preparations for the departure of large numbers of Palestinians from Gaza. Our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, reports.
In Gaza, they're trying to survive the storms that have hit them in the last few days. Despite the ceasefire, almost everyone is living in temporary shelters still. What they want is international help to rebuild their homes. But President Trump wants them to leave so America can build homes on this land.
The Palestinian people are not going to migrate. They're not leaving. This is our land. These are our skies. We're not looking to any plans, whether Israeli or not Israeli, that talk about the displacement of the Palestinian people from their land.
In a tweet, Israel's defense minister said, "I have instructed the IDF to prepare a plan that will allow any resident of Gaza who wishes to leave to do so to any country willing to receive them. The plan would include exit options via land crossings, as well as special arrangements for departure by sea and air." America's allies have all distanced themselves from Trump's proposal. The US president has doubled down on it today, though, but he did say that US soldiers would not be deployed to Gaza.
The actual idea of allowing first Gazans who want to leave. I mean, what's wrong with that? They can leave, they can then come back, they can relocate and come back, but you have to rebuild Gaza. If you want to rebuild Gaza, you can't have, this is the first good idea that I've heard. It's a remarkable idea.
Israel says that this would be voluntary migration. But Palestinians and human rights organizations say, how can it be called voluntary after 15 and a half months of constant Israeli bombardment that has left Gaza looking like this?
Palestinians must determine the future of Gaza with support from regional states and the wider international community. There must be no forced displacement of Palestinians, nor any reduction in the territory of the Gaza Strip.
Trump's proposal has been jumped on by the Israeli far right, who have long hoped to resettle Jews in Gaza. They've held parties on the Gaza border in recent months, convinced it would soon be their land.
The least we can do is just kick them out of our land, because this is our home, this is our land, and we deserve it.
This was one visualization that was created by a property development firm in December 2023, shortly after the war started. "Wake up, a house on the beach is not a dream," the caption says. Their dream, though, is Gaza's nightmare. They've survived the war, lost their homes, and now, maybe, their land too. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News in Jerusalem.
Well, Donald Trump is opening up another front over the war in Gaza tonight, signing an executive order sanctioning the International Criminal Court. That is the court that has issued an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, our U.S. correspondent James Matthews is in Washington for us tonight. And James, perhaps no coincidence, the timing of this.
Yeah, hi, Barbara. That's right, the Netanyahu factor. What's happened is that Donald Trump has signed this executive order sanctioning the International Criminal Court, to which, of course, the United States is not signed up. Trump is accusing the court of inappropriately targeting the United States and Israel. Financial and visa sanctions, he says, will be placed on individuals from the court who pursue U.S. citizens and U.S. allies. So essentially, the message is keep your hands off Benjamin Netanyahu. There has been history, of course, between the U.S. and the court. After an episode last November, you'll remember the court issued arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and simultaneously for leaders of Hamas. The Trump administration is calling that a shameful moral equivalency that should never have been applied. A couple of extra lines coming out of the White House in the past half hour, Barbara. You'll remember USAID, 10,000 strong in terms of its workforce. That's being shut down. The White House is saying that fewer than 300 employees will be retained. And today, the tech supremo Mark Zuckerberg has been inside the White House, the Meta boss, talking about how his company can help to defend and further American tech leadership abroad.
James Matthews with the latest there in Washington, D.C. James, thank you. The first victims of the Swedish mass shooting were identified today. Salim Iskev had fled the war in Syria and was working as a nursing assistant. The shooting happened in the city of Örebro, around 100 miles to the west of Stockholm. Police say that the motive for the attack at the campus, Rickburska, is not yet known, although more details are emerging about the alleged killer, Rickard Andersson. Our correspondent, Ashna Hurinag, reports now from Örebro.
A jobless loner who set out to harm.
Ricard Anderson, the alleged attacker responsible for the shooting in Orebro, was a former student at the education centre. On Tuesday, it's thought he returned. Marisol was inches from the gunman as he tried to lure people out of their hiding places.
He's like walking around beside in our wall.
You could hear his footsteps.
Yes, that's really scary because it's like just if he turn around our room where we hide. So he's just walking around and talking like out, like, and then suddenly shots again.
Inside the barricaded classroom, she called home.
I was thinking, I got panic. I want to go run to save my life because I was thinking like hoping and thinking my children that I get home. I need to get home alive. I need to get home alive.
The 10 victims were from a range of nationalities. 29-year-old care assistant Salim Iskef was one of them. He was originally from Syria and had been taking Swedish lessons at the college.
We keep looking out the window, thinking maybe he'll return and knock on the door, and we have to open it. We don't sleep, we don't eat, we don't drink, nothing. We just sit and look out.
We've held a memorial for him. We don't have his body, but it was the little we could do.
2.5 miles from the scene is the second-floor apartment where the alleged attacker lived alone.
Gosh, there's only 2 floors below you.
We were shown around by a neighbour who had never seen him.
I had a friend from my childhood who was his neighbour in some years, and he never saw him.
This is the front door to his flat, now swept for clues to find a motive. He lived in the shadows in the heart of the city. This is a busy apartment block opposite a parade of shops, opposite a school, and only 500 metres away from the police headquarters. He was living in plain sight. A number of weapons were found next to his body at the scene, all of which he had a licence for. Police are investigating how he was able to possess them and then use them in a senseless attack. Ashna Haranag, Sky News in Orebro.
For almost 8 years, the shell of Grenfell Tower has stood as a monument in West London to the 72 people who died when the residential block caught fire in 2017. Now the government says it's to be demolished. While a number of survivors of the tragedy say they're outraged at the plans, others say it's vital a monument is built where it stands. Sky's Molly Malone reports.
The message at the top of the Grenfell Tower block, forever in our hearts. A permanent reminder of the 72 people that lost their lives. Now, a decision to dismantle it has left a community divided. Families who lost loved ones feel it's come without proper consultation.
This conversation is so sensitive, so sacred. This is the last resting place of our families, whose death was clearly avoidable. And we haven't been involved in these conversations.
How would you characterize the way that this has been approached?
Unforgivable. Disgraceful.
Others say it's unrealistic to keep the structure of the tower up as it is, but want a memorial in its place. Nabil lost 6 relatives that night and needs them remembered.
It's very saddening and hurtful. We kind of knew or kind of expected it to happen because it wasn't structurally safe. A fitting memorial would have to be, designed to be maybe in its place or within it, and it's about our 72 loved ones. It's all about them.
At the heart of this for people here is that it's less about the process and more about the point of being heard. This is a community that say the fire happened because they weren't listened to, and now that has to change. And for change, they have been waiting. The public inquiry was launched in 2017. It took 7 years. The start of the demolition of the tower block isn't set to happen until after June, while criminal charges aren't expected to start until the end of next year. Nearly a decade on.
If we got further along with that pursuit of justice, people may not be clinging on to the tower, because that is the kind of symbol of everything that's gone wrong.
It is a symbol that remains a sobering sight across this skyline. The government say a decision needed to be made about the future of the tower block. For the families, they wish decisions had been made much earlier, that could have prevented the loss of so many lives. Molly Malone, Sky News.
An inquest has ruled that 4 SAS soldiers used lethal force, which wasn't justified, when they shot and killed 4 members of the IRA. The provisional IRA members were killed in County Tyrone in 1992, minutes after they'd carried out a gun attack from a lorry. The inquest heard that the soldiers fired up to 570 rounds in the ambush. A Californian utility company says its equipment may have sparked one of the smaller wildfires that broke out in Los Angeles last month. Southern California Edison, an electricity supplier, faces multiple lawsuits and says there's currently no evidence to show electrical equipment arcing near the source of the fire.
Police, stay where you are. Stay where you are, police. Madam, is your phone missing? Have you got a phone? Oh, stay there, police. At this point, you're under arrest for theft. The reason I'm arresting you is we just found a stolen phone on you, and I've witnessed you put your hand in that victim's pocket, okay?
The Met Police has stepped up its efforts to clamp down on phone theft, seizing 1,000 stolen mobiles and arresting 230 people. During a week of coordinated action across London, the force said it had specifically targeted phone thieves. When Russia invaded Ukraine nearly 3 years ago now, Europe faced a shock realization. Security cannot be taken for granted. Militaries, having been stripped back for years, found themselves needing to be more battle-ready. And in Germany, even civilians are being trained for a worst-case scenario. Our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, spoke to some of them.
They say the trick is to remain calm. All the more vital when you're protecting your homeland. On the firing range today, an IT consultant, a mum, a guy in shipping. Civilians being trained to defend Germany in a crisis.
The situation in Europe has changed because of the war in the Ukraine. So now where whole areas are changing and we need to get ready for maybe a war in the future, we need to fill up our reserves.
After Russia invaded Ukraine, Germany pledged 100 billion euros to transform its military. That included boosting the numbers of troops and reservists like these. Like many here, office worker David signed up after war returned to Europe.
The invasion of Ukraine by Russia, I think that was definitely the motivating factor, because they're systematically trying to undermine the world order, crossing every red line that we have drawn up as a result of the experience since World War I, World War II, you know, not executing prisoners, not torturing, not raping.
Putin's invasion of Ukraine shocked Germany into reprioritizing defense. Military chiefs warn Russia may be strong enough to attack a NATO country in 5 years, meaning Germany needs to be war ready and fast.
I don't think that we are in a war, but we are no longer living in peacetime, and we are in between. I'm really convinced that this plan will work.
When it comes to responding to the new threats, Lieutenant General Andrei Bodeman is a man with a plan. He's helped draw up a new top-secret defense document. It covers everything from moving German and NATO troops through the country to mobilizing civilians.
Would you say this is the most dangerous period in terms of risk of war for Germany since the Cold War?
Yes, definitely. We cannot lose time. We have to start now. We already started, and we have to speed up to be ready before Russia is ready.
So with Putin not pulling any punches, Germany has no time to lose. But there's a big problem.
After years of neglect, the military is aging and shrinking, with the Armed Forces Commissioner warning it has too little of everything.
Fertig, go.
Germany needs to find around 20,000 more soldiers in the next few years. And that's where young people come in. This camp offers teenagers an insight into what it takes to be in the military. And 17-year-old Julian is ready to serve.
Why is it that you want to join the military?
There's a sense of patriotism, that's a big part of that. And also the love of my country, wanting to defend it.
With conscription currently off the table, the military is having to find other ways to attract recruits. Not an easy task in a country where history's left many inherently wary of war.
Why do you think more young people aren't interested in joining at the moment?
Probably they think they come here and have to go to war. And yeah, that doesn't sound that great.
The war in Ukraine has forced Germany's hand. Defense is once again a focus, but it's also a dividing line, a boundary that many here don't want to cross. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Germany.
Princess Anne is famously the most reserved and reticent of the senior members of the royal family, but today she revealed a little more about the serious accident that she suffered last summer. The Princess Royal returned to the hospital where she was treated after an incident involving a horse and told staff she didn't remember her treatment due to suffering concussion and minor head injuries.
As I said, you've been filling in the blanks. I mean, it's partly from my perspective, it's really useful to know what can happen, because I seriously don't have any idea. And sadly, I don't have huge memories of being in here either, but I just know I was really well looked after, so thank you. But whatever you did, it seemed to work. Both the example and the recovery have been relatively straightforward, thankfully. That isn't always true, so I'm really grateful.
Well, that was Sky News at 10. Coming up, we'll take a first look at tomorrow's papers in the press preview. Tonight, we're joined by Conservative Home's Deputy Editor Henry Hill and the New Statesman's Associate Political Editor Rachel Cunliffe. Welcome both. Among the stories we'll be discussing, this take on today's interest rate cut by the Bank of England in the Telegraph. It says, bloated state is harming economy. We'll be right back.
Mandatory evacuation, you must leave.
For many people, Harvey is far from over.
People here believe the water will be this deep for weeks.
I'm Greg Milam, and I'm Sky's chief North of England correspondent.
Are you trying to run me over, Sir Philip?
No, go away.
Look like it, sir. Will you respond to those who made accusations, Sir Philip?
Can you go away?
Sky News, the full story first.
This is Sky News. In just a moment, the press preview. A first look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. But first, our top stories. The Bank of England has cut interest rates by another 0.25 percentage point, bringing down the cost of borrowing to 4.5%. But it's issued a warning on inflation and slashed its forecast for economic growth. The Prime Minister is under fire, but Keir Starmer says it will mean more money in people's pockets and says investment is at a 20-year high. President Trump has restated his controversial plan to move people from Gaza to develop a luxury Riviera as Benjamin Netanyahu welcomes the proposals. Hello there, you're watching the press preview. A first look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. It's time to see what's making the headlines with Conservative Home's deputy editor, Henry Hill, and the associate political editor at The New Statesman, Rachel Cunliffe. They'll be with us from now until just before midnight. Great to see you both. Well, let's take a quick look now to see what is on those front pages. Well, the Financial Times leads with the Bank of England cutting interest rates today and halving its growth estimate for this year in a blow to the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. The Express quotes a source describing the prospect for growth as putrid. In the wake of today's announcement, The Telegraph carries comments from the Bank of England Governor, Andrew Bailey, suggesting that the recruitment of 500,000 public sector workers since the pandemic has actually harmed the economy. The Mail believes the recent budget has put the economy in a state of stagflation. The Guardian has a similar message with the headline, "Fears over stagnation as Reeves' growth plan suffers double blow." The Times also leads on potential difficulty for Rachel Reeves with the Bank of England's growth forecast possibly causing issues for the Chancellor. The Eye quotes Keir Starmer, who says the government will take tough decisions to boost growth. The Metro has the headline, "Bedlocked," with the story of hospitals being overwhelmed by norovirus cases. The Sun has another exclusive interview with Liam Payne's girlfriend, with her revealing that the singer dreamed of a One Direction reunion. And the Star cites a study which found that lazy people live longer. Good for them. And we are joined tonight by Henry Hill and Rachel Cunliffe. Great to see you on a day where obviously a lot of the headlines are dominated by, I guess, two stories. One, the interest rate cuts, but then obviously this prediction, worrying prediction about the economic growth. Henry, why don't you start us, especially looking at the headline in the Financial Times?
Yeah. So essentially, in November, the Bank of England forecast a growth rate for the British economy of 1.5%. Now it's cut that in half in just 3 months to 0.75%. Now that is incredibly bad news for the government because growth is effectively what generates tax receipts, right? All of the government spending forecasts, which are already based on razor-thin margins, Rachel Reeves already having to ask departments to make 5% cuts, are based on forecast growth figures. So if those have been halved, that means that all over the government, they're going to have to go back, they're going to have to recalculate, they might have to make what Starmer says, even more tough decisions. And of course, it means, there's less money in everyone's pockets as well.
Rachel?
Well, I mean, yeah, you've got the government sort of pitched its whole strategy on growth. That was its election strategy. And then Rachel Reeves came in and was quite downbeat and said there had to be fine savings elsewhere, the £22 billion black hole, the inheritance, etc. Had the budget, and it looked like the business response to all of that, both the negative outlook and to some of the measures in the budget, have been to go, not sure about that. And you're seeing the result of that hesitation in these figures. Now, it's important to say that since the start of the year, Rachel Reeves has sort of had a bit of a change in demeanour, change in attitude. She's been smiling.
She had a big speech just last week.
She had a big speech last week talking about growth. She went to Davos to sort of charm business leaders again. She was talking about Heathrow expansion. She was talking about the Oxford and Cambridge corridor that they want to build, sort of Silicon motorway valley,
Silicon
Arc, and all of these ideas that she believes will drive growth. But what these figures are suggesting is that some of the damage from the budget and from the initial messaging has already been done, and the projected growth rate has halved. It's kind of worth pointing out that it wasn't particularly high to start with. So growth sort of only just above standing still, and in some areas going backwards.
Yeah. And Henry, if we just have a look now at the front page of the new growth and inflation warning piles pressure on Reeves to boost flagging economy. I mean, it has to be said that there has been this interest rate cut, obviously great news for anyone with a tracker mortgage, and the whole point is to try to galvanize the economy a little. How much trouble do you think Rachel Reeves is in right now?
Yeah, the rate cut was done on a split decision at the Court of the Bank of England, which is, for the bank, relatively exciting, I suppose, an exciting day at the office. It's enormously challenging for Rachel Reeves for all the reasons that Rachel just set out. The government's whole stall was growth, effectively, because it knew that without growth, think of all the difficult decisions that the government has already asked Labour MPs to make. Many of these MPs have been elected for the first time. They've got, on paper, the largest parliamentary majority Labour has ever had. What have they had to do? They've means-tested the winter fuel allowance. They have retained the 2-child benefit limit. They have not paid compensation to the WASPy women. All of these sort of controversial spending decisions, and that's just their first 6 months. And now these figures have come in, and it's suggesting that none of that has worked. And in fact, the only thing they have to look forward to for the next year, 2 years, is more of the same. Now, Rachel Reeves is doing, it's worth saying, some really good things on growth if the government goes through with it. The plan on nuclear power, very good. But stuff like that is long-term strategic stuff. It takes years to pay off. It'll take more than the lifetime of this parliament and maybe the next parliament to get those power plants up and running, assuming they do.
I mean, that's what Keir Starmer told our political editor, Beth Rigby, in an interview, that, they were never going to turn it around in 6 or 7 months.
No, they were never going to turn it around in 6 months. And they have, as Henry said, started to make some of the decisions. Planning reform is a really important one. Just the change in attitude when it comes to bureaucracy and the kind of things that can hold up and sort of much needed infrastructure development. All of that is important and significant. But I think the dangerous position for Rachel Reeves is that it is starting to look like decisions that she made in the budget to try and stabilise the financial footing of the government have in a way made things worse. And I think that there is another danger area here, which is the government's employment rights bill, that is another sort of flagship piece of legislation that they're really, really keen to push through. And in addition to the warnings from business leaders about the rise in employer national insurance contributions and the rise in the minimum wage, there are also concerns about some of that regulation, which is kind of core to Keir Starmer's whole sort of ethos about what's gone wrong with the country. It's core to Rachel Reeves and her securonomics agenda that she talked about lots in opposition, and that's going to be a real kind of clash as well if it looks like that could further limit the growth potential.
I mean, obviously, the Daily Mail mentioned the budget on their front page. Let's just look at the front pages of the Mail. Here it is, new year of stagflation. If we can also then have the front page of the Guardian, please, because they use the same word. Not often that the Guardian and the Daily Mail go with, a sort of similar, at least similar word. Fears over stagflation as Reeves' growth plan suffers double blow.
Yes, stagflation. Properly exciting stuff. If you missed the 70s the first time, you get to do it now. Basically, that describes the abysmal situation where your economy is simultaneously shrinking, or at least not growing, and suffering from severe inflation. And that is what the Bank of England is worried about, which is why it's done that rate cut, because they're forecasting that the inflation pressures are going to kick up again. And obviously, that hugely increases cost of living pressures across the board, because inflation, it corrodes the buying power of wages. It pushes up the cost of energy, food, fuel, everything. And again, if you're the government, that's the really frightening thing for you, is you can't, as a government, get out of it if people generally, after 5 years, feel poorer. You can lose on all kinds of individual issues. You can make enemies of specific constituencies. But if you as a government are presiding over a public that just feels poorer than it did 5 years ago, you're done. And I think that's what will be really keeping Starmer and Reeves up at night at this point.
But so what do you think the government could do, Rachel?
Well, first, I just want to make a point on the stagflation that Mel Stride, who is Shadow Chancellor, has tried to make starmflation a word. And
is it working?
I struggled to say it just then. So
Stop trying to make starmflation.
Stop trying to make starmflation happen. I think planning reform, like getting new houses built, is like one of the few things that doesn't cost a lot of money to do and could be completed in this Parliament. They're also hoping that some of the long-term measures that they're taking, okay, we won't have a new runway at Heathrow until 2030, 2045, whatever, but they're hoping that just knowing that it will happen, the business certainty will help crowd in private investment, help create jobs, and that having a clear plan of where the infrastructure is going to come from and having a government that's committed to it will give confidence to business investors both in the UK and abroad, and that will help drive some of the growth before the next Parliament. But Henry's right, people have to see their living standards at least going in the right direction, otherwise they will argue what's the point.
It has to be said, this is obviously our domestic financial and economic situation at a time when the international outlook is incredibly volatile, both with wars still ongoing and the fear of what Donald Trump might do when it comes to tariffs in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he did indicate, or at least I say he indicated, how much do you know about what Donald Trump is really thinking about anything? But he did indicate that he thought the UK problem was solvable. So I am hoping, hope that the government does as much buttering up as needs to be done to shelter us from the Donald's wrath.
Let's take a look at the Daily Telegraph now, because they have a slightly different take. Obviously, still the same story, but here they mentioned the bloated state harming the economy. Basically, Andrew Bailey said an increase of 500,000 workers in the public sector has not been matched by productivity.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that a lot of the increase in those public servants, people working for the state, happened under the previous Conservative government, which
yes, it did.
Well, I just think the Telegraph doesn't really mention that. So there's a lot of, it's a bloated state. It's a bloated state, which, various past Conservative prime ministers were in charge of, huge increase in the size of the state under Boris Johnson. And you can argue that a lot of that was to do with COVID and the pandemic. You could also argue that that didn't make things hugely productive. But there is a challenge here for the government, because one of the first things it did was the pay deals for the public sector workers, and it argued that we needed to do those, one, because strikes are absolutely debilitating to the economy, and two, because strong public services, particularly public health services, but also transport, are really important to productivity and people being able to run businesses and to get to work and all the rest of it. If it looks like inflation is at a point where those public sector unions are going, that money isn't enough, that kind of looks like a sort of loss in the negotiating position, particularly as the government made this point that, we have to do this because of strikes. And if it looks like strikes might come back because of inflation, there isn't really an easy way for the government to get around that.
And the other thing to bear in mind, flying the blue standard a bit, because obviously you took my wonderful thing about Rachel Reeves doing the union pay deals. The specific thing that she did is she made them unconditional. Right? What you could have done in those circumstances is you could say, okay, we're going to do these pay settlements, which are going to be very, very expensive. They used up basically all of the government's initial fiscal wriggle room, but they're conditional on reforms, right? We want productivity increases, we want reforms to working practices. And I think what the government can really be indicted for, because you can argue it either way on the actual settlements, the fact that they made them unconditional to just get them done as quickly as possible means that now, when we get stories like this, which is basically Andrew Bailey saying, part of the problem is productivity in the public sector is woeful, and it accounts for more of the economy. Part of that is the government's fault, and because it didn't use the leverage it had in those negotiations to try and drive through reforms.
Do you see them making any U-turns coming up?
On what?
On anything.
On anything.
I see them being tougher on the unions, actually. I think that the messaging is very much, the message to the unions is going to be, we gave you what you wanted up front, you're not getting any more. And I think that is a line that Rachel Reeves in particular is very, very keen to hold, but that is going to further antagonise and upset Labour backbenchers who are more sympathetic to the trade unions perhaps than the government is.
The biggest obvious one that they're going to U-turn on is their promise on tax. Rachel Reeves, after she broke her promise on tax the first time, she said, this is our fiscal plan for the entire Parliament. Now, fuel duty. Every government has said that it's going to increase fuel duty next year for the last 14 years, including Rachel Reeves. If she doesn't, 4 billion back hole in her figures automatically. 2028, the Casey review is going to come back with the social care plan, which Labour is presumably going to have to fund. That's not currently accounted for in any government financing. And if tax receipts continue to fall because the economy is woeful and the government won't make big cuts to pensions, social care, or any of the big spending issues, which would be extremely difficult, they'll have to raise taxes again. So that's the big U-turn that I expect we'll get in this parliament.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there for now. Henry, Rachel, stay with us. Coming up, do lazy people live longer? We'll discuss that next, if we can be bothered. We can.
I'm Mark Stone, and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
We'd been warned that we would meet people in the lowest moment of their lives.
Their story is one of fundamental American failure. Well, a slow drive for the president as he approaches his golf club, but I have to say there are more media here than there are supporters.
We love Trump!
I've witnessed the remarkable passion for politics here, but the anger too. This is just the audience that Joe Biden wanted.
Is this the moment to reform gun laws?
You know, it's easy to go to politics.
But it's important. It's at the heart of the issue.
For all the talk of a toned-down, humbled Trump, yes, maybe there was just a little less rhetoric, a little less divisiveness, but in the end it was the same rhythm, the same speech, the same man.
All them people that died in Russia and Ukraine, they'd still be alive today if Donald Trump was president.
If it was my wish, have a businessman that's strong like Trump, but maybe just doesn't say as much, you know?
We are under Israeli military restrictions in terms of some of the things that we can film, but it's important to be in there. What we've been allowed to see over here is a humanitarian corridor, free wherever you get your news.
A young American medical student is making remarkable things happen.
I've seen a lot of difficult things, and honestly, it breaks my heart. These children don't deserve that.
I don't think there's a single Arab I know who isn't seriously disturbed by what's going on.
And so they gathered for this wonder of nature.
I'm very excited right now.
This is an extraordinary moment beyond anything I could have expected. Sky News, get the full story first.
Play Sky News.
From the Sky News Centre at 7.
Now that you're up to date, we can go into a bit more detail.
Things can change incredibly quickly.
Taken by surprise.
Have you ever known a moment like this in British politics before? Yes. Cheers. We'll start with breaking news.
Let's get the latest on the ground.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Weeknights on Sky News.
This is your chance. Tell people. Welcome to the Politics Hub.
Our police force has apologised. If you want to find out about Grimsby, you come to the docks.
I'm live in Jerusalem.
Are you not concerned that that could lead to all-out war?
Hello there, good evening. There are fears of an upsurge in violence. What's at stake here?
You are watching the press preview, a first look at the front pages as they arrive.
Welcome back. You're watching the press preview. With me now in the studio, Henry Hill and Rachel Cunliffe. Let's go to the Telegraph front page there. A story about Ed Miliband and his plan to spend £22 billion on unproven carbon capture technology is now being called a high-risk gamble. Why?
I'm not sure about this without having seen page 19 of the Telegraph, but I do know that carbon capture technology has been around for quite a long time. Norway has been using it since, I think, 1996, since the mid-90s. David Cameron had a huge plan about investing carbon capture technology as a big part of Britain's sort of decarbonisation. The idea is that along with sort of dirty fossil fuel power generation, you can kind of suck the carbon out of the process and either bury it and store it or use it in other processes. And it's kind of quite a core part of what Ed Miliband was trying to do when he was last in government.
So, yeah, what it says here is the Commons Public Accounts Committee said the technology had never been tested and may not work. Henry.
I mean, so we have to assume, again, having not seen page 19, that maybe there's some novel method that's being used here or some novel technology. I think that the bigger thing, though, is simply the prospect of it being added to household bills, because, of course, the plan is to recoup a lot of the cost of this by putting it onto energy bills. And given that whatever the merits of this policy, it's not an energy generation policy, that could end up being a pressure on households. Now, obviously, this will take years to pull off, but again, a tricky story at a point when the government is dealing with a cost of living crisis and inflation.
Yeah. Let's take another look at another story regarding the government, still from page of the Telegraph. The PM Access bid to reform sick note culture. And Rachel, this is all about who actually gets to write the sick note.
Yes, this is a Conservative policy to take, you feel like you're too unwell to work, you go to the GP signs you off for work and your employer has to pay for a certain amount of time or you end up in work or out of work, sickness benefits. This was a plan to have this sort of devolve to work specialists rather than GPs, which is obviously quite controversial because it would mean people who are not medically trained professionals making assessments about people's medical conditions. This is, I think, part of the government trying very much to get the sickness bill benefit bill down, but to do so by trying to help and encourage and solve some of those long-term health conditions that mean people can't work, rather than taking a more punitive approach and going, yeah, your GP says you're sick to work, but we don't trust them. This other person that we have employed has designated you fit to work, so off you go.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's a gatekeeping problem. The government has this all over the shop, which is, if you go into a GP, obviously not saying every GP letter is unwarranted or anything like that, but there's always a temptation personally to be like, oh, okay, well, you're my patient, I'm your GP, I'll write you a sick note, right? And those individual nice gestures and human relationships, they add up to ballooning bills everywhere. GP sick notes, welfare payments, all kinds of things. If the government introduces a super special payment that's only meant to go to a small number of people, 5 years down the line, it's going to an awful lot of people, because the individual officers making those decisions, they're not responsible for the macro picture. They're just making the decision in front of them. It's a huge decision. I don't know. This decision to try and not control the cost this way might be another U-turn.
Okay. 40 seconds for the final story. Daily Star front page. Boffins, lazy gits live longer. He also looks happy, that guy in the picture.
Yeah, the
dog and the beer.
The dog looks less happy, I think. But it says that relaxing on the sofa and having a good sleep.
That's not lazy.
Can help you live an extra 10 years. And I am all for us having as much sleep as possible, particularly because we don't get off the show until midnight, do we?
No, that's true. I mean, the other thing is it says not overdoing it, but definitionally overdoing it is bad. That's why it's overdoing it.
And unhealthy.
So maybe page 5 is full of some fascinating, I don't know, I've never fascinating scientific deep dive, but it seems, sleep's good.
And it definitely does not say that going to the gym is bad for you. Like at the top of just been to the gym, loser. It's like, no, going to the gym and then also getting a good night's sleep.
We have no idea what's on page 5.
We'll find out Monday, possibly. Henry, Rachel, thanks for that. I'll see you in the next hour. Now let's take a quick look at the weather. A cold easterly flow has developed, lasting into next week, but there'll be a good deal of dry weather around. Most places will start dry tomorrow, but southeast England will see a few showers. It'll be chilly with a patchy frost in the clear and calmer north and west, along with some fog. Scotland, Ireland, and Northern Ireland will have plenty of sunshine, though, this morning once the early fog lifts. Elsewhere, it will be cloudier, windier, and colder, with showers taking over more of southeast England, some wintry on the hills. There'll be a noticeable wind chill in the south. The afternoon, we'll see showers spreading west. Coming up next on Sky News at 11, the Bank of England cuts the interest rate to 4.5%, but paints a gloomy picture.
Correspondent Thomas Moore reports.
NASA's moon rocket inched its way towards the launch pad so slowly that only with a time lapse could you see it move. Within weeks, it will speed to 24,000 miles an hour, taking astronauts on a loop around the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, and further from Earth than any humans have been before.
Astronauts are the calmest people on launch day. And I think we do that. It feels that way because we're just so ready to fulfill the mission that we came here to do, that we've trained to do. We are so ready to just give back.
Let's take a closer look. The Space Launch System, or SLS, is 98 meters high. That's slightly taller than Big Ben, and it's the most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. There are two main sections or stages. The core stage takes up much of the rocket. Inside are the vast fuel tanks, 2 million litres of hydrogen, 750,000 litres of oxygen, frozen so cold that the gases become a liquid. When they're mixed and ignited with a spark, the chemical reaction produces vast amounts of steam that's forced out of the engine nozzles at 10,000 miles an hour, propelling the rocket skywards. Clamped to the core stage are the two boosters. Just one provides the same thrust as 14 jumbo jets, and together they provide 75% of the power in the first 2 minutes of the flight. Then they fall away. In just 8 minutes, the rocket reaches orbit, and the upper stage containing the crew capsule separates and travels on. The Orion capsule, called Integrity on this mission, carries 4 astronauts. Capsule's livable space is the size of a camper van, but has everything the crew need to eat, sleep, and even exercise for up to 21 days. It is cozy.
Space scientists hope the mission will inspire a new generation.
I wanted to have a career in the space sector because I learned about those Apollo missions, and they were ancient history to me when I was a child. And so finally, to be seeing that happening, to see that first step, to see the rocket that is going to take astronauts back to the moon, I can't stop grinning. I'm really excited to see this.
This will be the first time the rocket and capsule have carried humans.
2, 1, boosters in ignition.
An uncrewed test flight 3 years ago revealed critical flaws that NASA says have been fixed. But there's plenty of jeopardy, not just for the astronauts, but America's ambitions of beating China back to the surface. It's a tight space race, and a successful launch as early as February the 6th will put the US in the lead. Thomas Moore, Sky News.
Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni has won his 7th term in office, beating musician-turned-politician Bobi Wine, claiming 71% of the vote. But the election has been marred by allegations of vote rigging, military clampdowns, and opposition supporters being attacked. Our Africa correspondent Yusrael Bagir reports.
A march to declare the end of a deadly, drawn-out election cycle. And the adding of 5 more years to President Museveni's 40-year rule. His party is here to celebrate the win. And his prime minister is here to represent the state.
And how will the government deal with unrest over the next 5 years if people continue to reject President Museveni's time in power?
Nobody has rejected President Museveni.
They're protesting. They've been protesting.
No, the protesters are engineered by those who have failed in this election. Of course, once you fail, you feel the pain.
The party members of opposition leader Bobi Wine are not here to express any pain. They've been banned from sitting alongside dignitaries, diplomats, and people of the cloth to witness the official results.
The votes that have been stolen.
All except Bobi Wine's lawyer, who walked out as their defeat was announced.
The results, as announced by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, are fraudulent, and they do not represent the will of the people of Uganda as expressed on the polling day. We have sampled the figures being displayed here with what we have obtained from the polling stations. Clearly, they do not match.
These allegations of election rigging are not dampening the mood of Museveni's supporters. And as they cheer in Kampala, cries of grief echo out 2 hours away. A victim of the security crackdown is being laid to rest. Sarah was hit by a stray bullet aimed at dispersing protesters. The day votes were counted and disputed. Her brother Samuel says she had nothing to do with politics.
We are government of Iman.
You know this government, you're limited in how you speak about it. We are ordinary people, whether you know anything about it or not. She was walking alone and a bullet hit her.
This is the irreversible loss of political gain, the power of the ruling party, protected and preserved, no matter the cost. Yusra Al-Bagir, Sky News, Kampala.
A new study has found no direct relationship between pregnant women taking paracetamol and their child developing autism, ADHD, or other developmental problems. The research contradicts unfounded claims from Donald Trump last year that pregnant women should not take it. Molly Malone reports.
At this gym for little ones in West London, it's all about having some weekend fun. For mothers here, many who remember having pains during pregnancy and taking paracetamol, the findings of a major review saying it's safe to do so are reassuring.
I certainly took paracetamol because I got migraines a lot when I was pregnant, and these two have turned out fine, which is great.
Being pregnant, it's a scary time. I took paracetamol through both my pregnancies, and it's not even something that would have occurred in my mind.
I used to get a lot of, like morning sickness and all that. So it was my go-to, and I never worried about it until I heard those news. It's reassuring to know that the findings are good.
You, like me, probably either have some paracetamol on you or in a cupboard at home. It's one of the most commonly used medicines, and the NHS says it's the first recommended drug for pregnant women to treat either pain or fever. But this was a conversation that came about after controversial comments from overseas.
If you can't tough it out, or if there's a problem, you're going to end up doing it.
Last year, President Trump appeared to make claims linking paracetamol in pregnancy to rising rates of autism in children.
All pregnant women should talk to their doctors for more information about limiting the use of this medication while pregnant. So ideally, you don't take it at all.
Now, scientists have analysed dozens of studies involving hundreds of thousands of women and have found no link.
One pregnancy involved the use of paracetamol and the other pregnancy didn't. And the strength of these studies is that they control for shared genetic and family factors. We found no links between the use of paracetamol in pregnancy and the risk of autism, ADHD, or intellectual disability.
Pregnant women may feel they already have enough to think about. For now, this is a study that says women don't need to tough it out. Paracetamol as a painkiller can be safe. Molly Malone, Sky News in Chiswick, West London.
Scotland's First Minister John Swinney has told Sky News he doesn't see Sir Keir Starmer still being Prime Minister in May. Speaking to Trevor Phillips, Mr Swinney also said if his party gets a majority in the Holyrood elections later this year, they would call for another independence referendum. The Scottish National Party's leader said Labour is expected to take losses in all 4 regions of the UK, impacting Keir Starmer's leadership.
Obviously, you want to win a majority in May. If you do win a majority, are you going to take that as a green light to demand another referendum on independence?
Yes.
So absolutely, this May is effectively, in your mind, an independence election.
I'm being straightforward with people in Scotland that if people in Scotland want Scotland to become independent, the SNP has got to do really well in this forthcoming election.
When Keir Starmer says, as he almost certainly will do, no, you can't have a referendum, what are you going to do?
I think there's 2 things about that. First of all, the United Kingdom is allegedly a partnership of equals. So Scotland has got a democratic right to decide our own future. And secondly, if I win a majority in the Scottish Parliament elections in May of this year, I don't think Keir Starmer will be the Prime Minister.
You don't think Keir Starmer will be there? Do you expect to see Keir Starmer in office at Christmas time?
No, I don't.
And you can watch that full interview with Trevor and John Swinney on Sunday morning with Trevor Phillips from 8:30 tomorrow. This week he'll be speaking to the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, Reform UK's Zia Youssef, and President of the United Nations General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock. This is Sky News. Coming up, a new era at Manchester United begins with a win in the local derby.
School. There's Ghislaine Maxwell as a director, and her. Right, let's go to 2007. Hi, thanks for joining. Hi, thanks for joining me. Part 4, I think this is the 4th video I've done today. Thanks for joining me. Please tap the likes as much as you can. If there is a like on here, share it out as much as you can. Get as many people on here as you can. If you can, record the video, please, and re-upload. Hope everyone's doing really well. I'm just going to wait for the numbers to hopefully go up a little bit. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late coming on. I do apologise. Just wait for the numbers to go up a little bit, hopefully. There's only 3 there at the moment. I do not seem to be getting many people on here, unfortunately. What I'm going to try and do is, after the live on here, I'm going to go to TikTok, and then if people want to come on and speak to me on there, then they can. So we're going to be talking about the World Martial Authority and the research of Lee Clegg, and how that led me into researching Kim Jong-un of North Korea, and where that led into the research. Over the last few videos, we've looked at the research coming in from my wife, probably not really even my wife, to an island club, linking in with the Royal Foundation or Island Company, linking in with the Royal, linking in with the Virgin Foundation, and then an Elm Guest Trust, which I suspect relates to the Elm Guest House scandal, where they might have created another company. We then looked at how that tied in to the there's hardly anyone on here, actually. It might not be worth continuing. There's only 9 people. Don't know what to do. I don't know if that's very low. That's very low. Hi, I hope you're doing okay. Thanks for coming on. 12. I keep going. Hopefully the numbers will rise a little bit. Then we looked at how it led into a United Nations Association company with a former UN leader on it, or UN member on it. And we then saw how it tied into the British Tax Association company that has dissolved on the 2nd of January 2026. So it's obviously very, very relevant, and it's almost guaranteed, I'm certain of it, they'll be laundering the money through the United Nations, which means they have a motive to make us believe that there's risk of conflicts all of the time. All right, because the more they do that, they can then funnel the money through criminal weapons defense contracts and defraud the masses through that, and obviously keep the world on edge and in fear, and maintain that level of control. So what made me get to that information? Well, let's look at the World Martial Authority, because that was what actually prompted it for me to do it. The World Martial Authority. In late 2025, I became aware of the World Martial Authority, who had been affiliated with John Oakes, who used name I Am, I believe he was using on his TikTok, and later identifying as CCAN on his TikTok account. I'd spoken previously with John, who I believe has a military background, and he refused to assist in exposing the obvious evidence of the company's house fraud. The World Martial Authority later claimed to have established a compensation arrangement for every person over the age of 18, I believe, where they would receive over £8,000 per month for 20 years to compensate the corruption of the government, and citing the COVID situation as one of those reasons. They also refused to expose the company's house fraud. They haven't been doing it, as far as I'm aware. Haven't specifically. I know I have. I've put a comment actually saying that they're not exposing it, and as far as I'm aware, they're still not exposing it. I started to publicise that I felt this was part of a government cover-up, prompting a response on my post from the World Martial Authority. During the night of one of my lives where I mentioned this, I believe it was at this point that John suddenly became ill and sadly, several days later, appears to have died. Following his apparent death, Terry Harrison, or Truth Dog, or whatever his name is, who had recently targeted me over my ring regarding it apparently being a Freemason ring, which supports the agenda by those linked to my families and an apparent doomsday cult, claimed that John had recently tried to serve notice on a London Freemason lodge, prompting his illness and death. Terry appeared uneasy when he was saying this, and I have to consider that this was to deter others from carrying out my proposed strategy, which is to put Freemasons and other locations on notice. The World Martial Authority, or WMA, they love their acronyms, is apparently headed by Honourable Lee Clegg and Chief Judge Grantor Lamont Durrell Belton. I had already noticed that they had publicised the acronym FOTL alongside that matches that associated with John Harris and stands for, I believe it's Freeman of the Land or something similar to that, where significant connections have been made to John Harris through the Company's House records, supporting that Harris was positioned as part of the deception. Here is a video of Lee Clegg speaking on the Never Settle podcast. I noticed one of the comments suggested Clegg was friends with the CEO of JP Morgan. Let's open this link. Just going to watch a little bit of the video.
Meet my new Febreze fabric refresher. I use it to fight odors and enjoy freshness. Its new 2-time action formula really fights odors and freshens fabrics. After I make the bed, after I catch my dog on the couch, providing freshness on fabrics for up to 24 hours. Breathe happy with Febreze.
I'll just show you that comment whilst I'm here. You can see it in the first comment there. I'm not sure what to make of someone who is friends with the CEO of JP Morgan. Now, I can't verify that's true. At the moment, I haven't verified that. If that's true, then obviously this guy is completely compromised. And the evidence that we're going to look at supports potentially that is the case.
Helping create a desperate situation where some people are actually committing suicide because they can't see a way out of their debt situation. And
yeah, because you have to remember that these people, they're in a permanent debt situation themselves. All right, the government wants money. What do? They just come for you. They come for everything. The government, oh, we're going to go to war with somebody. We need more money. We need more money. Look, the situation with councils and everything else is
practically telling us what he appears to be linked to. He's affiliated to the United Nations.
It's embarrassing at best, because coming to take somebody's property over what?
Sorry, I know I keep intervening, but also Bannerman is mentioned. Okay, Bannerman links to the rapid response and films them, and they're the ones linked into my family and who threatened to steal my motorhome, and my motorhome was actually stolen in the end. And that links to Mikey P, Trevor Meelam, which ties into massive key areas of the international government fraud and the apparent crimes against children.
1,000. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, anyone in their right mind would just sit there and think, well, I'm going to take that property worth maybe 100, 200,000 or whatever for this poxy little fine. Well, isn't there a better situation? Is there a solution for all of this?
And just to let you know, the Honourable Lee Clegg is guest speaker at the Albion event, which is on the 28th of June. And if you know what I'm talking about, it's a dinner gala, £60 a ticket, I believe. You'll get an opportunity to listen in person to the Honourable Lee Clegg.
And notice that...
Well, hello, lovely listeners, and welcome.
I'm not going to go too much into this video. Notice that Andrew Bridgen was also at that event. Well, Andrew Bridgen links to Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited immediately. So the main companies in the fraud, he links to AstraZeneca UK Limited and a jab company, JAB Transport, has a name of Andrew Bridgen linked to it. Andrew Bridgen has not contacted me in relation to any of my other evidence. So let's go forward a little bit more. The video mentions Clegg being at an event where Andrew Bridgen, as I've said, is a speaker, and Bridgen is confirmed as being immediately compromised by the main companies in the fraud and linking with the Flemings and JP Morgan via that company. Okay, so we can assume that that comment may be true that was put on there. Now, Steve, aka Dan Dyer, also ex-military, associated with those connected to my families via the Rapid Response. He was still affiliated to the Mikey P, also supports the World Martial Authority. And I have information of very serious concern about his background in all of this. On around the 5th, and he was the one that he threatened also to steal my home on the lead up to me actually being arrested and my motorhome being stolen. On around the 15th of January 2026, I received information that Steve, aka Dan Dyer, and Steve probably isn't even his real name, was working with Mark Steele and Duffs, who works alongside Aisha from God FM. And they were asking a group of individuals claiming to be targeted by Directed Energy for copies of personal documents. Now, God FM, if you're not already aware, is massively compromised by the international government fraud. And it looks as though through the criminal arrest and court case with me, they were trying to set me up to unalive me going to Aisha's address. And she links in very quickly on the scale of things to the research, to the information of CERN, and also to the Lloyd's Bank, which is on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, which links pretty much all areas of my research. The YouTube channel for World Martial Authority shows that they have been posting videos for around 4 years, meaning they started doing so around the time the fraud was starting to be exposed in 2022. Here's their YouTube channel. So you can see the first one at the bottom there 4 years ago. There's no older videos. If we listen to a little bit of this, you can see he claims, I think it's this video, that he is affiliated to, there's some sort of mention of the United Nations.
Good afternoon. I am Honourable Lee Clegg, the Global Commander of the World Martial Authority, also founder of Alternations. I am a sovereign IGO. We're also tied to the United Nations as a special agency to the United Nations and the UN GRIP and in the UN CITRAL. We are UCC 1, common law, natural law. So that does not pertain to the corporate UCC. Now, the corporate UCC is where everything is registered and all registered under UCC bankruptcy. So as an overview, I'm not going to go into that, but you got the gist there. So they're affiliated to the United Nations that we've already looked at. There appears to be United Nations companies linking into the crimes against children and to the taxpayers' company. All right, and that becomes important with what we find out moving forward in a minute in all of this. I'm not looking at my comments, so I do apologise. What I might do is a TikTok after this and go through, answer any questions there. During the first video, Clegg explains that he is the founder of I think it's Alternations. Now, I need to do some research around that. I think he said Alternations, and is affiliated to the United Nations, who are hugely implicated in the fraud and the apparent crimes against humanity. Here's an article in relation to a Nick Clegg. Now, he may have publicly confirmed this is him. I don't know. I haven't checked that. However, this appears to be him when he was younger. Okay. Now, I don't know if it is 100%. I'm not saying it is 100%. Okay. But we're going to have a look at some images in a minute. Former paratrooper Lee Clegg, who won the legal battle to clear his name over the shooting of 2 teenage joyriders in Belfast, has been rejected for a job in the police. Mr. Clegg, whose family comes from Bradford, was jailed for life in 1993. Now, if we look at the 2 images, he's probably declared that this is him, but I don't know that. I haven't gone into it that much. So here's an image of this Lee Clegg, and here's an image of this one. Obviously, it's some time ago. I suspect that's him, okay, which helps us in the evidence moving forward. Just going to flip back a couple of times. A lot of you on here will probably know it is, or are going to suggest it isn't. Okay. Now, let's presume that is him. Let's presume that is him. Oh. If that's him, then the research shows that the Sergeant Lee Clegg, born 1969, which looks about the right age for him, there was a British Army soldier who was convicted of murder for his involvement in the shooting dead of a teenage joyrider in West Belfast, Northern Ireland on the 30th of September 1990. This is a key year. This is when the same year that the Gulf War begins. Okay, it's the year after the World Wide Web was created for CERN. This is all relevant, everybody. Okay, and it's the year before
the David Icke comes out and says the world will be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis and everything else that I spoke about earlier. Clegg was released under license by then Northern Ireland Secretary Patrick Mayhew in 1995, which in turn led to rioting in Irish nationalist areas of Belfast, okay, which again allows the laundering of the money, okay, through the police and through those events. Sinn Féin repeatedly called the decision a threat to the peace process. The release followed after a test shooting of another Astra conducted by a pathologist Lane West, and forensic expert Graham Renshaw on the 4th of June 1995. 1995 is the same year that the intelligence agency, Russian government, and royal family-linked Hackler International Advisory Board company was incorporated on Companies House, okay, which is so important in relation to this international government fraud. This is important. The junior lawyer for Clegg's appeal was Keir Starmer and is connected to major areas of the fraud. Keir Starmer links to the Madeleine McCann, to the crimes against humanity, the Bates, Wells and Braithwaite, which is on the document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Clegg continued to serve as part of 16 Air Assault Brigade. In September 2007, the Daily Mail reported that Clegg would be serving in Afghanistan in 2008 as combat medical with the 2nd Battalion Parachute Regiment. So this is just showing you the Wikipedia. 1969, you can see it says on the Wikipedia. Now, Sinn Féin, I've already done the research and they are linked straight back into the international government fraud. And you make a link to Ingenious Film Partners 2 LLP via Jerry Adams very quickly. And that is on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, where you also have the Hackler International Advisory Board that I've just mentioned. There you go, it says Keir Starmer there. Junior lawyer was Keir Starmer. Now that makes a link. He was the director of public prosecutions for the Jimmy Savile case, which was obviously after this. Now, Keir Starmer also worked for the National Council for Civil Liberties that is affiliated to the Paedophile Information Exchange. And the Paedophile Information Exchange links back into absolutely everything I'm talking about. The World Trade Center disaster, CERN, everything. So let's assume that is him. A Companies House search shows a Lee Clegg, born 1969, having been appointed to M Press Supplies Limited in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed. The company dissolved in 2018 as Gordon Bowden is exposing the evidence of the non-verification element of the Companies House fraud. Clegg has Media Factory in Britain, in Preston, Lancashire, as a correspondence address. So the same county as the apparent infiltration of the royal family. The registered address for the company is Astra Business Centre. Okay, now that is very likely linking into AstraZeneca. Okay, there's other Astra companies as well that also link in with AstraZeneca. The registered address, as I've said, is Astra Business Centre. Its filing history shows that on the 12th of September 2017 and the 6th of April 2018, its address was Blackburn Rovers Enterprises, making apparent connections to the football industry and addresses being changed after Donald Trump was positioned. Football companies are a huge part of the international government fraud, and Slaughter and May, which was incorporated in 1954, links massively into the football companies. And so, as we're going to look at later, there's the research from NATO, okay, which ties into Begbie's Trainer, which links immediately to a company called Colliders Limited or Collider Limited, suggesting a connection to the Collider technology. Let's go into this Companies House record. And Begbie's Trainer is also heavily involved in football. Okay, they were actually, one of their projects was Bournemouth Football Club, which is where Anthony Roberts, the acting chairman of Exbourne Manor, had worked. Okay, who I approached that triggers this entire investigation. So you can see the Lee Clegg, born 1969, date of birth. You can see the company was incorporated in 2016. So during the Pizzagate scandal being exposed, dissolved as Gordon Bowden is because he did a conference in 2018. Okay, which meant that, and that conference is actually linked to the Vatican, or the research of the Vatican. Interesting, it's a printing company, according to this. Pre-media, press and pre-media. What else was I going to show on that? Oh, yeah. So you have Astra. If we go into the filing history, registered address, you have in Lancashire, Blackburn Rovers Football Club, Enterprise. So we have the football link, which is, so it goes hand in hand, okay, with all this crime. Then you have Media Factory. See if I can notice anything else here. Interesting. BB2. Oh, that's the postcode for it. Sorry. I thought he was going to say BBC then. So we've got that football connection. A separate search shows a Lee Clegg with with no date of birth, okay, and a correspondence of Blackburn in Lancashire. Bear in mind, we just had that record in Lancashire with Blackburn Rovers. Okay, it very likely is going to be the same person connected to Walter Entertainment Limited that was incorporated in 2021 and that dissolved in 2025 as the exposure continued. The address on its incorporation document is 71 to 75 Shelton Street, London, and is used throughout the fraud. The filing history shows that the details were changed for Clegg on the 18th of August 2022, just over a month after Anthony Roberts resigned from Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. And the registered address had been changed on the 12th of August 2021 and also again on the 14th of September 2022, 6 days after the Queen's supposed death. And as I'm escalating the inquiries at Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. So let's go back. This is a different record for a different entry on Companies House. They love to create their duplication records. And you can see it's Lee Clegg again. And you can see it's Blackburn. Just go back to that so you can see it. On the correspondence, Blackburn, Lancashire. Okay, so we can consider it's possibly the same person. And I would think with what we're finding, it's very likely going to be. This is what I'm finding. There's a lot of connections in this. Interesting that the Elms is used. Bearing in mind what we've just spoken about in the last video, the Elm Guest House inquiry. It dissolved in March 2025. It says it's a licensed restaurant, public houses and bars called Walter Entertainment. We look at the filing history. What was I looking at for this? We can see these changes. So the Queen died on the 8th of September. Okay, and they change the address from the Golden Lion, 369 Blackburn Road, High Wilton, removing the word Blackburn and put it as Elms Clayton. This is as I'm escalating my exposure. 18th of August, change of details for Mr. Lee Clegg as a person of significant control. And he was secretary details changed for him as well on that same day. And the director's details changed. Now, if we look at it, so it was details prior to change was this. New details. So he's got a new service address from the 18th of August. Okay, let's go back into the next bit. Another record for Lee Clegg with no date of birth. Is this the same one? No, connects to Colour Shark Limited with an address in University of Central Lancashire. So it's all in the same Lancashire area. University of Central Lancashire. This address change has been omitted from the filing history. Okay, which now they should all go on the filing history. They normally are. This suggests that it may have been done and that they've hidden it somewhere on it. Let me just go back into it. Sorry. The address change has been omitted from the filing history. It was incorporated on the 11th of June 2012, less than a month before CERN claims to have discovered the God particle. And it dissolved in 2016 after the Pizzagate scandal started to become exposed. It has the formationscompany.com on its incorporation document, making the connections to Fleming Co. Limited and other world leaders in the collaborative deception against all of humanity. If we go into this, just show it to you. Lee Clegg again, Colour Shark Limited, University of Central Lancashire. We're going to come to that in a minute. 2012, okay, the Higgs boson particle was discovered on the 4th of July 2012, so it's just over a month, and it dissolved in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed. And if we look on the filing history, remember, University of Central Lancashire, we're going to come to that in a minute. Filing history, incorporation document. And what I might do is actually go through, because this now connects with multiple world leaders to the Fleming Coke company that was started in 2017 when Donald Trump became the president. It's almost guaranteed that they are planning something massive against all of humanity, a world takeover, at least, at the very least, centralized one world order that we're aware of. It's possible that I'm going to change it all, but it may be that they're going to allow me to change it all somehow. There we go. We have the formationscompany.com limited. Okay, so remember that because we'll probably look at the evidence of that. That's been connected immediately into the research of the head of Greenland, okay, in the last few days, and the head of Denmark. And it links to the research of Benjamin Netanyahu, the leader of Iran, Donald Trump, and others. So let's go back to the document. How many people have we got in here? 89 is not enough. A separate search for Central University of Lancashire Business Service Limited was incorporated as Gulf Strong, suggesting a link to the Middle East. In 1989, the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. Get that spelling right. Is the E? Oh, I can't see because of the comments. Oh, there we go. This suggests a possible connection to the Middle East. As I've said, its name was changed less than 5 months later, and it had the name University of Central Lancashire Business Services Limited from 1999, when the Church of Satan was being re-established, and on the lead up to the World Trade Center disaster deception until October 2007, just over 2 months after it's just under 2 months, sorry. After Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated. According to the overview, its name was not changed again until the 8th of August 2025, as the exposure continued. It is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. Just go into it. Remember, because it had University of Central Lancashire on the connection to Lee Clegg. And here we have University of Central Lancashire Business. So we can assume that it's connected to the same university. And its name was changed in October 2007. Actually, it was just over a month. Just over 2 months after Exbourne Manor was founded. And it changed its name for the last time since then in August last year, okay, as the exposure is continuing. If we look on the incorporation document, it was created with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, I believe. There you go. Swift Incorporations Limited and Jordan's and Sons. It's a criminal organization. Venkata Dharma connects this company to Preston Youth Zone, making a connection to a former head of the Serious Fraud Office, Philippa Williamson, and other areas of research as shown elsewhere in the document. Right, so straight away, a link to the Serious Fraud Office, which I've already implicated previously. Now we have further connections now tying them into this. Michael Ian Haythornthwaite connects the University of Lancashire company to 16 companies, including World Football Museum and BBC Media Applications Technologies Limited, that was incorporated as Media Applications Technologies Limited. I put the same company. Let me go into it. Michael Ian Hayworth. University. I haven't even searched the rest of this company. This is what I've got to come back to this. World Football Museum, BBC Media Applications. That's what I was going to look at, is Media Applications Technologies Limited. Oh, yeah. So it was BBC Media Applications Technologies Limited, new company. And the previous name for it, the new name for it, and it was Media Applications Technologies Limited. They also connect to Norwep. Now, this is no coincidence, because a few days earlier, someone said, Gary, have you got any connections to Norway? And I hadn't really had any connections. And then I found this. Norwep is an energy company, okay, that supplies energy to Norway. Okay, and there's a bit of research on it here, just so you can see it. Connects University of Lancashire Business, BBC Media Application Technology Limited, that was incorporated as, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Not long after, so its name was changed. So it was incorporated in December 2009, not long after the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the links most of the fraud, and its name was changed in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed. Oh yeah, it has Olswang companies on its incorporation document. Okay, this is the BBC one that we're looking at, which makes the connection to CERN again, okay, to Jimmy Savile, to Donald Trump, the main Freemason Lodge, and my families, all from that incorporation document. The Royals and the apparent, and also it makes the connection via Olswang to the Royals and the apparent fate of Madeleine McCann. It's possible that Haythornthwaite is a relation or alias for Richard Haythornthwaite, with a 3-year difference in the year of birth. Remember, they use alias names and dates of birth, and already mentioned surrounding a sexual abuse scandal at the President's Club, as shown elsewhere in the document. This is the Wikipedia for Richard Hawthorne-Waite, which was linked into that scandal. He was supposedly supposed to go to this particular event, and he links to Ocado Group and also NatWest, a chair of NatWest. NatWest are heavily implicated in the international government fraud, and he's had that position since 2024, a non-executive director of the AA. Born in the 70s. He was born in December 56, graduated from Queen's College in Oxford, where the Maxwells were very prominent. So he was an executive for BP as well. BP, most BP companies are criminal. Links to the Russian government as well. The BP companies linked to the Russian government. Network Rail. Yeah, I need to document a few of this. I mean, that's not confirmed. It's definitely, I suspect it will be, but Centrica. I've got a link to Centrica there as well. This record that we're looking at from this company, okay, which we'll go into, for Michael Ian Haythornthwaite, also connects to Norwep companies, as I said, including Norwep NWDA subsidiary limited that was incorporated in 2006 and dissolved on the 2nd of September 2025, leading up to my staged arrest. It has Eversheds on its incorporation document, making the connections to the police-associated organisations and the Vatican via the research of Deborah Fleming and Sasha Stone. So let me just go back to that. Oh no, we'll have to go into here. Got his name now. Oh yeah. Okay, so you can see it dissolved not long before my arrest. There were several things happened leading up to my arrest. There's several key dissolutions and phone calls or contact that I was in, emails and stuff. So this was incorporated 2006 and it just happened to dissolve leading up to my arrest. And it has on its incorporation document Eversheds LLP. Okay, that's the same company that links to the solicitor that Expour Manor tried to use, okay, to extort money out of me for their criminal company. Now that also links to a lot of police organisations. So we have another connection into the police from this now. Research shows that Norwep stands for Norwegian Energy Partners and is a relation to the energy supply and is in relation, to the energy supply of Norway. I'd been asked if I had any connections literally the day or so before that, which was interesting, as I said. I do not believe that finding that is a coincidence. This Haythornthwaite also connects to Norwep General Partner Limited that was incorporated in 2006 and has a registered address of King's Orchard, Queen Street. It also has Eversheds on its incorporation document, and its finding history shows that it has links to Pegasus House, with Pegasus being associated with Israel, and Aviva is also shown there, which is shown elsewhere in the research. And remember, earlier we were looking at Pegasus coming in. Didn't we look at that earlier today, I believe? Yeah. Haythornthwaite also connects to, this is really interesting, to Association Special Risk Limited, where they were appointed in November 1997, the month after the death of the founder of the Church of Satan, which was within 2 months of the death of Princess Diana, and resigned in 2002, not long after the World Trade Center disaster. The same year, Peter Gilmore was positioned as the High Priest of the Church of Satan. The company was incorporated as Association Terrorism Limited, okay, in 1993, the year that the Companies House register, the year after, sorry, the Companies House started to become electronic. Companies House register started to become electronic, and the Catholic Church became a legal entity. It connects immediately to the fraud and the research of Max Clifford and others by Clifford Chance on its incorporation document, has Association on its incorporation document, which was incorporated in 1992 and also connects to Eversheds. So that's the year that the actual Catholic Church started to become a legal entity. Sidney John Dunning connects this company to Services Limited that was incorporated in 1998 and dissolved in 2017. After the Pizzagate scandal became exposed and Donald Trump had been positioned. It has various companies from page 14 of its incorporation document, including Oxford ISIS companies and disaster management companies. I'm just going to show you that so you can see what we're looking at here. Association. I haven't even gone into all of these other companies. If I went into all of them, I'd never end. It's just so obvious now, the corruption. Here you go. You can see Association, 1993, and it was originally called Association Terrorism Limited. Now I've gone in through this company a little bit, I think, to show some other stuff. We find some very interesting things now. Sydney John Dunning connects this to yeah, mentioned that. All terrorist incidents researched so far connect to the same criminal companies and therefore the same people. This criminal network provides several motives for our governments and their organizations to actually be behind the terrorist incidents, including laundering money through insurance claims and through the investigations. John Charles Godfrey connects this company to the Standard Steamship Owners Mutual War Risks Association Limited, that was incorporated in 1913 before World War I and supports the evidence of exploiting humanity through a World War deception. Remember, this linked in with the Albert Pike letter to Mazzini, which set out the 3 World War deception, but it appears to go back to the Reformation, a plan of the control of all of information under the formation of governments, meaning mind control. The incorporation document appears to have been doctored. The dissolve date has been omitted from the overview, but the filing history suggests it was 2012, after CERN claimed to have discovered the Higgs boson, a God particle. The filing history shows a document on the 1st of January 1995 linking the company to Waterloos. So we want Godfrey to the steamship company. Oh, there it is. Now, I haven't even finished. There's a lot more I need to go into in these companies. That's interesting in the Standard Club, actually, but I won't go into there. So we've got the mutual war, everybody. Bearing in mind the plan of World War deception, all right, to exploit all of humanity. This is practically confirming it, okay? Mutual war. It says it was incorporated in 1913, so before World War I and before the Balfour Declaration involving the fermentation of Israel involving the Rothschilds. Now, it says that it's converted or closed, but it doesn't say the date that it was closed. That's very unusual. They've omitted that. Normally, that would be on all of the companies, but it doesn't say it. I suggest that's because they know that it would be a giveaway for me in the evidence. But it does say on the filing history, manual dissolution certificate, dissolved court order, effective from the 30th of December, 2011. Interesting. Let's have a little look at that document. It's possible. Why wouldn't they have just put that date? It's possible that it actually fully dissolved more recently, and they didn't want me to know that because it would look too obvious that it's because of this exposure. And let's have a little look. Standard House, registered office change. See if there's any addresses that jump out. International House. Oh. I mean, it is certain. There's a collaborative deception over conflicts. It's 100% obvious now from the evidence. So, we're living under literally, I mean, I can't describe it other than evil. I just hope that all of the people that we're being led to believe are dying are not actually dying, and I hope it's some sort of deception, but it doesn't appear as though it is. Oh yeah, let me just show you the Waterloos link. So within the filing history, 1995. Selection of documents. Remember, we've just seen Waterloos on the tax company. Is it here? Oh, yeah. Just see, it's not very well, but there's a Waterloo there, Waterloo Brothers. Which is the stationery company linking into all of this. Standard Steamship, just making sure the company all matches up. Barnaby Nicholas Swire connects this company to 16 companies, including Tidewater, too many W's, Offshore North Sea Limited. It was incorporated in 1996 and dissolved in February 2025 as the exposure continued. It is a criminal company having been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. Swire also connects to Eastern and Australian Steamship Company that was incorporated, keep missing the R's, in 1894 and dissolved in 2010, the same year that CERN Limited was incorporated. It has a registered address of 1 Dorset Street, Southampton, used throughout the fraud, and the county where Deborah Fleming was initiated, who initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, was prominent and a CEO of the NHS. The directors connect to various Maersk companies. Maersk is a Danish company that was founded in 1904. The leader of Denmark has recently been connected immediately to the fraud regarding the research of the apparent takeover of Greenland by Donald Trump. Maersk Company Limited, was incorporated in 1951, has a forged register and fresh fields on its incorporation document, making a major connections to the fraud, the royal family, BBC, and apparent crimes against children as shown elsewhere in the document. I'll just show you this quickly. So this is the Maersk Company, this particular one. Loads up. Maersk Company, incorporated in 1951. Now, that's 2 years before the Queen was coronated. This is the year that the Stone of Crone or Stone of Destiny appears to have been stolen, potentially, meaning a fake stone may have been used for the Queen's coronation. So you can see it's got Maersk Company Limited, in brackets afterwards. We look on the incorporation document. So this is a Danish company. They're all in on it, everybody. So it's got the at the beginning. So it's a forged register. And you'll see fresh fields. Now, that is a critical company because the BBC had or still has this still has the contract for the BBC. Okay. And then via that company, they've centralized pretty much all solicitors. All solicitors are centralized, the international government fraud. A lot of them through this company, a lot of them through different other companies, all centralized, but they all link. All solicitors. This is why they're part of the Temple Bar. The Temple, it's in the name. Oh, this keeps seeing this symbol in the corner of a lot of the companies here. Haven't really looked into that much, but it's probably going to be relevant. John Kilby connects Eastern and Australian Steamship Company. So this is, it's international crime, everybody. You can see it through the company names. To 134 companies, including Liner Shipping Services. It was incorporated in 1920 as Brodie's London Limited, before its name was changed at a key year of 1990. According to the overview, Brodie's makes important connections throughout the fraud, including to the Dunblane Massacre. Oh my goodness, my spelling's wrong there. Let's put 2 C's instead of two S's. Massacre, and to MacLeod and McClellan, the solicitors I attended in Inverness as part of a strategy to stop the fraud. The company dissolved in August 2011 between the Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Savile's death. Like many of the companies, let's get rid of that. Like many of the companies in this area of research, it also has a registered address of 1 Dorset Street, Southampton. Henry Michael Pearson Miles connects Eastern Australia Steamship Company to 28 companies, including Career Europe Fund. Now, this is what prompted me to research Kim Jong-un. So I'm going to come into that in a minute. 28 companies, including Career Europe Fund Limited. Obviously, I had to think, well, it could be South Korea at this point, which obviously we're allies with. Limited, that was incorporated in 1987 and dissolved in 2023 as I escalated the fraud. The company has a tax haven. Sorry, I haven't read through this since I've... Tax haven money laundering location of Guernsey, an island off the coast of the UK. Page 8 of its registered document shows Schroeder Investment Limited, with Schroeder companies featuring throughout the research of the fraud. They link to the Rothschilds, key areas just in Welby, and it is the company that Royal connected Thomas Kingston. Thomas Kingston had worked for before he apparently died in early 2024. This really shows in the international collaborative deception between world leaders against humanity. Research shows that the judge that presided over Clegg in his case, actually I need to do a bit more research around this. I might just leave that bit and we'll go straight to Kim Jong-un. So don't think, is there anything here? Just have a quick look. Is there anything? I'll have a quick look at this. So the judge for the case was, according to the research, Brian Francis Kerr, okay, who sadly died in December 2020, according to this, supposedly. Was a Northern Irish barrister and a senior judge. He held office as Lord Chief Justice of Northern Ireland and then as Justice of Supreme Court of the United Kingdom. So this was for the alleged murder incident involving A. Nick Clegg, okay, back in whenever it was. He was the last person to receive a law life peerage under the Appellate Jurisdiction Act 1876. At the time of his retirement on the 30th of September 2020, he was the longest serving justice of the Supreme Court and the court's last original member. That's interesting, isn't it? Company's House search shows that Keir was appointed to Brian Kerr, it's probably Kerr or Kerr Limited in 2003 when it began, and resigned in February 2007. 3 months before Madeleine McCann's disappearance, it is shown as being as in liquidation, and its incorporation document shows an address for Kerr in Edinburgh. A separate search for Brian Kerr shows a record of the same name having. I'll come back to that later, actually. I need to do a bit more research surrounding that. Okay, Kim Jong-un. Here we go. So research shows that Kim Jong-un, born in 1983, is the supreme leader of North Korea and General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea, WPK. More research I need to do around that. A member of the Kim family, as a member of the Kim family, is the third son of Kim Jong II, his predecessor as supreme leader, and a grandson of Kim II-sung, the founder of North Korea. He is the third supreme leader and dictator of North Korea, and also serves as the president of the State Affairs Commission and chairman of the Central Military Commission. From late 2010, around the time CERN Limited was incorporated on Company's House, Kim was viewed as a successor to the North Korean leadership. Following his father's death in December 2011, 2 months after Jimmy Savile's death, because I think they're all connected to the Vatican in all of this, all right? And it looks as though they're all linked into the Satanic Temple in all of this. Remember, they've had hundreds of years to position people around the world, okay, as part of this plan. He assumed various leadership posts and also became a member of the presidium of the WBK Politburo, the highest decision-making body in the country. In July 2012, the same month that CERN claims to have discovered the God particle, Kim was promoted to the high rank of Marshal in Korean People's Army, consolidating his positions as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and Chairman of the Central Military Commission. Kim oversaw 4 apparent nuclear weapons tests and extensive missile tests, including its first intercontinental ballistic missile. These heightened tensions with South Korea, the United States, and China, culminating in the 2017 to 2018 North Korea crisis after Donald Trump had been positioned. I believe it was all collaboratively planned. Okay, I don't think there's ever been a real risk of a nuclear war. In 2018 and 2019, Kim took part in summits with South Korean President Moon Jae-in and US President Donald Trump. How convenient. The first meeting between North Korea and US head of state. Despite the brief thaw in relations, the negotiations ultimately break down, staged, I believe, without progress on reunification of Korea or nuclear disarmament. So that allows the ability for them to keep it going, the fear of the nuclear weapons and the war and the deception to keep it going. He has claimed success in combating the COVID-19 pandemic, as the country did not report any confirmed cases until May 2022, after several independent observers have questioned his claim. Several independent observers have questioned his claim. In December 2023, Kim declared North Korea family abandoned efforts formally abandoned efforts to reunify Korea. In June 2024, Kim signed a security and defense treaty with Russia. Okay, well, they're all working together with supplying Russia material for the Russia-Ukraine war. In October, North Korea sent soldiers to assist Russia units in the Kursk campaign. Interesting. Kursk. We were just looking at Kursk, slightly different spelling, but interesting. Anyway, a search for Kim Jong-un on Company's House through Google reveals Brick and Block Building Services Limited, where a Kim Jong-un, okay, notice what they've done there to try and make it a bit harder, a bit of a mockery as well there. I believe that's going to be him. Was appointed in 2014 when the company was incorporated. This appears to have been a mockery, as I've said. The company dissolved in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal became exposed. And the incorporation document shows Archbird Limited and an address of 90 the Broadway, London, with 50 the Broadway is on the incorporation document of the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners that links to Jimmy Savile and CERN and is now being scrapped since being exposed. Now, I think they're using just variations. There's probably no way of even handing anybody a document there in relation to this company. That is just made up as part of the company's house fraud in collaboration with them. So this is the company. And if I just go into there's the name, Kim Jong-un. Remember, there's no verification. They're making the dates of birth up. That's probably a mockery. What was he, 84, 85? So they've switched the 8 and the 5, I believe. Okay, and you're going to see where it leads, which supports all of this. We look on the incorporation document. It's just an absolute deception against all of us, everybody. All right, we've been lied to about everything. There's 90, the Broadway, 50 is on the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. There's Kim Jong-un, the only person on the incorporation. Okay, they put him as a builder. It's just laughable. Here's Archbird Limited. Okay, so then if we go back to the document, they're all a bunch of, most of these people are from acting backgrounds. We know that Zelensky is, we know that, what's his name is, Emmanuel Macron, we know that Reagan was. This is why you got the intelligence agencies linked to the Garrick Club, and which was a gentleman's club, okay, men only club, set up in 1831. It's one of the oldest ones in the world, apparently, and that's its motto is the whole world is a stage. They just need to be arrested. We can't keep living in a world of deception and an organized criminal network so they can steal everyone's money whenever they want. All right, we need to stop this from carrying on. Anyway, a separate search for Archbird Limited shows that it was incorporated in 2005. It has Sung Hee Rang, and Chivers Easton Brown on its incorporation document that I had not seen before. So I'm just going to show you this. Remember, this is the name of the company that's on the incorporation document, but it looks like they've dissolved the previous one and created a... Oh, no, this is the same date range. So that's fine. Okay, if we go on the filing history, on the incorporation document within the filing history, notice the name, okay, Sung Hee Rang. We've also got Chivers Easton and Archbird Limited there. Accountant, Sung Hee Rang. It's just a joke, it really is. And then if we go back into the document, you're going to see how important this becomes. A separate search for Sung Hee Rang reveals a record connected to 34 companies, including Young's Korean Dance School Limited. Now, there's dance companies at key times. In fact, there's a dance company that connects my brother-in-law straight to the main Freemason lodge. Okay, not my brother-in-law, my brother-in-law's niece and her husband to the main Freemasons lodge, which links to Jimmy Savile. So we have a dance company, Young's Korean Dance School Limited. There's other companies as well. It was incorporated in 2004 and dissolved on the 18th of October 2011, a few days before Jimmy Savile's death. Young Suk Rang, Daeyang Corporate Services Limited, and Chivers Easton Brown of Yule Road, Tolworth, Surrey, is on the incorporation document. Okay, one more about showing that. Sung Hee Rang, the same record, also connects to Kim's Education Limited. Okay, so we have a Kim, we have a Young, we have Korean. Okay, all coming in from this. Sung Hee Rang also connects to Kim's Education Limited, which was incorporated as Kim's Education Agency in 2003, with its name being changed less than 2 months later. Young's Sok Rang, Daeyang Corporate Services Limited, and Watson Solicitors of an address of Kingston Road, New Maiden, Surrey, are on the incorporation document. Okay, so we're going to go into that. All right, so I need to go into that. So you can see there's Rang Sung Hee, which is the one, I can't remember which is the one now with the Korean dance, UGL Korean. I haven't even got into all of these others. There'll be loads of other evidence. Sushi, Rexo Limited, Seoul, Free Zone Beauty, Kim's Education. I haven't even, if I put a bit more time into this, there'll be just loads more. I mean, it's already massive, to be honest with you. Okay, so we have Watson Solicitors. There we go. Okay, So Watson solicitors. A separate search for Watson solicitors shows a company of the same name that was incorporated in August 2012 and dissolved in 2023. As I escalate the exposure of the fraud, it connects immediately to one of the main companies in the fraud by SDG on its incorporation document. So I'm just going to show this to you. There you go, Watson Solicitors Limited. So it looks like they dissolved the other one, reopened this one, okay, in the same name. And that was obviously the month after CERN discovered the God particle, okay, and then they dissolved it as I started exposing the fraud. Julian Charles Watson is the only director and connects to 14 companies, including Watson's Law. Again, I haven't gone into all of these other ones yet. I will be finding a lot more. Watson's Law. Watson's Law was incorporated in 2006 and it dissolved on the 6th of January 2026, the same day that the tax company that I showed you linking to the United Nations dissolved earlier. Okay, now we're going to see more. We're going to see a connection to that tax company now. Where is it? Martin James Hassan. To 6 companies, including Wilford. Yeah. Into the company, Watson's Law, Hassan, Wilfred T. Fry. I suspect this is, I'm going to find a link to Stephen Fry via this company. I haven't done it yet. I need to go into it a little bit more. And I need to research all of these other companies. But Stephen Fry has recently featured in key evidence within my document, tying in with the Mind Group, which links into the mind control element of everything. So this company, Wilfred T. Fry Executor and Trustee Limited, was incorporated in 1939. And you can see its name was Ribbons, Winder, Winder and Sons from 1939 until 1976. What was I going to show you next? Stephen Michael Allen connects this company to 43, including, there you go. What was his surname? It's gone again. My brain, I'm getting tired. Stephen Michael Allen. $43 companies. That's featured previously. Murray. Halo HR features previously. That is, Halo company is on the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales incorporation document. Let's have a quick look at that. Yeah, dissolved after I started exposing it. All right, links to the royal family, the Halo companies. These Quest companies are probably going to get linked to the currency producer, De La Rue, because you have a Quest element of that to De La Rue. Balmoral, so that's very likely going to be royal connections via that. Interesting. Hackluit, almost that is, isn't it? That's normally. And there it is, everybody. Okay, so they were appointed on the 21st of April, resigned 2023, resigned in September. We go into it. It's the exact same company that we saw on the incorporation document earlier. You can see dissolved 6th of January 2026, incorporated 1990, linking to the United Nations, the crimes against children coming in from my wife's employer, British Tax Associations Limited. That is massive. Absolutely massive, because now that is almost 100% sure and certainty that we are living a lie, because they will be laundering the money collaboratively through those names, through those organizations. Okay, the only other possible thing is that somebody has set it up to make it appear that way. But if that was the case, then you'd get the police responding saying, okay, this is fraud, somebody's done all this. But they're not. Nobody's responding. They're ignoring the evidence. They removed me from the company. They put me in prison. They arrested me. They've been trying to make me feel as though my life was going to be taken. There's dissolutions happening all over the place at key times. People resigning all over the place because of it. This is the end of this system. It is not going to go on. These people, they are not going to get away with this. Okay? If they try and harm humanity, they're in serious trouble. If they try and run and hide, they're in serious trouble. The only way they can have any sort of respite in terms of what the consequences are, or not respite, you know what I mean, consideration, is if they come forward in absolute full disclosure of the truth now, full repentance, and a commitment to change. They're not doing it, though. So the longer they leave it, they're going to be in serious trouble. They need to believe me in this. There's a reason that my favorite movie, I believe, is Terminator 2 Judgment Day. And when that came out, I actually believe I'm going to end up being fairly significant in all of this. So the only way out of this is full disclosure of the truth from whatever part you've had to play in it. You all need to be coming out with the truth now, all right? And we need to work collectively together to ensure that the future generations do not go through this, and we can bring heaven on earth, because we now know what the problem is. We now know why this has all been going on. Now, I'm going to go into, there's another bit of research, I think, here. So just to confirm, here's the United Nations company, just so you can see it again. If it loads up. Those of you that didn't see it earlier. United Nations Association, incorporated not long after the death of Princess Diana and the original founder of the Church of Satan. Incorporation document. And this is the only 2 times I've ever seen this company, to be honest with you. And there it is, British Taxpayer Association. So they will be laundering money stolen from you through everything you're seeing in relation to any risks of conflict. All of them. They're all involved. Every single leader in any sort of developed country. This includes Donald Trump, Greenland, North Korea. They're all in on it. All right. Now, this really does suggest that possibly nuclear weapons are not real, and that the technology of special effects was more advanced, and they made us believe they were real from the special effect. Now, some of those special effects were awful when they were the little models, etc. But, you know, some of the videos look more realistic. It's quite possible that that was all a lie now, and they never existed because of this evidence that we're now finding. I'm just going to have a quick look, actually, into the British Taxpayers company, just to see if we can see anything really that jumps out back in that company. I'm going to do it. Oh. So this whole money being offered by the World Marshall Authority was literally a case of trying to placate the whole thing. Oh, we'll just offer a load of money. No, it's not going to work, I'm afraid. No amount of money is going to placate this now. There has to be a new system, right? If they attack humanity over this, there's only one place they're going, and I'm almost certain of it. Now, let's have a quick look, see what other connections are made from this, just to see if we see anything interesting. Oh, yeah, straight away. Look at that. So Forvis Mazars links to Jeffrey Epstein in the research, okay? Mazars links to Mazzini, okay? So this now ties the United Nations to the Mazzini document written by Albert Pike to Mazzini in the 3 World War deceptions. That is gold dust, okay? And it also links to the earthquake companies. You have this company links closely to Italian earthquake companies that I found in the research, and it links straight close to the Madeleine McCann evidence as well. I'm going to just I won't screenshot. I'll just come back into it later and cover this. Let's have a look who else we've got here. So that means that ties this all into the Vatican as well now, okay? Because the Albert Pike letter was written to Mazzini, the head of the Vatican. They're all a bunch of criminals, I tell you. And I don't know what they were. Well, we know what they were thinking. Longman League of Gentlemen. Interesting. 1986. Mirror Engineering. This is all new to me, by the way. I haven't seen this. So we've got a Lord there, linking in with the House of Lords, obviously. Adams and Adams Tax Consultancy, civil investigation of fraud. It's just a joke. Look how they're mocking us. It's just unbelievable. 2014, it dissolved. Let's have a look if it's even a criminal cut, even legally registered. I think if you trace it back, it wouldn't be, but I just wonder if there's an obvious forgery. RM registers. These people, I tell you, they must think we are so stupid. Well, obviously they do. They must think humanity is stupid. And to be honest with you, we didn't know, did we? We've been led to, we've been made too busy. Which it actually says that in the letter, the Silent Weapons of Quiet Wars. It says they'll keep us too busy to know the truth. Well, now it's all coming out. Global Assets Limited. Taylorly Accounts Northway. Expats. Expats. Look, January 2001 Incorporated changed its name just before Larry Silverstein acquired the lease, and then no other time afterwards. You criminals, you in the military and the police, shame on you. You're a disgrace to humanity. You're an absolute disgrace to your children and humanity. I'm sorry, but it's just disgusting. Oh, look, this company had the name previously, British Taxpayers Association self-assessment. PLC. It's just, oh my goodness me, it's just gobsmacking. Civil investigation of fraud. I'm just looking for anything else that jumps out. We've already looked at that. Winifred T. Fry, more Winifred T. Fry companies. Harris Stewart, Windmill, Fry Wealth. Shame on them. How can they sleep at night? They're poor children having parents like that. Transpolymers, Emerging Capital Markets Group. I think I've seen that. BC Jebrid. Cardiff City Football Clubs. Now we've got the links to the football clubs coming straight from it. There you go. Perfect. All evidence. White Star Leisure. White Star. Yeah, look. This links to the Titanic. White Star, I'm 95% sure, was the company involved in building the Titanic, which links straight to JP Morgan. So here we go. And you can see, look, they've dissolved it. 2024. I'm 95% sure that is. I wonder if we'll see some Titanic companies in here. White Star, HMSA. Just a disgrace, they really are. Edge Pharmaceuticals. I think it was White Star. I could be wrong, but I think it is. Got it written down. Griffin. Griffin again. Griffin to Griffin. Wonder if it's got the address there. No. Interesting. Tunbridge Griffin. Now, Griffin is the company on CAPB Limited on their registered address. It says the company name Griffin, first of all. I'm sure they'll be watching this, some of them. Just, you're a disgrace. You're an absolute pathetic disgrace and a waste of space. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be, I'm a bit just gobsmacked by the audacity of you, to be honest. I'll calm down in a minute. What were you thinking? You've literally sold practically your soul, haven't you? Whether you deliberately knew you were doing that, whether you're just you're clearly not thinking rationally for whatever reason. I think, unfortunately, the drugs and the alcohol is going to have a big part to do with it. Spending everyone's money on your addictions, because you're not obviously right in the head, most of you. I'm sorry to say, I don't mean to be offensive, but anyone that's continuing this, there's something seriously wrong with you. St. Paul's Management, Sheffield, that becomes relevant. Interesting. Soul Shore. I'm just talking about selling souls. Yeah, there's connections to Oval Sex, so that links into the fraud. Prospect Place, Wimbledon. Can't see any obvious straight link to the Titanic there, but I can check that later. Who else is in here? Civil investigation of fraud is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, that's already that means this name has popped up, and I don't think it was in this record. It might have been. What we'll do it in a minute, I'm going to show you the connections to Diane Bisson-Simmons, who's here we go, Every Youth. That's featured previously. That's featured at a key point. Where's that? Just going to get the document up. Oh, it's going to take a while to load, isn't it? Oh. Is it a separate word? I've seen that. I think it was in my document the other day. It's just going to load up. It's a big document now, so it takes a while to... Here we go. Every Youth. Oh, that's I'd actually seen it coming in from the British Taxpayers Association. And then I'd gone in, Sean Edwards of Every Youth connects to Carers Worldwide. Yeah. A company incorporated in May 2012. It appears to have a forged incorporation document. Carers Worldwide, everybody. Linked into the crimes against children, removal of name and another name of. So they forged the document with the removal of. I can't see because of all the. Forged incorporation document with the removal of a name and another name of a nil further down on the document. When searched separately, this name has a duplicate record leading to Basic Needs Trustees Limited. Basic Needs Trustees Limited was incorporated in 2009, dissolved in March 2022, and is a criminal company with the London. Oh, I remember now, yes. And this then links to the boyfriend of my wife's friend. So my wife's friend, I think there's a picture of him. Is it here? No. It definitely leads somewhere. It leads to him. Might be further up or down. Okay. Carers Worldwide. Basic Needs. William Godfrey of this company connects to Sheffield and District Society of Chartered Accountants, where they were a director from May 2000 to 2002. Roger Avon of Basic Needs Limited connects to Contessa, that was incorporated in 2004. Dissolved in 2008. Lillian Avon of 28 Parkwood Road, Bournemouth, that is used in the fraud, connects to Bournemouth Literary Festival. So you can see how quick. Yeah, and Spectrum Premier. I thought I'd put his picture in here. It doesn't look as though his picture's here. I've got it somewhere, so I'll have to put his picture in because it does connect him. Spectrum Premier Homes Limited was originally called Western Challenge Services from 1994 to July 2012, the same year that the CERN discovered a God particle. This is a Gordon and Sons Limited. And Leicester Aldridge. Do you remember I said about Leicester Aldridge earlier? Solicitors of an address of Christchurch on its incorporation document. This is Christchurch in Dorset. The document also shows James Telfer of an address in Barton-on-Sea, linked to Leicester Build Association, and Brian Wilcox of an address of Russell Drive in Bournemouth, linked to Riverside No. 1 Management Company. This last company had featured previously. Roger Avon also connects to Spectrum Property Ventures Limited, incorporated in 2012 with Western Challenge Housing Association, of an address of Spinnaker House, Grange Road in Christchurch, Dorset, on its incorporation document. Searching this address shows it being right next to, spelling mistake, BAE Systems Digital Intelligence, and being right near the Grange estate that I used to police in Christchurch. See, a lot of this appears to have been set up for me to identify it. There's so much around me that it leads to, or whether obviously I'm picking up on that more, obviously, because it's the forged bank documents. But, you know, little things like when I started working there in around 2011, I had no idea that it had a Waterman's Park there where I transferred and requested to go and work. And during my role, I used to work with employees of the Sovereign Company. So this company we're talking about, where it's led in from that taxpayers company that links to Kim Jong-un and the United Nations, it literally is tying to me personally in terms of where I worked and who I was working with. It's just mind-blowing. It really is. According to its website, the Sovereign Network Group, SNG, was originally founded in 1974, 3 years after the WEF, and formed SNG in years after the WEF, and formed SNG in 2023 as the exposure continued. My wife's friend that works for Siemens has a husband called Andrew Hawksworth, and according to the information, he started work at Sovereign Housing Association in 2022. So these companies we're talking about, but I had not previously realized the significance. I had confided in Leanne and Andrew prior to knowing of all of this, and had been discussing the important evidence being acquired, including the irrefutable connections to the case of Madeleine McCann. Now, Leanne works for Siemens, okay, which links to CERN in all of this. And Il Kumar Patil also connects to Disability and Development Partners. And Kamala Achu of this company connects to British Overseas NGOs. That's massive. That company features at key times throughout the fraud. That's non-government organisations for Development Bond, that was incorporated in 1997 and has Christian Aid, British and Irish Churches Trust, and Crown Agents Foundation Council on its incorporation document. This company had previously featured in the research of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council. Othman Mokbel was apparently appointed to the British Overseas Company on November 2023, a month after the apparent staged Israel attack, and they had stated, he is Palestinian. Mokbel connects to Association of Chief Executives of Voluntary Organizations, which appears to relate to charities, the false criminal front for the Freemasons, and has featured several times throughout the research of the fraud. Kirsty Smith was apparently appointed to British Overseas NGOs for Development in November 2024 and connects to Forgotten Children UK Limited, a company incorporated in 2006 with Expoor Manor Freehold Limited connected at UK PLC Client Direct, and it dissolved in January 2023 as the exposure continued. Right, let's go to, it's just overwhelming, it really is. It's just, mind is just blown every day in all of this. We've also got a link further down, the National Children's Bureau, which then links into major areas of the fraud and the paedophile information exchange by the National Council for Civil Liberties as well. So this all ties in. Also, Princess Diana's bodyguard connects NGOs organization. Like, I think I found a link back to this, to Princess Diana's bodyguard as well. We have the Crown Agents, okay, that we just mentioned. Crown Agents feature really key points throughout the fraud. So let's go to, now I can't remember if it's here or here, so I'm a bit laid back here. You can probably see right up my nose, but never mind. Let's have a look, see if I can find Diane Bisson, and I'll show you the search of the research that I've recently found about her. It's already in the document. So let's go to Seismic. Is that the right spelling? S-E? Is it S-E-I-S-M-I? I don't know if that's right, is it? Here we go. Oh yeah, whilst we're here, yeah, I'll just read it whilst we're here because we're talking about the earthquake side of things. So in December, should we go back? What's this bit? Oh yeah, let's go back a little bit. In November 2016, an article emerged by Mail Online trying to explain that a recent claim of CERN having caused an earthquake, so this was in the year that the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed, having caused an earthquake in Italy was untrue. This was 3 months after an apparent ritual took place at CERN by its statue, and that represents creation and destruction, and was the same year as the Pizzagate scandal, as I said. Let's have a look at the article. I'm only doing this because it ties in with this seismic evidence that we're going to be looking at anyway. CERN denied that the Hadron Collider caused... Oh. Don't really want to accept that. Let's do it anyway. Bizarre claims that plasma blasting experiment was responsible for tremors. Now, interestingly, you've just had a plasma scientist shot and killed in America. I don't know if you're aware of that, in December. Conspiracy theorists have blamed the CERN facility for Italy earthquakes. One suggested the Large Hadron Collider unleashes massive power. Another theorist suggested aliens could invade Earth using the collider. CERN was insisted that the Large Hadron Collider is entirely safe. CERN has denied claims the Large Hadron Collider is responsible for a recent string of earthquakes in Italy. The BP Earthwatch organization posted a video on its YouTube channel which claimed the massive machine on the French-Swiss border could have prompted the earthquakes. The conspiracy site claims the LHC could have triggered the earthquake in August, which killed more than 200 people and caused severe shocks last month. Scientists of the Geneva-based European Centre of Nuclear Research, CERN, have been trying to discover a new particle in addition to the 2012 discovery of the Higgs boson and God particle. However, after initial excitement of the breakthrough, scientists acknowledged the discovery was a statistical burp rather than a new particle. I don't think they're trying to discover any particles at all. I don't think the evidence suggests they are not opening portals or anything to do with time. All of the evidence suggests they are trying to create a false tribulation period and possibly the end of creation in all of this, unless it's there as the ultimate deception for the right person. But that is what all of the evidence is suggesting from what I'm finding. So if we go back, so that came out in 2016. The Mail Online news website is owned by the Daily Mail. That's the one that just did the article. And like all other mainstream media companies, is centralized to the fraud. Daily Mail and General Trust PLC was incorporated in 1922 and has a forged register with Waterlow and Sons again on its incorporation document. The filing history shows that in February and May 2022, as the fraud is being exposed, changes are made regarding the person of significant control, but the people record does not reflect this, suggesting there may have been a forgery. The significant person of control is shown as the 4th Earl of Rothermere, but the full name appears different to the research. Let's just show you that. Let's see if it's still functioning. Incorporated September 1922. Activities Head Office, Daily Mail and General Trust. Now, this is featured recently in some other research, okay, of the mass killings. I can't remember which one. I'd have to have a look, but it has come up very recently in my research again. So they are involved. You know, you can see Waterloo and Sons, but it's got the Daily Mail Trust. Oh, so I've covered that up a bit there. I know the Daily Mail Trust, okay, is what it's saying its name was on 22. Okay, so in that date, the Daily Mail Trust. It's a lie. It's a lie, because that's the name they've got, and they're claiming that's from 1922, and no other names have been registered here. That's a lie. That's forgery. So if we could go back, in December 2022, the same month that I made my first official report of the fraud, and that the Foundation for Science and Technology dissolved, that links to Ghislaine Maxwell and the Christchurch earthquake appeal, CERN publicised an article claiming it was assessing the seismic safety of its facility and that the area around the facility is prone to earthquakes. I'll just show you that quickly. I didn't know about the CERN connection at this point, okay? So this is them panicking, realising we better start covering our backside, all right? Assessing the seismic safety, December 2022. Surrounded by the Alps. Okay, it talks about seismology and the names of the people in here, somewhere here. Don't know where they are, but there you go. Luca Cironi is one of the people that was involved in the test, and Marco Andreni. On searching Company's House search, the article states that these two people were there. On searching Company's House, a Luca Serini, the same name, connects to Pat 1 Limited, that was incorporated in June 2019, the month before Jeffrey Epstein was arrested. Not Julian Assange, that was in April, that was a mistake there. Where supposedly arrested, and it dissolved in November 2024 as the exposure continued. The filing history shows that on the 24th of May 2003, it had a oh, this is massive, I forgot about this, has a registered address of 7 Bell Yard, which features in the research of Ghislaine Maxwell. So we not only have a science and technology company linking him from her, we now have a link to this person involved in the seismic test to try and prove that CERN was not capable of causing earthquakes, linked to Ghislaine Maxwell via the research. And this address, 7 Bell Yard, is the address for the Temple Bar, where they used to go and drink. It's called the Temple Bar. Okay, after government, they went and drink there, and they used to have mutton pies, which I suspect may have contained something not very nice. On searching a Company's House for the other person, a Marco Andreni, 2 records appear, with both records linking to an address for companies in Hampshire, the same county where Deborah Fleming was an NHS CEO and who initiated my removal as a director from Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited for refusing to file forged documents. 1 record connects to 4 companies, including Barbell's Beans Limited, that was incorporated in 2021 and dissolved in 2023. A Susan Swan is shown as the 2nd director. A separate search for Susan Swan reveals many records, but some stand out. Because remember, they're using duplications of records and variations of details. With one that connects to Pegasus Consulting Limited, that links immediately to the fraud with companies made simple on its incorporation document. That also links to the paedophile information exchange in the World Trade Center disaster. And Swan having an address in Hampshire. This appears to possibly reference Israeli spyware and Israel connections to Pegasus. Another record for Susan Swan connects to Roxborough and Berkshire Citizens Advice Bureau that was incorporated in June 2011, 4 months after the Christchurch earthquake. This company quickly connects to important areas of the fraud, including one of its directors, Paul Silton, connecting to Thales Optronics, Taunton Limited. Thales is a weapons company linking various areas of the fraud to the Russian government, including the Nicola Bully case, which also makes other relevant connections to Christchurch earthquake via Cobbitts LLP. I'm almost certain, I mean, the evidence is really becoming quite overwhelming, as I'm reading it again, especially how the collider is about causing a false tribulation on Earth. There's a lot of people saying it's not, and that it's about portals, but the evidence is massive. I mean, it really is massive. And because you've got it linked to the Vatican, it makes sense, because the Vatican are saying that there'll be a tribulation period through their religion, okay, in all of this. There are many further connections, but this suggests that those behind CERN and controlling the criminal system may have panicked as the fraud became exposed and tried to conceal any speculation that the collider technology could cause earthquakes. The opera technology used in the experiment over the time of the Christchurch earthquake is at the world's largest underground research facility, laboratory. No, that isn't normal laboratory, but that's the Italian name for it. That's why I said it funny. Don't laugh at me. Okay. Nazionale del Gran Sasso in Gran Sasso, Italy. The research shows it uses the CERN's neutrinos to Gran Sasso neutrino beam. When viewed on a world map, the alignment with the two facilities in a straight line appears to cross close to or through New Zealand, where the earthquake occurred. That's I'll just show you the article of the. So this is the facility in Italy that was working on an experiment at the same time as CERN, in collaboration with CERN. They were doing it together at the period when the earthquake happened in New York. And you can see you've got the INFN here, which we're going to come to in a minute, which links to the Vatican. Right, so this all ties in to the Vatican. This is a facility in Italy. And its director, Ezio, there's a lot more research I could do about this, but it's just the time in doing it all. And if you search this acronym, you'll probably find something as well. The Institut National, I'm not even going to try and say that in thingy. So the INFN that we just saw on that, linking to that facility, is the coordinating institution for nuclear particle theoretical and astroparticle physics in Italy, and is based in Rome. Remember, we had an infiltration of Rome tying in with all of this. The INFN is connected to the Vatican and are involved in this facility and with CERN. The INFN was founded 3 years before CERN in 1954, which is the year that the what's it called? The Stone of Crone or Stone of Destiny went missing. Okay, and it looks as though they then used a fake stone for the coronation of the fake queen in 1953, and then CERN was founded in 1954 to continue the work of the Italian Enrico Fermi, that research suggests had been called the architect of the nuclear age. He died in 1954, the same year that the CERN company was founded, suggesting the research may have been infiltrated by a doomsday cult. This was around the same time as the apparent Egyptian Pharaonism, oh my goodness me, resurgence, and the incorporation of CAPB Limited was in 1932, an important company connecting to the Flemings and the World Trade Center disaster, as mentioned elsewhere. I'd been sent the article below that explains the apparent importance of ley lines and that they are straight fault lines in the Earth's tectonic plates and how they relate to magnetic fields and frequencies. Within the article, it states the following. It is interesting, and we should take notice that the Swiss lab CERN and the Brookhaven lab, which is the relativistic heavy ion collider in New York, both sit on ley lines. And both of these labs have hadron collider that directly impact these key lines negatively or positively. Oh, why is it not learning? Oh, looks like they might have removed that. That's interesting. Looks like they've removed that link. Yep. Interesting. Okay. Now, heretic. Referring back to the Foundation for Science and Technology, Jude Axton connects to Royal Society Trading that was incorporated in July 2019. I'm just going to show you the science and technology, actually. And we will get to Diane Bisson in a minute. This is relevant. I'll just read this as well, actually. This is coming in from... this is all about the... here's the CMS detector, yeah, at CERN. Conducting cable that generates a field 4 Tesla, about 100,000 times the magnetic field of the Earth. This is the CMS connections, links to the royal family, it looks like. And So this is the CERN website. You can see it's talking about the compact Moyne solenoid. Well, the CMS links into, it looks like Donald Trump and the royal family. It says the CMS detector is built around a huge solenoid magnet. This takes the form of a cylindrical coil of superconductor and generates a field of Tesla about 100,000 times the magnetic field of the Earth. The field is confined by a steel yoke that forms the bulk of the detector's 14,000-ton weight. Why would they even build something that has 100,000 times the magnetic field of the Earth? It's absolute insanity. Unless this is not real and they've set it up, okay? Unless they've made it for the right person to, expose all of this in time. But it's there. It's there. Now, coming on from that, yeah, I'll read this actually. It's all so relevant. It's really massive. So let me just start here. Referring back to Prince Harry, Travelist Limited was incorporated. He's connected to a company called Travelist, which he changed his name or his address in 2024 as I was exposing the fraud, okay, Prince Harry. And it was incorporated on the 3rd of April 2020, 2 days before Keir Starmer resigned from the criminal organisation, the Death Penalty Project Limited, that links immediately to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, originally incorporated as William and Harry Foundation. And criminal company Madeline's Fund, leaving no stone unturned, linking to Madeleine McCann by Bates, Wells and Braithwaite. Now, it also connects to P. Diddy, Sean Combs, okay? Now, if we look in this company, you're going to see it. There's an article that says he was linked to it, but Travelist, notice you've got the CMS Cameron McKenna Nabarro Olswang. Well, that CMS is the same bit of CERN that we've just been looking at. And this company links to Jimmy Savile, Prince Andrew, Donald Trump, Princess Anne, other key individuals almost immediately from that research. And here we have Travelist, which is connected into, according to an article, Prince Harry. Don't think his name's actually on it, but it doesn't mean he's not part of it, because they basically can still have a is he a person of significant control? Yeah, there you go. Prince Henry Charles Albert David, Duke of Sussex. Date of birth 1984. Notified 3rd of April 2020. Yeah. So this was 2 days before Keir Starmer resigned from the important company of Death Penalty Project Limited, which was the same day that the founder of the London Law Agency died, okay, which is on the incorporation document for that. Now, this, I believe, is going to be linking in with CERN and that particular bit of CERN that we spoke about. James Allen Holt connects Travelist Limited to Inspiring Girls International Limited. So this is linked to Prince Harry. Inspiring Girls International Limited. Douglas Wills of this company connects to Eureka Workshop Limited, that was incorporated in 2000 and is a criminal company with Michael John Hope of the London Law Agency of 84 Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue on its incorporation document, with the name and address used throughout the fraud. A Eureka company is shown on the incorporation document of Jewish Community Centre UK that makes important connections to the research. So I'm going to show you this because it leads into very important information. So where's Travelist? We want James Allen Holt. Oh, there. Going to start accusing them again then. Inspiring Girls International Limited. What else have we got here before we? Just Defenders. So Inspiring Girls International, incorporated 2016. Was it that one that's? Oh no. Within that company, we want Douglas Wills. Douglas Wills, London Press Club, again, that's relevant. Society of Editors, nicename.com. What a mockery. It's just an absolute mockery of us all. Eureka Workshop, I think, wasn't it? 2000, yeah. So this is the company that is, or there's a Eureka company linking with the Jewish Community Centre UK on elsewhere in the document, which links to Madeleine McCann almost directly And remember, I've got the evidence that suggests that Prince Harry may have been wearing the skin of Madeleine McCann at the time of Jeffrey Epstein being arrested. And you can see we now have the link in to the Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue, okay, which links in to the research of the Satanic Temple United Kingdom, the London Law Agency, a criminal company, which then ties with P. Diddy, Sean Coombs, international child trafficking, all tying in literally 2 company ways away from Harry. And there's other links into Harry as well. But it gets a bit more important because, well, not more important, but as important. Narina Hertz connects Inspiring Girls International Limited to Institute for Public Policy Research. It was incorporated in 1988, the year before the World Wide Web was created for CERN. It connects to the fraud and the vaccines by Linklaters and Pains on its incorporation document, immediately to AstraZeneca PLC and, I believe, a Pfizer company, which appears to be forged. This document, the filing history shows that Baroness Barbara Young, yeah, this is critical, I forgot about this. So Baroness Barbara Young of Old Scone, bearing in mind we're talking about the Stone of Destiny not having been used, terminated as being a director on the 24th of September 2009, 5 days before the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales was incorporated. Now, that was around the same time that I became a director of Exbourne Manor. Research suggests that Baroness Barbara Young, a Labour MP in Scotland, which is where the Stone of Scone is kept, was positioned as the vice chair of the BBC in 1997, the same year that Princess Diana died, when she also received a Life Peerage Award. And the original founder of the Church of Satan also died. So this is all linking in with Prince Harry, everybody. You're talking literally 1 company away, I think now, or maybe 2, but 1 or 2 there. Young was appointed as a member of the House of Lords on the Science and Technology Committee in 2024, okay, as the exposure continued. And this becomes relevant in the evidence regarding the Christchurch earthquake and Ghislaine Maxwell linking quickly to a science and technology company. Scone is where the Stone of Scone or Stone of Destiny is kept, and where evidence is regarding the infiltration of the possible murder of the real royal family and a false Stone of Scone having been used for the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II and King Charles. Harry's of London, which is a company links into, coming in from another bit of research, links to royal companies, JP Morgan Limited, and therefore the Flemings, and important connections to the Portugal Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the United Kingdom, now made to Mazzini and an Italian earthquake company shown elsewhere in the research. I could go on with this, but let me get to the bit I was going to show you. This is also relevant now. It's just see, look, you've got, I won't read all of this, but this is another bit of the research coming in from CMS, okay? And you end up hitting, so Anthony Brian Cleaver connects a company called Big Bang Education. Now, bearing in mind the Big Bang is how creation began, and the opposite would be a contraction of the universe, okay, or of our known world and galaxy. So he connects Big Bang Education, CIC, to 31 companies, including the Foundation for Science and Technology, that makes quick connections to the research of the Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand in 2011, the intelligence agencies, and Ghislaine Maxwell, as shown elsewhere in the document. So we have a Big Bang company also linking to Ghislaine Maxwell. Cleaver also connects Big Bang Education, CIC, to Lockheed Martin UK Holdings Limited, Robin A Technology Realizations PLC, and KPMG as its registered address, making an immediate connection to Dorset Chief Constable Amanda Pearson and the Skin and Clinton companies, which suggests the connection to the skinning of the children alive to the Pizzagate scandal, now tying in with the Big Bang company and the CERN science technology company that links in with Ghislaine Maxwell. Cleaver also connects to English National Opera. Now, opera, remember, was the name of the experiment at CERN with the Italian facility at the time of the Christchurch earthquake, appearing to be relevant to the Christchurch earthquake and falsified apocalypse. Cleaver also connects to IBM companies, oh my goodness, I forgot how massive this is, that had already connected to the research of the World Trade Center disaster, the crimes against children, and the Iona prophecy. Referring back to Nabarro LLP, Stephen Samuel Alexandra Miller also connects to CMS Cameron McKenna Nabarro Olswang LLP. Outward Bound Global is connected immediately to Jimmy Savile, McDonald's, restaurants, and quickly to Jeffrey Epstein, as shown throughout the document. Outward Bound Global was incorporated as Outward Bound Trust in 1946, the same year as UNICEF began, but also the Tavistock Institute and also the Mind Group, which now links in to crimes against children in my research, linking into Stephen Fry again, began, and a year before the Association of Chief Police Officers. Actually, no, it's not. The Association of Chief Police Officers was 1948, but the Doomsday Clock did begin in 1947, the year after. Its register has been forged and its name was changed to Outward Bound Trust in 1997, 4 years before the World Trade Center disaster, and the same year Princess Diana's death supposedly happened. Its name was changed for the last time in 2009, the same year that the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales was incorporated on Companies House. This is, remember, we're talking about the connection to Jimmy Savile here now and CMS in all of this. Jimmy Savile is shown as being a director to the company from important year of 1991 until 1995, the year as the incorporation of the Hackler, as the same year as the Hackler International Advisory Board. I'd previously seen a video of an account of sexual abuse taking place against children at King's School in Richmond, and whilst at an Outward Bound camp where they are also witnessed a murder of a child, as shown in the below video. And I know some of you may have seen. I'm just going to play a little bit of it to give me a break for a minute.
I think the abuse that I was already experiencing at home put me in a position where, when I was ritually abused at the camp, I'd already been conditioned to accept that type of abuse, to believe that that was what men did to young boys, to believe that there was nothing I could do about it because it was the way the world was, because I knew in my family home that I couldn't speak out about what my...
This photograph was taken in 1871 at the Danvers State Hospital in Massachusetts. The girl you're seeing is...
Let me go back to it. I'm just going to have a drink and a little snack whilst you're watching this, and then I'll come back. This isn't what I planned, actually, but I'm just going to keep doing it anyway. We've got a few people listening, so the more evidence I get out, the better. But we just need people to be doing something.
I think the abuse that I was already experiencing at home put me in a position where, when I was ritually abused at the camp, I'd already been conditioned to accept that type of abuse, to believe that that was what men did to young boys, to believe that there was nothing I could do about it because it was the way the world was, because I knew...
Sugar. Oh, sugar. Sorry.
You can't sleep.
Keep putting the... It's because I'm putting my phone down trying to get a drink because I need a bit of light. So I'll have to use the...
I think the abuse that I was already experiencing at home put me in a position where, when I was ritually abused at the camp, I'd already been conditioned to accept that type of abuse, to believe that that was...
Oh, I'm going to give up in a minute.
Right off the bat, I can name 6 names. Okay, next.
Joys of being in a tent, trying to get light as well. Right, final time.
I think the abuse that I was already experiencing at home put me in a position where, when I was ritually abused at the camp, I'd already been conditioned to accept that type of abuse, to believe that that was what men did to young boys, to believe that there was nothing I could do about it because it was the way the world was, because I knew in my family home that I couldn't speak out about what my father and my mother were doing. It made me aware that there was really no one that I could turn to for support. I think it was obvious to me even as a child that if I told my parents about what had happened at the camp, it would have raised too many questions about what was happening at home. I already knew the rules of the society in which I lived were adults abuse children, adults sexually abuse children, and the children must keep quiet. So when I was then taken to a camp where I was sexually abused, it seemed to just be a much more violent extension of what I had already been exposed to. I'd already been primed, in a sense, to accept that type of abuse, to accept it as normal. So the context in which I was sent to the camp was one in which I'd already been abandoned as a kid. I had no emotional connection to those around me. I was incredibly vulnerable to any display of affection or kindness from an adult, which would often turn into sexual abuse. I was abused in a social context in which it was normal to abuse children.
You were taken to a location in the north of England. What happened there?
I was taken to a camp run by an organisation called Outward Bound, and
linked to Donald Trump.
Isolated by a lake. The 2 most abusive teachers in that group that I remember, the history teacher, he was called Mr. Newman, an English teacher, he was called Mr. Sewell, and they both worked at King's House School in Richmond in London, where I was sexually abused many times by many different teachers. We were driven to the camp in 2 different minibuses. I remember when I arrived there feeling very isolated On the way to the camp, we'd stopped at Alton Towers, which is a theme park. I remember the English teacher who had previously sexually abused me at the school. I think I had this growing awareness that those who were taking us to the camp seemed to be grooming different children in the group. So I think I already had the sense as we were traveling there that there was a lot of fear in me. There was a lot of fear in me that I disguised. So many activities that I was taken on by abusers. There was this presentation of it being an adventure, of it being something fun. So whilst I wanted to go to the theme park and I liked the idea of going on an adventure holiday because I'd seen the brochures that they handed out at school, I think I was hoping, despite all the odds, despite the fact that it seemed to permeate every aspect of society, I think I was hoping that perhaps this was an adventure holiday, perhaps this was something enjoyable that I could participate in with adults, perhaps it was an experience that I could be involved in without being abused. When we got to the camp, I remember it being very isolated. There was a lake and a boathouse. There was a small recreation room with a video game inside. It was one of the old video games that was kind of under a glass sheet. I remember it took pence pieces. And I remember that between being abused, a lot of us would hang out in that recreation room and put 20 pence pieces into the Space Invaders machine. So it felt like a way of distracting ourselves from what was happening. I remember being very worried, as I think the other kids were, that we would run out of 20 pence pieces. It felt like this video game machine was the way in which we escaped from the camp. It was the only space in the camp where I felt like I wasn't in the camp. For a few minutes, we could sit in front of this video game machine, this Space Invaders machine, and not be there. Yeah, I guess I never really acknowledged how much that game helped. I'm very glad that someone made that game and put it there. And later on, I went to design video games, so I feel like maybe some other kid played one of the games that we made and was able not to be where he was or she was too. Yeah. Then at night, men would visit the camp, and cars would pull up in the driveway, and men would come out of them. They'd take us into different rooms, and they would abuse us. I could hear kids being abused in other rooms. I had my own experiences of being abused there. It seemed to typically happen quite early in the morning, around 2 or 3 in the morning. Dreading that moment in the night when I'd be woken up and taken out of my bed. I remember being burned by them after being abused, often with cigarettes. I remember the violence of the rapes that I was subjected to. I remember they were dressed in different costumes. Some of them were dressed as police officers. Some of them wore masks. It was filmed. I feel very, very angry at those men. I feel very angry at the school. I feel very sad at what happened to me. And I feel very strong. I feel like they relied on me never being this strong. They relied on the children they abused never being strong enough to speak out. And they did that through a series of practices which are well defined as ritual abuse techniques. One of these techniques was to tie a child's leg to the ceiling and to spin the child from the ceiling until the child was so disorientated that they would submit to anything, that they would split themselves, that they would do anything to avoid remembering or feeling the pain of what that experience was like. After I was spun, I was also taken to the lake where the men would nearly drown me. They would push me under the water until I was nearly drowned, and then they would drag me up from the water, and they'd keep doing it, and they'd keep doing it, and they'd keep doing it. And they seemed to know when it was that they'd conditioned us deeply enough that we would never speak out, because then we would start wetting the bed. As soon as you've traumatized a child enough that you can regress them to an earlier stage of development, then you know that you've done significant damage to their nervous system, and you know that it's very unlikely that they will ever speak out about what you've done to them because you've stored it in a pre-verbal form. It's very, very hard for them to ever speak out about what they did. And those men used that, the fact that we started wetting the beds, as an indication that they'd damaged us enough that they knew that it was safe to let us go. And they kept other children at the camp, and there was a girl called Claire, and we became friends. I now know that they were doing this in order to create a bond between me and Claire, which they would later abuse. One of the evenings, I was taken into a shed on the grounds of the camp, and Claire was there, and she was tied in a chair. One of the men who was stood around her had a fork in his hand. He told me to stab Claire with a fork, and I refused. And I started shouting, and then he grabbed my hand with the fork in it, and he pushed it into Claire's face, and he did that again and again. After that, the men stood around me, and they shouted at me, "Look at what you've done, look at what you've done, look at what you've done." And they kept shouting it until I believed that I had done that. I had not done that, they had done that. And I don't know how many children they had done that to, but they did that to me. I don't want them to do it to any more children.
If you feel comfortable with this, maybe you could talk about the rituals that you remember being forced to participate in.
What was done to me and to other children is that we were taken out into a space outside the camp. There were graves dug in the ground. We were put into the graves, and then the graves were sealed, and then I was left there overnight. So I was essentially buried alive overnight. I feel this is like a big basis for my fear of death. I see no reason to fear death. it would just be transitioned to another space. I think what I had always feared was being put back in those pits by those men. I think as a kid, I thought this is death, being stuck in a pit. Time seemed to stop. I wasn't aware of how long I'd been left there. I didn't know if I'd be taken out of the pit. I'm also aware again that listeners are probably thinking this sounds wild and implausible. If you feel that, then it worked. Then it worked. Then exactly what those men wanted you to believe, which is that this didn't happen to me, that they couldn't do this to children. It worked. Just like they wanted to hide the Holocaust, but didn't manage it. It seems like they have almost managed to hide this. So there's a few voices like my voice and your voice who speak out, and other voices who are joining us around the world. It's a very strange life to live, carrying this, but I'm glad that I'm speaking out. I'm just thinking about Claire more, and I really struggle with this, regardless of what anyone listening thinks about, maybe dubious of what I'm telling them or disbelieving. I think you have to consider this, and that is that several months ago I reported the murder of a small girl called Claire to the British police, and they've asked me nothing more about her. Is that normal? Is it normal to report a murder to the British police force and for them to not ask anything about it?
No.
And I have emails from the police acknowledging the receipt of my statements, and what I have from them mostly is silence. It's 2018. I reported the murder of a girl called Claire to the British police force, and for months there has just been silence. Who are these people?
Did you try to tell anyone about what happened to you at the time?
It became quite clear to me at the time there was no one to tell. People at the camp who abused me appeared to be police officers. I was taken there by school teachers. My parents were sexually abusing me. It wasn't apparent to me who I could tell. Didn't seem to be an individual in that society in any position to listen or to help. Almost all of them seemed to participate, either through abusing children, through denying that abuse was happening, or ignoring it. When I came back from the camp, I, like many of the other children who were abused there, became very ill, and we were off school. I was off school for a very long time. I have school reports that reference the time I was away. The story that the school told was that we had got ill on account of algae in the lake when we'd gone canoeing. But the truth was that I, like many of those children, was very ill because we'd been raped by men who came to that camp who prostituted us. But that wasn't the school's story. The school's story is silence. Complete silence. I went to the school's Wikipedia page and I added information about a teacher who had been convicted of paedophilia in the school. Someone at the school removed that from the Wikipedia page. And the comment that they left on Wikipedia after it had been removed was something like, this isn't relevant to the school. This isn't relevant to the school. The fact that there was a paedophile definitively operating at the school. I mean, in my experience, there are many paedophiles there, but there was one individual who...
I'm just going to stop it there for a minute. Quite harrowing. And I believe every word of it. I mean, the evidence is so overwhelming in relation to this, everyone. And your money is facilitating it all because of this company's house fraud. So if we don't resolve this company's house fraud, the world's going to be over. I mean, they are leading us into an apocalyptic, according to all of the research that I've got, that is what appears to be the case. Right? They're leading us into a falsified tribulation period in all of this. Now, I don't know whether it's going to be stopping, but because of the exposure, if we just have a quick look at Outward Bound, I'll just show you it quickly. Well, that's an Outward Bound. What's that there? Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. So the school where this happened, okay, I've searched it, and this is the result that comes up from this school. Okay, the King's House School Trust. And what was it on the incorporation document? Let's turn my video on, sorry. It was incorporated in 1957 and has Jordans and Sons Limited on its incorporation document. The same blooming company as Export Manor Freehold Limited. I'm just trying to find it to show you. Let me just show you the dates. This is the school where this happened, 1957, or where it relates to. But the actual, the incident happened at the camp, Outward Bound, which is linked to Jimmy Savile and Donald Trump very quickly, and the royal family via that company and the main Freemasons Lodge. But a lot of the abuse happened at the school here, which I'm going to try and show you the incorporation document. It's not on the... No, it's not there. So I have to go back. That way. No, it's in a selection of documents then, which will be 1995 probably. But next page. I mean, it's blatantly, so obviously linked to the international fraud, the crimes against children. I mean, it goes hand in hand with the entertainment industry, all tied in with it, and it's all linked to your money. So we're all responsible for this. You know, if our money is being funneled through to support the crimes against the children and actually actively motivate it. And there you go, Jordans and Sons Limited on the incorporation document. Same company name as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited, but this is actually an earlier registered version of it. They re-registered a new company in 1965. So, because the thing is, sexual abuse makes a lot of money because of these people that are addicted to whatever it is they're into, and so they need money to do it. And remember, it comes with the drug trade as well. The international drug trade is all linked into this. And it's actually the heads of our police and the system they've got in place, the heads of the military, the heads of the government, the MPs, the councillors are all running the world's problems through this company's house fraud. Could be stopped overnight if you all just follow a strategy, which I'm giving you, to end it. We simply cannot allow this to go on. They are going to, according to all of this research, and I was hoping it's a deception, but at the moment, the evidence is so overwhelming, it looks like there will not be a future for anyone if they're leading us into whatever it is they are with this technology. So, John Julian Davison connects that school company we're looking at to 11 companies, including an Evelyn Partners company, and to 3i PLC, making connections to key areas of the fraud, including to the research of Rishi Sunak and the Iona prophecy. Okay, this is coming in from this school, showing the link to the murder by that man and to the abuse that they were subjected to at that school. I'm going to show you that because the 3i company links to the 3i Atlas comet deception in all of this. So I'm going to just show you that. So it's Davison in the company. Evelyn Partners. Now, Evelyn Partners, the research links that into Sir Evelyn Rothschild, who was the Queen's, I think he was a financial advisor or something like that to do with the Queen. So they're all working collaboratively in this. The Evelyn Partners company features all the way throughout the fraud. And you also have 3i PLC. There you go. Well, this links to the prophecy of the popes, as I've said, and various other key areas of the international government fraud. So I suspect they took the name and made up the 3i Atlas comet deception, probably with a plan to create a fake event so they can get out of this and make you believe it was something to do with the 3i Atlas. That's what I suspect they were going to do as they were becoming exposed in all of this. Because they discovered it, they claimed that they saw the 3i Atlas in July 2025. Well, that was the same month that De La Rue, the main currency producer, was come off the London Stock Exchange for the first time since 1947, the year that the Doomsday Clock was created. And that was purchased by a company called Atlas Holdings, and Atlas Holdings Limited links to supposed, now I'm not saying they're definitely not real nuclear weapons, but that had been linked to missing nuclear weapons. Now, if nuclear weapons are real, then we have to consider they are, but however, they're not the threat from an international conflict like we're being led to believe, because they're all working together on this. They're all linking in with the Satanic Temple and all this evil stuff, all of the world leaders, because it all links in with the Vatican, who's been around for centuries, and this plan. But it could be that they were going to be using nuclear weapons as some sort of deceptive prophetic event on Earth to or make you believe that it was something else, and a deception against all of you. It's these people have lost their minds. I mean, they're just whichever way you look at it, they are not rational. They are really not rational. Whether they've had too many drugs, too much blood of children, I don't know, but it's just unbelievable what they're doing. Even on the most basic level of the international government fraud, even if everything else isn't, real in terms of there isn't a real risk, it's just overwhelming, the evidence. Just have a quick look through one whilst I'm here, see if I can see anything else on the school. I think I put something actually. David James Barber connects King's House School to Richmond Limited to 46 companies, including many insurance companies and Stonehenge Fleming companies. So there you go. You have a link straight away to the Flemings. Okay, that's the Flemings, making important connections throughout the fraud into the Flemings, etc. Barber is the same surname regarding the retention of my motorhome. Yeah, it could be a coincidence, that sort of thing, but definitely you've got the link to the Flemings there via this company straight away. Nicholas John Collins connects King's House School and Trust Limited to 6 companies, including critically CMS, Cameron, McKenna, Nabarro, Olswang. So that then ties it back to the Outward Bound camp where he witnessed that child die. Okay, because that is the company that links Jimmy Savile to Donald Trump, to the main Freemason Lodge, to Outward Bound and everything. And here it is again in the school. So it just shows you how quickly, and to the royal family, that shows you how quickly this all links in together. It's all to do with this. The Outward Bound Trust was incorporated in 2008, and it links immediately to the fraud, Ghislaine Maxwell and the Royals by Farrett & Co. being on page 26 of its incorporation document. There are further companies on page 27, 28, and 31, which includes Grand Lodge Limited and Grand Lodge Publications. I'm going to show you that. So this is the company linked to Jimmy Savile, okay? Incorporated in 2008. You can see it's the Outward Bound Trust, originally Outward Bound Global, changed its name April on the incorporation document. Let's just show you the because this obviously relates to the Freemasons. Okay, so this tells you, they're linked to Jimmy Savile in all of this. I remember what page it was that said. Pages again, sorry. Baron Co on page 26, all right, further 26, 27, 28, and 31. Oh. Yeah, so there's Farrett & Co. That links straight to Ghislaine Maxwell by Oxford Football Club. Bryanston Freehold, that becomes relevant as well. Other Outward Bound companies. Bold International. Sky Farmer. We saw it earlier, didn't we? We saw Sky Farmer. That was on that tax company, wasn't it? I think. Pretty sure. Saw that on the tax company. I'll have to check that. Trying to find the. Oh, here we go. Outward Bound, a man. Grand Lodge Limited. There you go. So you've got the link straight away. Jimmy Savile to the main Freemason Grand Lodge. All need to be arrested. They're all sick. I'm trying to compose myself. You've got Lodge Publications Limited. Grand Lodge Publications Limited as well. Research shows that the United Grand Lodge of England, UGLE, is the world's main lodge for Freemasons, including Commonwealth countries, and was originally founded in 1717, 200 years before the Balfour Declaration that fermented Israel. Yeah. A company's house search shows that Uggle Trading Company Limited was incorporated in September 2019, 3 months before the apparent COVID deception plan. It has an address of Great Queen Street, London, and Wedlacker Belle of Queen, Victoria Street. Wedlake. Oh my goodness me. On its incorporation document, a company I'd not seen before. So a quick look at this. I was going to go to the seismic activity. So Great Queen Street. Incorporated 2019. Company is Uggle Trading Company. Let's see if anything's changed on the filing history recently. It should be dissolved. In an ideal world, they should all be. We've had termination of appointment, a new appointment. Person of significant control that came in notification 2nd December 2022. This is when I made the first report of the fraud. Cessation of this person, David Richard Staples, ceased to be a person of control. The same time I made the report. Adrian Ross Thomas Marsh connects the company to Grand Lodge Publications Limited that was shown on the incorporation document for the Outward Bound Trust, now appearing to make a connection to Jimmy Savile, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the world's main Freemasons Lodge. So I'll just show you that just to confirm it. Adrian Ross Thomas Marsh. Grand Lodge Publications. Okay, you'd already seen it on the incorporation document, so that now 100% confirms that connection. Jonathan Charles Whitaker connects the company to Grand Lodge Limited, making a further connection to the Outward Bound Trust. I don't need to show you that. but it's there. David Ian Allen connects the company to Twickenham District Masonic Council Limited that had already been connected immediately to my brother Richard Timms' family via the research of his cousin Melissa Timms, with all three of my families definitely positioned around me as a significant part of the fraud for some reason. So I'll just show you the connection into the Masonic company. Alan. Oh. Oh. Middlesex Masonic, another one. And there you go, Twickenham. And you can see they resigned September 2022, 7 days before the Queen died. They were appointed at the 18th of December, which is when the COVID outbreak, just before the COVID outbreak began, the deception of the COVID outbreak, which these guys are going to be 100% involved in. They all need to be arrested. Evil, evil people, according to all of the research. They've lost their minds. Alan connects Uggle Trading Company Limited, Twickenham said that. Jeffrey Gordon Deering connects the Uggle Company to 38 companies, including the Young Lives Foundation. Oh dear, with an address in Maidstone in Kent, which is where I worked in the police, the Masonic Mutual Limited, Future Schools Trust, and Kent Law Societies Limited. Now, the Future Schools Trust has been featured recently in the connections from a article of a head teacher of a school that had abused children for 40 years. So that's a completely separate case of abuse altogether, now linked in to the main Freemason Lodge again. And the Young Lives Foundation, Kent Law Society Services Limited, has a correspondence address. So they also connect to Kent Law Society Services, which obviously Kent is very important because it's where the Cray twins were heavily linked, and the Doomsday cults linking to Julian Assange had connections to properties in Kent, according to an article. Has a correspondence address in Broughton, Monchelsea, Kent, and a registered address in Sittingbourne, Kent, not far from where my childhood friend and solicitor wife Emma Ayling lives, and her former name was Lee, which suggests a possible connection to the Cray twins, whose mum's name was Lee. She was also born on the Isle of Wight, which is where Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive, and it's where the first mobile wireless communication tower was installed in 1898, which connects to the Vatican via Marconi. Ayling live, who are connected to Royal Prince and Princess of Wales, and quickly to my supposed mother, as mentioned throughout the document. Kent Law Society Services was incorporated in the important year of 1991, and it is a criminal company with Michael John Hope, again, remember we saw it earlier, of 84 Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue, on its incorporation document. So I'll just show you that quickly. So Deering from the Uggle Company, which I think I've still got here yet. Deering, and you've got Glen Lodge Publications, Young Lives Foundation, Masonic Mutual Limited. How dare they? How dare they do this to humanity and to the children? It's just... Right, we've got... just trying to find it. Kent. I mean, some of these others are probably going to have a Temple connection on there as well, but this could be interesting. Thomas Watson Shipping, because we've got the Watson connections to key areas. Here we go. The Kent Law Society Limited, incorporated in 1991, the same year that David Icke said the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis. Sittingbourne in Kent, which is not far from where Emma lives, very close. And then if we go into the filing history, I'll look at the incorporation document. I'm going to load up. Excuse me. There you go. Again, same name as earlier, Michael John Hope, connecting it together. 84 Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue. London Law Agency, linking it straight to Keir Starmer. Again, the Madeleine McCann case, P. Diddy, and the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Also, this links immediately in to Elon Musk and immediately to Stephen Hawking, who was involved in the meeting with Jeffrey Epstein in 2012, and Stephen Hawking wanted CERN to create a black hole on Earth, according to an article. And all of the evidence is pointing into that as well. Brian Kingsley Smith connects this company with 17 others, including addresses in Upchurch, a small village where my supposed grandmother from Wales had lived. One of these companies is Rochester Airport Limited, that was incorporated in 1999, and Rochester is where I lived with my father, and direct connections had been made to my family in the research of MK Ultra. My father actually had a lockup at the back of Rochester Airport. Raymond Charles Harris connects the Uggle Company, going back to the main Freemason Lodge, to 23 companies, including Canterbury Diocesan Enterprise Limited, that was incorporated in 2008, and according to its overview, its name was changed for the only time on the 9th of June 2017, 5 days before the related Grenfell Tower, and when Donald Trump became in as the 45th president. It is a criminal company with Jordans Limited on its incorporation document, the same company linked to the cladding of the Grenfell Tower fire. The cladding company was also started with that same link. Well, that makes the connection Canterbury Diocesan to the Archbishop of Canterbury. Now, this is from the main Freemason Lodge. This now immediately connects multiple important areas. Jimmy Savile, the main Freemason Lodge, links into my families, my friends, potentially it does, because the 84 table, that connects it all. Elon Musk, Jeffrey Epstein, Stephen Hawking, the Archbishop of Canterbury I've mentioned, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, all linking in with this small area, and multiple cases of abuse and murder to children. Harris also connects Trading Limited to Canterbury Diocesan Board of Finance, that was incorporated in 1916, the year before the Rothschilds' involvement in the Balfour Declaration. Justin Welby, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, is shown. The former Archbishop of Canterbury is shown as a former director prior to his resignation, triggered as a result of the exposure. And that was in relation, again, child abuse by John Smythe scandal. Welby is linked to the Rothschilds, intelligence agencies, the Russian government, and the Flemings in other evidence shown in the document. This now links the Church of England to Jimmy Savile and the main Freemason Lodge, as well as lots of others. A separate search for Donald Trump shows that Friends of Trump UK Limited was incorporated on the 27th of June 2022, as I was making early inquiries at Exbourne Manor, and just over a week before I approached Anthony Roberts of Exbourne Manor. Just show you that quickly. Friends of Trump, June 2022. I approached Anthony Roberts on the 8th of July. Augustine Chukwumo Obodo is the only director for the company and connects it to Atiku Center for One Nigeria Policy Limited, that was incorporated on the 26th of July 2022, 13 days after Anthony Roberts resigned from Exbourne Manor, and it dissolved in 2023 as the exposure escalated. Obodo also connects to the Nigerian Youth Movement for Atiku's Presidency 2023 Limited, that was incorporated in June 2022 and also dissolved in 2023, and it has Startley Limited on its incorporation document. Research suggests there was a scandal regarding Atiku, this person linked to this Trump company in South Africa and Africa, and alleged bribery money supplied by Siemens AG stemming from 2010. This is the same year that CERN Limited was incorporated, and Siemens are heavily involved with CERN. This scandal involves the FBI and William Jefferson under the Obama administration. Startley Limited, linked to Trump's apparent company above, had already been connected to initial research of Obama, and I've researched Obama, and he links back straight into the Satanic Temple, United Kingdom. So we have this scandal linking into Donald Trump, tying into Siemens. Okay, and I can show you. Let me just go into show you from Friends of Donald Trump first of all. Center for Nigeria Policy. Nigerian Youth Movement for Atiku's Presidency 2023. If we go into, so we have a link, direct connection into CERN, and there's already multiple other connections, but to Donald Trump. Why is it not loading up? Article 2010. Same year that CERN Limited was created. 2-year Senate investigation into foreign corruption was shed new light on key players in one of the Washington's most infamous scandals of recent years. Atiku Abubakar and his wife Jennifer Douglas Abubakar, the former Nigerian president, former rep, bribed 100,000 to him by FBI informant Laurie Modi, a wealthy businessman, gave the money to Jefferson in a parking lot in July 2005. A transaction secretly videotaped by the FBI when federal agents raided Jefferson's home in Virginia 2 days later. They found 90,000 in his freezer. An undercover FBI special agent had driven Jefferson and Modi to Douglas' home in Pontomac to meet Abubakar just weeks before Modi gave Jefferson the money, according to the legal documents. Abu Bakr was reportedly seeking as much as $500,000 to help a company that Jefferson had a secret stake in win a lucrative Nigerian telecom contract. A federal investigation of Jefferson activities revealed a wide-ranging corruption scheme linking into Donald Trump now, and following a lengthy legal fight, the Louisiana Democratic was convicted and sentenced to 13 years in prison, the harshest punishment ever launched of an ex-lawmaker. However, the Senate investigation alleges that Douglas and Abu Bakr brought over 40 million in suspect funds into the United States from 2018 to 2008. There we go. Siemens. The investigation also substantiated a 2 million plus transfer from Siemens AG. That is a Nazi-linked company, massively tied into CERN, massively, and now linking into Donald Trump, as well as all of the other connections linking into Donald Trump in all of this. I'm just going to show you the link. Remember, we spoke about the Ghislaine was also a director of Terramar UK, which is immediately connected to the informal parliamentary island group set up by former Isle of Wight MP Bob Seeley. Here he is on the right. There's Ghislaine Maxwell on the left. Bob Seeley, where Deborah Fleming had been the CEO of the NHS and initiated my removal from Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited by forged bank documents. Seeley also had connections to the former Soviet Union and the directed energy threat via the Hawaii investigation. Terramar UK was incorporated in 2013 with Farah and Co., making connections to the Jewish Community Centre UK via the Charles Darwin Trust and Cancer Research UK that was incorporated just over 2 months after the World Trade Center disaster. Terramar UK dissolved in December 2019, the same month as the supposed COVID outbreak and Prince William conceiving the climate change agenda-related Earthshot Prize, mentioned later. Terramar UK has an address in Salisbury, where Deborah Fleming is quickly connected to the diocesan companies, religious establishments, and there's a Freemason lodge there that links into that very quickly. Here's the Terramar company. She's a director there. December 2019, dissolved. Started 2013, the year after CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson or God particle. There's Ghislaine Maxwell as a director, and her former director, and her friend, Clive Lucy. Now, Clive Lucy becomes important for the reason we're going to see now. So, if I can get it. She connects to 3 companies, including present Freehold Company. It was incorporated in 2004. And then via that company, some of the directors linked to the Normandy Trust. Now, I've found the Normandy Trust again in the last few days. It has connected, let me think, because I haven't got it right in front of me. Well, no, it has connected with, what was it I was researching? It'll come to me in a minute, I'm sure. Can't think at the moment. But it is there. I think it's to the United Nations connection. I'm pretty sure it's to the United Nations side of things, which then, again, links all of this into the United Nations. There we go. The Normandy Memorial Trust. Now, remember, all of the World War deceptions are fake. We've been deceived about everything. It's all a lie. All of it. They're all working against humanity and against creation, according to all of the research. That still appears to be the case. And this company was incorporated in 2016 when the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed. If we go into, I'll just find out where the links are. Oh, forgot to mention. So Elgin Crescent, that company that Lucy Mary, who was a friend of Ghislaine Maxwell, connects to, is a criminal organisation having been incorporated with the same companies as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. So straight away to Ghislaine Maxwell, you have this link. John Harrison connects the company to the Normandy Memorial Trust Limited, a poignant company supposedly marking the D-Day landing, almost certainly a planned deception against the masses. There are many lords shown as having been directors for this company, apparently so closely connected to Ghislaine Maxwell, and therefore the abuse of children. These include Lord General Francis de Nat and Lord Robin Janvrin, as well as the others mentioned below. Baroness Gabrielle Bertin connects the company to another company called Kids that was incorporated in 1977. Very concerning with such a close connection to Ghislaine Maxwell. Lord Alan Kakar connects the Normandy Memorial Trust Limited to Foundation for Science and Technology. Now, remember, we mentioned that earlier. This is the company I was telling you about that links in with CERN, okay, via the research. Plus, we've got the link to the Stone of Crone lady who became the Science and Technology MP, or whatever her title was, in 2024, because they knew it was all going to come out and be exposed. So they positioned people all around their plans surrounding the Collider technology. Now, this company is very important. It was incorporated the year that I was born, in 1977, and it dissolved in December 2022, the month that I made the first report to Action Fraud. It is connected to the fraud by Allen and Overy on its incorporation document, and by its title will likely have the connections to CERN, and it now does because it's been confirmed. The company gave notice that it has no significant person of control in August 2016. This is the same month as the apparent ritual at the Shiva statue of CERN, which represents creation and destruction. So I'm just going to show you. So Lord Ale Kakar, made up name possibly, maybe not. See all these lords, viscounts, all connected to this company. Kakar, there we go. When did he resign, actually? Yeah, look, when he resigned. Very recently, leading up to my arrest, which was on the 19th of September. And he was appointed 12th of July 2022, which was literally the day before Anthony Roberts resigned from Export Manor Freehold Limited. It's not a coincidence, everybody. All right, there's way too many things now in all of this. Foundations for Science and Technology. Here we go. Incorporated 1977. Closed on 30th of December 2022. Same month that I made the report. Now, if we go into I just don't know which, there's 143 people, so let me just go into and then I need to show you the Diana Bisson. Oh yeah, I'm going to show you the significance of the people. Here you go. Notice the company knows has reasonable cause to believe that there is no registerable person. That was the month of the ritual at CERN. Okay, representing Shiva, representing creation and destruction. Stephen Benn of Foundation for Science and Technology connects to Newton's apple. Okay, now do you remember what I said about the apple symbol earlier, where literally Apple's first symbol was of Isaac Newton sat under a tree, came out in 1976, and it changed it in 1977 to just a symbol of an apple. By the end of the year, after I'd been born, they changed it again to an apple with a bite out of it, and it had apple, the word apple, written into it. Well, this suggests a link to gravity and the torus field and how that ties in with CERN and the gravitational effects. We've already seen that the CERN has the ability to create 100,000 times the magnetic field of the Earth, linking in with Donald Trump, the royal family, and we've got these links into Ghislaine Maxwell and all of this, and the Big Bang company. Don't forget, we've got the Big Bang, which is the creation. So what would be the destruction? The exact opposite, an inversion into a point of singularity. Stephen Benn of Foundation of Science and Technology connects to Newton's Apple Foundation, incorporated in 2006, and it dissolved in March 2022 during my early inquiries at Exmoor Manor. And that appears to be the month when Deborah Fleming retired early from the NHS, who then became involved in Exmoor Manor. It has L&A Registrars Limited on its incorporation document. This appears to make reference to gravity that is relevant to the Collider technology and the possibility of it creating black holes. L&A Registrars Limited, which is on there, was incorporated in 1990, and it dissolved in July 2011, 3 months up before Jimmy Savile supposedly died, and not long after the Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand. It appears to have a forged incorporation document. I'll just show you that quickly. So the Christchurch earthquake was on the 22nd of February 2011. Okay, so that's almost between the two dates of the earthquake and Jimmy Savile dying, supposedly. Incorporated 1990. Key year is the year after the World Wide Web was created for CERN, the same year that the Gulf War started, which enabled the collaboration with the Middle East and the West over the international government fraud and the agenda. And then obviously 1991, David Icke said the world will be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis. He is linked to the intelligence agencies in all of this. And if we look on the incorporation document, this also links to David, 95% sure, in fact, almost 100% sure, to David Beckham. And this name features throughout the fraud. And you see it appears forged. There's normally lines here underneath this bit of writing. This name features throughout the fraud. Keith Stephen Dungape's in that many, many times. It's one of the names they use. Not as much as some of the others, but it is the name they use. I'm just having a quick look at the other. Interesting. We saw David Beckham's name on here now. Bexley Heath, Kent. Now, Bexley Heath, okay, is where there's a company linked there which ties back in with my family, and that links to Colliders Limited, a company called Colliders Limited. Ties into it. It says solicitors firm in Bexley Heath. Referring back to the research of Ghislaine Maxwell, connecting quickly to the Foundation for Science and Technology, Dr. Julia Maxton connects the company to Royal Society London Limited. So we have the links to the Royals. It was incorporated in 2013, the year after CERN appears to have possibly failed to have inverted creation, which is what it looks like they were trying to do. It has for business on its incorporation document, making a connection to the mayor of New York at the time of the collapse of the World Trade Center disaster. And that is Italian linked. Can't remember his name, I wouldn't know how to pronounce it, but you know who I mean. He was the mayor of New York at the time. And obviously, we've got the relativistic heavy ion collider that was activated for the first time in New York the year before the World Trade Center disaster. And remember, that was first being built in 1991, and scientists said it would create a risk creating black hole, on Earth. I've already mentioned there. Research suggests that Julie Maxton, that person, is an English New Zealand barrister. Okay, and became an executive for the Royal Society from 2011, the same year as the Christchurch earthquake, and when Jimmy Savile later died. The Royal Society is the oldest learned society in continuous existence and serves as the Academy of Sciences of the UK and the Commonwealth. Maxton is the first woman to be appointed to the position in its 358-year history. She was born in Edinburgh, where the oldest active Freemason lodge is located, and became a member of the Temple Bar in 1981, having studied at Canterbury University in New Zealand. This is a year after the buildings were erected. So you can see all of these links. Canterbury in New Zealand, we've got the Archbishop of Canterbury. They've set this all up. It's just unreal. The first woman, there's a massive, I'm not saying she's transgender, but there's a massive move to first supposedly women being put in all of these positions as the exposure continues. And there's a definite link to the transgender movement, which is an inversion of creation. Inversion seems to be a massive part of all of this. Maxton made a Master of the Bench of the Middle Temple in October 2012, the same year that CERN discovered the God particle, and that the relevant Olympic Games took part in London. Took part? That didn't make sense, does it? Olympic Games occurred in London and Dorset 100 years after the relevant Titanic disaster. Maxton was appointed Order of the British Empire in 2017, the year after the apparent torture and murder of children appeared to be being connected to politics via the Pizzagate scandal, and obviously the ritual in the year before.
Psalm 27, verse 1. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Joshua 24, verse 15. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Proverbs 24, 3 through 4. By wisdom a house is built, and by understanding it is established. By knowledge the rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. Psalm 34, 7 through 8. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him and delivers them. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man who takes refuge in him. Matthew 7, 24. Everyone then who hears these words of mine and does them will be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. Second Chronicles 7, 15 through 16. Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and consecrated this house, that my name may be there forever. My eyes and my heart will be there for all time. Deuteronomy 6, verse 6 through 9. And these words that I command you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. Isaiah 43, 1 through 3. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. When you walk through fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. For I am the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior. Colossians 3, 12 through 17. Put on then, as God's chosen ones, holy and beloved, compassionate hearts, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience, bearing with one another, and if one has a complaint against another, forgiving each other. As the Lord has forgiven you, so you also must forgive. And above all these, put on love, which binds everything together in perfect harmony. And let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, to which indeed you were called in one body, and be thankful. Let the word of Christ dwell in you richly, teaching and admonishing one another in all wisdom, singing psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, with thankfulness in your hearts to God. And whatever you do, in word or deed, do everything in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God the Father through him. Second Kings 6, 16 through 17. He said, "Do not be afraid, for those who are with us are more than those who are with them." Then Elisha prayed and said, "O Lord, please open his eyes that he may see." So the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw. And behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. Philippians 4, 4 through 7. Rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I will say, rejoice. Let your reasonableness be known to everyone. The Lord is at hand. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything, by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Numbers 6, 24 through 26. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Luke 10, verse 5. Whatever house you enter, first say, "Peace be to this house." Second Samuel 7, 28 through 29. And now, O Lord God, you are God, and your words are true, and you have promised this good thing to your servant. Now, therefore, may it please you to bless this house of your servant, so that it may continue forever before you. For you, O Lord God, have spoken, and with your blessing shall the house of your servant be blessed forever. Jeremiah 29, 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Psalm 127, verse 1. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain. Unless the Lord watches over the city, the watchman stays awake in vain. Proverbs 3:33. The Lord's curse is on the house of the wicked, but he blesses the dwelling of the righteous. Isaiah 41, verse 10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Jeremiah 17, 7-8. Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, whose trust is the Lord. He is like a tree planted by water that sends out its roots by the stream and does not fear when heat comes, for its leaves remain green and is not anxious in the year of drought, for it does not cease to bear fruit. Philippians 4:19. And my God will supply every need of yours according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus. Psalm 91. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say to the Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. For he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and buckler. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in darkness, nor the destruction that wastes at noonday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only look with your eyes and see the recompense of the wicked. Because you have made the Lord your dwelling place, the Most High, who is my refuge, no evil shall be allowed to befall you. No plague come near your tent. For he will command his angels concerning you, to guard you in all your ways. On their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent you will trample underfoot. Because he holds fast to me in love, I will deliver him. I will protect him because he knows my name. When he calls to me, I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will rescue him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 4, verse 8. In peace I will both lie down and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. Proverbs 16, verse 9. The heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. Proverbs 3, 5 through 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths. Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 8. And if you faithfully obey the voice of the Lord your God, being careful to do all his commandments that I command you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you, if you obey the voice of the Lord your God. Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of your womb, and the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your herds, and the young of your flock. Blessed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. The Lord will command the blessing on you in your barns and in all that you undertake. And he will bless you in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Malachi 3, verse 10. Bring the full tithe into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house, and thereby put me to the test, says the Lord of hosts, if I will not open the windows of heaven for you and pour down for you a blessing until there is no more need. Psalm 31:19. Oh, how abundant is your goodness, which you have stored up for those who fear you, and worked for those who take refuge in you, in the sight of the children of mankind. Psalm 121, 1 through 8. I lift up my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. He will not let your foot be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. Behold, he who keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is your keeper. The Lord is your shade on your right hand. The sun shall not strike you by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord will keep you from all evil. He will keep your life. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forevermore. Hebrews 13:2. Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Isaiah 40:30 through 31. Even youths shall faint and be weary, and young men shall fall exhausted. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Psalm 20. May the Lord answer you in the day of trouble. May the name of the God of Jacob protect you. May he send you help from the sanctuary and give you support from Zion. May he remember all your offerings and regard with favor your burnt sacrifices. May he grant you your heart's desire and fulfill all your plans. May we shout for joy over your salvation, and in the name of our God set up our banners. May the Lord fulfill all your petitions. Now I know that the Lord saves his anointed. He will answer him from his holy heaven with the saving might of his right hand. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. They collapse and fall, but we rise and stand upright. O Lord, save the King. May he answer us when we call. Romans 12, 9 through 21. Let love be genuine. Abhor what is evil. Hold fast to what is good. Love one another with brotherly affection. Outdo one another in showing honor. Do not be slothful in zeal. Be fervent in spirit. Serve the Lord. Rejoice in hope. Be patient in tribulation. Be constant in prayer. Contribute to the needs of the saints and seek to show hospitality. Bless those who persecute you. Bless and do not curse them. Rejoice with those who rejoice. Weep with those who weep. Live in harmony with one another. Do not be haughty, but associate with the lowly. Never be wise in your own sight. Repay no one evil for evil, but give thought to do what is honorable in the sight of all. If possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. Beloved, never avenge yourselves, but leave it to the wrath of God, for it is written, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay," says the Lord. To the contrary, if your enemy is hungry, feed him. If he is thirsty, give him something to drink, for by so doing, you will heap burning coals on his head. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Proverbs 16, verse 3. Commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. Psalm 133, verse 1. Behold, how good and pleasant it is when brothers dwell in unity. Luke 1:37. For nothing will be impossible with God. Psalm 113, verse 9. He gives the barren woman a home, making her the joyous mother of children. Praise the Lord. Haggai 2, 7 through 9. And I will shake the nations, so that the treasures of all nations shall come in. And I will fill this house with glory, says the Lord of hosts. The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, declares the Lord of hosts. The latter glory of this house shall be greater than the former, says the Lord of hosts. And in this place I will give peace, declares the Lord of hosts. Second Corinthians 13, verse 14. The grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all. Matthew 6, 31 through 33. Therefore, do not be anxious, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or what shall we wear? For the Gentiles seek after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them all. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Exodus 23, verse 25. You shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from among you. Ephesians 4, verse 2. I, therefore, a prisoner for the Lord, urge you to walk in a manner worthy of the calling to which you have been called, with all humility and gentleness, with patience, bearing with one another in love, eager to maintain the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Proverbs 16:20. Whoever gives thought to the word will discover good, and blessed is he who trusts in the Lord. Luke 6:45. The good person out of the good treasure of his heart produces good, and the evil person out of his evil treasure produces evil. For out of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaks. Galatians 5:22 through 23. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. Genesis 12, verse 2. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing. Deuteronomy 30:16. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God that I command you today, by loving the Lord your God, by walking in his ways, and by keeping his commandments and his statutes and his rules, then you shall live and multiply, and the Lord your God will bless you in the land that you are entering to take possession of it. First Peter 3:9. Do not repay evil for evil, or reviling for reviling, but on the contrary, bless, for to this you were called, that you may obtain a blessing. Deuteronomy 7:13. He will love you, bless you, and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your ground, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your herds and the young of your flock, in the land that he swore to your fathers to give you. Joshua 1:6-9. Be strong and courageous, for you shall cause this people to inherit the land that I swore to their fathers to give them. Only be strong and very courageous, being careful to do according to all the law that Moses my servant commanded you. Do not turn from it to the right hand or to the left, that you may have good success wherever you go. This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night, so that you may be careful to do according to all that is written in it. For then you will make your way prosperous, and then you will have good success. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened, and do not be dismayed. For the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Colossians 2:6-7. Therefore, as you received Christ Jesus the Lord, so walk in him, rooted and built up in him and established in the faith, just as you were taught, abounding in thanksgiving. First Thessalonians 5:11-24. Therefore, encourage one another and build one another up, just as you are doing. We ask you, brothers, to respect those who labor among you and are over you in the Lord and admonish you, and to esteem them very highly in love because of their work. Be at peace among yourselves. And we urge you, brothers, admonish the idle, encourage the faint-hearted, help the weak, be patient with them all. See that no one repays anyone evil for evil, but always seek to do good to one another and to everyone. Rejoice always. Pray without ceasing. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you. Do not quench the Spirit. Do not despise prophecies, but test everything. Hold fast what is good. Abstain from every form of evil. Now may the God of peace himself sanctify you completely, and may your whole spirit and soul and body be kept blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. He who calls you is faithful. He will surely do it. John 3:16-17. For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but in order that the world might be saved through him. Psalm 147, 10 through 14. His delight is not in the strength of the horse, nor his pleasure in the legs of a man. But the Lord takes pleasure in those who fear him, in those who hope in his steadfast love. Praise the Lord, O Jerusalem. Praise your God, O Zion. For he strengthens the bars of your gates. He blesses your children within you. He makes peace in your borders. He fills you with the finest of the wheat. 1 Kings 5, verse 4. But now the Lord my God has given me rest on every side. There is neither adversary nor misfortune. Job 5:24. You shall know that your tent is at peace, and you shall inspect your fold and miss nothing. Numbers 24:5. How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, your encampments, O Israel. Second Thessalonians 3, verse 3. But the Lord is faithful. He will establish you and guard you against the evil one. Isaiah 54:17. No weapon that is fashioned against you shall succeed, and you shall confute every tongue that rises against you in judgment. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their vindication from me, declares the Lord. Psalm 46, 1 through 7. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear, though the earth gives way, though the mountains be moved into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, though the mountains tremble at its swelling. There is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy habitation of the Most High. God is in the midst of her. She shall not be moved. God will help her when morning dawns. The nations rage, the kingdoms totter. He utters his voice. The earth melts. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress. Deuteronomy 31, verse 6. Be strong and courageous. Do not fear or be in dread of them. For it is the Lord your God who goes with you. He will not leave you or forsake you. Psalm 32:7. You are a hiding place for me. You preserve me from trouble. You surround me with shouts of deliverance. Proverbs 18:10. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous man runs into it and is safe. Psalm 138:7. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, you preserve my life. You stretch out your hand against the wrath of my enemies, and your right hand delivers me. Psalm 17:8. Keep me as the apple of your eye. Hide me in the shadow of your wings. Second Samuel 22:3-4. My God, my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold and my refuge, my Savior. You save me from violence. I call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised, and I am saved from my enemies. Nahum 1:7. The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. He knows those who take refuge in him. Second Timothy 4:18. The Lord will rescue me from every evil deed and bring me safely into his heavenly kingdom. To him be the glory forever and ever. Amen. Hebrews 13:6. So we can confidently say, the Lord is my helper. I will not fear. What can man do to me? Exodus 14:13-14. And Moses said to the people, fear not, stand firm, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you shall never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be silent. Romans 8:31. What then shall we say to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? Psalm 3, verse 3. But you, O Lord, are a shield about me, my glory, and the lifter of my head. Psalm 118, 5 through 9. Out of my distress I called on the Lord. The Lord answered me and set me free. The Lord is on my side. I will not fear. What can man do to me? The Lord is on my side as my helper. I shall look in triumph on those who hate me. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in man. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in princes. Proverbs 30, verse 5. Every word of God proves true. He is a shield to those who take refuge in him. Psalm 18, verse 30. This God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord proves true. He is a shield for all those who take refuge in him. Psalm 16, 1 through 11. Preserve me, O God, for in you I take refuge. I say to the Lord, you are my Lord. I have no good apart from you. As for the saints in the land, they are the excellent ones, in whom is all my delight. The sorrows of those who run after another God shall multiply. Their drink offerings of blood I will not pour out, or take their names on my lips. The Lord is my chosen portion and my cup. You hold my lot. The lines have fallen for me in pleasant places. Indeed, I have a beautiful inheritance. I bless the Lord who gives me counsel. In the night also my heart instructs me. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be shaken. Therefore my heart is glad, and my whole being rejoices. My flesh also dwells secure. For you will not abandon my soul to Sheol, or let your Holy One see corruption. You make known to me the path of life. In your presence there is fullness of joy. At your right hand are pleasures forevermore. Ephesians 6, 10 through 20. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand firm. Stand therefore, having fastened on the belt of truth, and having put on the breastplate of righteousness, and as shoes for your feet, having put on the readiness given by the gospel of peace. In all circumstances, take up the shield of faith, with which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, praying at all times in the Spirit, with all prayer and supplication. To that end, keep alert with all perseverance, making supplication for all the saints, and also for me, that words may be given to me in opening my mouth boldly to proclaim the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador in chains, that I may declare it boldly as I ought to speak. Isaiah 46, verse 4. Even to your old age, I am he, and to gray hairs, I will carry you. I have made, and I will bear. I will carry, and will save. Psalm 34, 22. The Lord redeems the life of his servants. None of those who take refuge in him will be condemned. Psalm 119, 114. You are my hiding place and my shield. I hope in your word. Psalm 59, 16. But I will sing of your strength. I will sing aloud of your steadfast love in the morning. For you have been to me a fortress and a refuge in the day of my distress. Second Corinthians 4, 8 through 9. We are afflicted in every way, but not crushed, perplexed, but not driven to despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, struck down, but not destroyed. Romans 8, 28. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. John 10, 28 through 30. I give them eternal life, and they will never perish, and no one will snatch them out of my hand. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater than all, and no one is able to snatch them out of the Father's hand. I and the Father are one. Second Samuel 22, verse 32. For who is God but the Lord? And who is a rock except our God? First John 5:18. We know that everyone who has been born of God does not keep on sinning, but he who was born of God protects him, and the evil one does not touch him. Psalm 34:19. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all. Psalm 5:7-8 and 11-12. But I, through the abundance of your steadfast love, will enter your house. I will bow down toward your holy temple in the fear of you. Lead me, O Lord, in your righteousness because of my enemies. Make your way straight before me, but let all who take refuge in you rejoice. Let them ever sing for joy and spread your protection over them, that those who love your name may exult in you. For you bless the righteous, O Lord. You cover him with favor as with a shield. Genesis 28:15. Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go and will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. First John 4:4. Little children, you are from God and have overcome them. For he who is in you is greater than he who is in the world. Psalm 18:35-36. You have given me the shield of your salvation, and your right hand supported me, and your gentleness made me great. You gave a wide place for my steps under me, and my feet did not slip. Hebrews 13:5. Keep your life free from the love of money and be content with what you have. For he has said, I will never leave you nor forsake you. First Timothy 5:8. But if anyone does not provide for his relatives, and especially for members of his household, he has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever. James 4, 7 through 8. Submit yourselves, therefore, to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Draw near to God, and he will draw near to you. Proverbs 14, 26. In the fear of the Lord, one has strong confidence, and his children will have a refuge. Psalm 12, verse 5. Because the poor are plundered, because the needy groan, I will now arise, says the Lord. I will place him in the safety for which he longs. Proverbs 19, 23. The fear of the Lord leads to life, and whoever has it rests satisfied. He will not be visited by harm. Luke 10, 19. Behold, I have given you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall hurt you. Leviticus 26, 1 through 13. You shall not make idols for yourselves, or erect an image or pillar, and you shall not set up a figured stone in your land to bow down to it. For I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you walk in my statutes and observe my commandments and do them, then I will give you your rains in their season, and the land shall yield its increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. Your threshing shall last to the time of the grape harvest, and the grape harvest shall last to the time for sowing. And you shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land securely. I will give peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will remove harmful beasts from the land, and the sword shall not go through your land. You shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall chase 10,000, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. I will turn to you and make you fruitful and multiply you, and will confirm my covenant with you. You shall eat old store long kept, and you shall clear out the old to make way for the new. I will make my dwelling among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that you should not be their slaves. And I have broken the bars of your yoke and made you walk erect. Proverbs 29:25. The fear of man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe. Psalm 41, verse 2. The Lord protects him and keeps him alive. He is called blessed in the land. You do not give him up to the will of his enemies. Isaiah 32:18. My people will abide in peaceful habitation, in secure dwellings, and in quiet resting places. Psalm 122:7. Peace be within your walls, and security within your towers. Psalm 125:2. As the mountains surround Jerusalem, so the Lord surrounds his people, from this time forth and forevermore. First Samuel 25:6. And thus you shall greet him. Peace be to you, and peace be to your house, and peace be to all that you have. Psalm 27, verse 1. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Joshua 24, verse 15. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Proverbs 24, 3-4. By wisdom a house is built, and by understanding it is established. By knowledge the rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. Psalm 34, 7-8. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him and delivers them. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man who takes refuge in him. Matthew 7:24. Everyone then who hears these words of mine and does them will be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. Second Chronicles 7:15-16. Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and consecrated this house, that my name may be there forever. My eyes and my heart will be there for all time. Deuteronomy 6, verse 6 through 9. And these words that I command you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. Isaiah 43, 1 through 3. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. When you walk through fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. For I am the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior. Colossians 3, 12 through 17. Put on then, as God's chosen ones, holy and beloved, compassionate hearts, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience, bearing with one another, and if one has a complaint against another, forgiving each other. As the Lord has forgiven you, so you also must forgive. And above all these, put on love, which binds everything together in perfect harmony. And let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, to which indeed you were called in one body, and be thankful. Let the word of Christ dwell in you richly, teaching and admonishing one another in all wisdom, singing psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, with thankfulness in your hearts to God. And whatever you do, in word or deed, do everything in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God the Father through him. Second Kings 6, 16 through 17. He said, "Do not be afraid, for those who are with us are more than those who are with them." Then Elisha prayed and said, "O Lord, please open his eyes that he may see." So the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw. And behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. Philippians 4:4-7. Rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I will say, rejoice. Let your reasonableness be known to everyone. The Lord is at hand. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything, by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Numbers 6:24-26. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Luke 10:5. Whatever house you enter, first say, peace be to this house. Second Samuel 7:28-29. And now, O Lord God, you are God, and your words are true, and you have promised this good thing to your servant. Now, therefore, may it please you to bless this house of your servant, so that it may continue forever before you. For you, O Lord God, have spoken, and with your blessing shall the house of your servant be blessed forever. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Psalm 127:1. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain. Unless the Lord watches over the city, the watchman stays awake in vain. Proverbs 3:33. The Lord's curse is on the house of the wicked, but he blesses the dwelling of the righteous. Isaiah 41:10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Jeremiah 17, 7 through 8. Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, whose trust is the Lord. He is like a tree planted by water that sends out its roots by the stream and does not fear when heat comes, for its leaves remain green, and is not anxious in the year of drought, for it does not cease to bear fruit. Philippians 4:19. And my God will supply every need of yours according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus. Psalm 91. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say to the Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. For he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and buckler. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in darkness, nor the destruction that wastes at noonday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only look with your eyes and see the recompense of the wicked. Because you have made the Lord your dwelling place, the Most High, who is my refuge, no evil shall be allowed to befall you. No plague come near your tent. For he will command his angels concerning you, to guard you in all your ways. On their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent you will trample underfoot. Because he holds fast to me in love, I will deliver him. I will protect him because he knows my name. When he calls to me, I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will rescue him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 4, verse 8. In peace I will both lie down and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. Proverbs 16, verse 9. The heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. Proverbs 3, 5 through 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths. Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 8. And if you faithfully obey the voice of the Lord your God, being careful to do all his commandments that I command you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you, if you obey the voice of the Lord your God. Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of your womb, and the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your herds, and the young of your flock. Blessed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. The Lord will command the blessing on you in your barns and in all that you undertake. And he will bless you in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Malachi 3, verse 10. Bring the full tithe into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house, and thereby put me to the test, says the Lord of hosts, if I will not open the windows of heaven for you and pour down for you a blessing until there is no more need. Psalm 31, 19. Oh, how abundant is your goodness, which you have stored up for those who fear you, and worked for those who take refuge in you, in the sight of the children of mankind. Psalm 121, 1 through 8. I lift up my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. He will not let your foot be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. Behold, he who keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is your keeper. The Lord is your shade on your right hand. The sun shall not strike you by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord will keep you from all evil. He will keep your life. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forevermore. Hebrews 13:2. Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Isaiah 40:30-31. Even youths shall faint and be weary, and young men shall fall exhausted. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Psalm 20. May the Lord answer you in the day of trouble. May the name of the God of Jacob protect you. May he send you help from the sanctuary and give you support from Zion. May he remember all your offerings and regard with favor your burnt sacrifices. May he grant you your heart's desire and fulfill all your plans. May we shout for joy over your salvation, and in the name of our God set up our banners. May the Lord fulfill all your petitions. Now I know that the Lord saves his anointed. He will answer him from his holy heaven with the saving might of his right hand. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. They collapse and fall, but we rise and stand upright. O Lord, save the King. May he answer us when we call. Romans 12:9-21. Let love be genuine. Abhor what is evil. Hold fast to what is good. Love one another with brotherly affection. Outdo one another in showing honor. Do not be slothful in zeal. Be fervent in spirit. Serve the Lord. Rejoice in hope. Be patient in tribulation. Be constant in prayer. Contribute to the needs of the saints and seek to show hospitality. Bless those who persecute you. Bless and do not curse them. Rejoice with those who rejoice. Weep with those who weep. Live in harmony with one another. Do not be haughty, but associate with the lowly. Never be wise in your own sight. Repay no one evil for evil, but give thought to do what is honorable in the sight of all. If possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. Beloved, never avenge yourselves, but leave it to the wrath of God, for it is written, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay," says the Lord. To the contrary, if your enemy is hungry, Feed him. If he is thirsty, give him something to drink. For by so doing, you will heap burning coals on his head. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Proverbs 16, verse 3. Commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. Psalm 133, verse 1. Behold, how good and pleasant it is when brothers dwell in unity. Luke 1:37. For nothing will be impossible with God. Psalm 113, verse 9. He gives the barren woman a home, making her the joyous mother of children. Praise the Lord. Haggai 2, 7 through 9. And I will shake the nations, so that the treasures of all nations shall come in, and I will fill this house with glory, says the Lord of hosts. The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, declares the Lord of hosts. The latter glory of this house shall be greater than the former, says the Lord of hosts. And in this place I will give peace, declares the Lord of hosts. Second Corinthians 13, verse 14. The grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all. Matthew 6, 31 through 33. Therefore, do not be anxious, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or what shall we wear? For the Gentiles seek after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them all. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Exodus 23, verse 25. You shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from among you. Ephesians 4, verse 2. I, therefore, a prisoner for the Lord, urge you to walk in a manner worthy of the calling to which you have been called, with all humility and gentleness, with patience, bearing with one another in love, eager to maintain the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Proverbs 16, 20. Whoever gives thought to the word will discover good, and blessed is he who trusts in the Lord. Luke 6:45. The good person out of the good treasure of his heart produces good, and the evil person out of his evil treasure produces evil. For out of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaks. Galatians 5:22-23. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. Genesis 12:2. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing. Deuteronomy 30:16. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God that I command you today, by loving the Lord your God, by walking in his ways, and by keeping his commandments and his statutes and his rules, then you shall live and multiply, and the Lord your God will bless you in the land that you are entering to take possession of it. First Peter 3:9. Do not repay evil for evil or reviling for reviling, but on the contrary, bless, for to this you were called, that you may obtain a blessing. Deuteronomy 7:13. He will love you, bless you, and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your ground, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your herds and the young of your flock, in the land that he swore to your fathers to give you. Joshua 1:6-9. Be strong and courageous, for you shall cause this people to inherit the land that I swore to their fathers to give them. Only be strong and very courageous, being careful to do according to all the law that Moses my servant commanded you. Do not turn from it to the right hand or to the left, that you may have good success wherever you go. This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night, so that you may be careful to do according to all that is written in it. For then you will make your way prosperous, and then you will have good success. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened, and do not be dismayed. For the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Colossians 2, 6 through 7. Therefore, as you received Christ Jesus the Lord, so walk in him, rooted and built up in him and established in the faith, just as you were taught, abounding in thanksgiving. First Thessalonians 5, 11 through 24. Therefore, encourage one another and build one another up, just as you are doing. We ask you, brothers, to respect those who labor among you and are over you in the Lord and admonish you, and to esteem them very highly in love because of their work. Be at peace among yourselves. And we urge you, brothers, admonish the idle, encourage the faint-hearted, help the weak, be patient with them all. See that no one repays anyone evil for evil, but always seek to do good to one another and to everyone. Rejoice always. Pray without ceasing. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you. Do not quench the Spirit. Do not despise prophecies, but test everything. Hold fast what is good. Abstain from every form of evil. Now may the God of peace himself sanctify you completely, and may your whole spirit and soul and body be kept blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. He who calls you is faithful. He will surely do it. John 3, 16 through 17. For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but in order that the world might be saved through him. Psalm 147, 10 through 14. His delight is not in the strength of the horse, nor his pleasure in the legs of a man. But the Lord takes pleasure in those who fear him, in those who hope in his steadfast love. Praise the Lord, O Jerusalem. Praise your God, O Zion, for he strengthens the bars of your gates. He blesses your children within you. He makes peace in your borders. He fills you with the finest of the wheat. First Kings 5, verse 4. But now the Lord my God has given me rest on every side. There is neither adversary nor misfortune. Job 5, 24. You shall know that your tent is at peace, and you shall inspect your fold and miss nothing. Numbers 24:5. How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, your encampments, O Israel. Second Thessalonians 3:3. But the Lord is faithful. He will establish you and guard you against the evil one. Isaiah 54:17. No weapon that is fashioned against you shall succeed, and you shall confute every tongue that rises against you in judgment. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their vindication from me, declares the Lord. Psalm 46:1-7. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear, though the earth gives way, though the mountains be moved into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, though the mountains tremble at its swelling. There is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy habitation of the Most High. God is in the midst of her. She shall not be moved. God will help her when morning dawns. The nations rage, the kingdoms totter. He utters his voice. The earth melts. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress. Deuteronomy 31:6. Be strong and courageous. Do not fear or be in dread of them, for it is the Lord your God who goes with you. He will not leave you or forsake you. Psalm 32:7. You are a hiding place for me. You preserve me from trouble. You surround me with shouts of deliverance. Proverbs 18:10. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous man runs into it and is safe. Psalm 138:7. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, you preserve my life. You stretch out your hand against the wrath of my enemies, and your right hand delivers me. Psalm 17:8. Keep me as the apple of your eye. Hide me in the shadow of your wings. Second Samuel 22:3-4. My God, my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold and my refuge, my Savior. You save me from violence. I call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised, and I am saved from my enemies. Nahum 1:7. The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. He knows those who take refuge in him. Second Timothy 4:18. The Lord will rescue me from every evil deed and bring me safely into his heavenly kingdom. To him be the glory forever and ever. Amen. Hebrews 13:6. So we can confidently say, the Lord is my helper. I will not fear. What can man do to me? Exodus 14:13 through 14. And Moses said to the people, fear not, stand firm and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you shall never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be silent. Romans 8:31. What then shall we say to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? Psalm 3:3. But you, O Lord, are a shield about me, my glory, and the lifter of my head. Psalm 118:5 through 9. Out of my distress I called on the Lord. The Lord answered me and set me free. The Lord is on my side. I will not fear. What can man do to me? The Lord is on my side as my helper. I shall look in triumph on those who hate me. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in man. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in princes. Proverbs 30:5. Every word of God proves true. He is a shield to those who take refuge in him. Psalm 18:30. This God, His way is perfect. The word of the Lord proves true. He is a shield for all those who take refuge in him. Psalm 16, 1 through 11. Preserve me, O God, for in you I take refuge. I say to the Lord, you are my Lord. I have no good apart from you. As for the saints in the land, they are the excellent ones, in whom is all my delight. The sorrows of those who run after another god shall multiply. Their drink offerings of blood I will not pour out, or take their names on my lips. The Lord is my chosen portion and my cup. You hold my lot. The lines have fallen for me in pleasant places. Indeed, I have a beautiful inheritance. I bless the Lord who gives me counsel. In the night also my heart instructs me. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be shaken. Therefore my heart is glad, and my whole being rejoices. My flesh also dwells secure. For you will not abandon my soul to Sheol, or let your Holy One see corruption. You make known to me the path of life. In your presence there is fullness of joy. At your right hand are pleasures forevermore. Ephesians 6, 10 through 20. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand firm. Stand therefore, having fastened on the belt of truth, and having put on the breastplate of righteousness, and as shoes for your feet, having put on the readiness given by the gospel of peace. In all circumstances, take up the shield of faith, with which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, praying at all times in the Spirit, with all prayer and supplication. To that end, keep alert with all perseverance, making supplication for all the saints, and also for me, that words may be given to me in opening my mouth boldly to proclaim the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador in chains, that I may declare it boldly as I ought to speak. Isaiah 46, verse 4. Even to your old age, I am he, and to gray hairs, I will carry you. I have made, and I will bear. I will carry and will save. Psalm 34:22. The Lord redeems the life of his servants. None of those who take refuge in him will be condemned. Psalm 114. You are my hiding place and my shield. I hope in your word. Psalm 59:16. But I will sing of your strength. I will sing aloud of your steadfast love in the morning. For you have been to me a fortress and a refuge in the day of my distress. Second Corinthians 4:8-9. We are afflicted in every way, but not crushed, perplexed, but not driven to despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, struck down, but not destroyed. Romans 8:28. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. John 10:28-30. I give them eternal life, and they will never perish, and no one will snatch them out of my hand. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater than all, and no one is able to snatch them out of the Father's hand. I and the Father are one. Second Samuel 22:32. For who is God but the Lord? And who is a rock except our God? First John 5:18. We know that everyone who has been born of God does not keep on sinning, but he who was born of God protects him, and the evil one does not touch him. Psalm 34:19. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all. Psalm 5:7-8 and 11-12. But I, through the abundance of your steadfast love, will enter your house. I will bow down toward your holy temple in the fear of you. Lead me, O Lord, in your righteousness because of my enemies. Make your way straight before me, but let all who take refuge in you rejoice. Let them ever sing for joy and spread your protection over them, that those who love your name may exult in you. For you bless the righteous, O Lord. You cover him with favor as with a shield. Genesis 28:15. Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. First John 4:4. Little children, you are from God and have overcome them. For he who is in you is greater than he who is in the world. Psalm 18:35-36. You have given me the shield of your salvation, and your right hand supported me, and your gentleness made me great. You gave a wide place for my steps under me, and my feet did not slip. Hebrews 13:5. Keep your life free from the love of money, and be content with what you have. For he has said, I will never leave you nor forsake you. First Timothy 5:8. But if anyone does not provide for his relatives, and especially for members of his household, he has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever. James 4:7-8. Submit yourselves, therefore, to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Draw near to God, and he will draw near to you. Proverbs 14:26. In the fear of the Lord, one has strong confidence, and his children will have a refuge. Psalm 12:5. Because the poor are plundered, because the needy groan, I will now arise, says the Lord. I will place him in the safety for which he longs. Proverbs 19:23. The fear of the Lord leads to life, and whoever has it rests satisfied. He will not be visited by harm. Luke 10:19. Behold, I have given you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall hurt you. Leviticus 26, 1 through 13. You shall not make idols for yourselves, or erect an image or pillar, and you shall not set up a figured stone in your land to bow down to it. For I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you walk in my statutes and observe my commandments and do them, then I will give you your rains in their season, and the land shall yield its increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. Your threshing shall last to the time of the grape harvest, and the grape harvest shall last to the time for sowing. And you shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land securely. I will give peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will remove harmful beasts from the land, and the sword shall not go through your land. You shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall chase 10,000, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. I will turn to you and make you fruitful and multiply you, and will confirm my covenant with you. You shall eat old store long kept, and you shall clear out the old to make way for the new. I will make my dwelling among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that you should not be their slaves. And I have broken the bars of your yoke and made you walk erect. Proverbs 29:25. The fear of man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe. Psalm 41, verse 2. The Lord protects him and keeps him alive. He is called blessed in the land. You do not give him up to the will of his enemies. Isaiah 32:18. My people will abide in peaceful habitation, in secure dwellings, and in quiet resting places. Psalm 122:7. Peace be within your walls, and security within your towers. Psalm 125:2. As the mountains surround Jerusalem, so the Lord surrounds his people, from this time forth and forevermore. 1 Samuel 25:6. And thus you shall greet him. Peace be to you, and peace be to your house, and peace be to all that you have. Psalm 27, verse 1. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Joshua 24, verse 15. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Proverbs 24, 3-4. By wisdom a house is built, and by understanding it is established. By knowledge the rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. Psalm 34, 7-8. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him and delivers them. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man who takes refuge in him. Matthew 7:24. Everyone then who hears these words of mine and does them will be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. Second Chronicles 7:15-16. Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and consecrated this house, that my name may be there forever. My eyes and my heart will be there for all time. Deuteronomy 6, verse 6-9. And these words that I command you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. Isaiah 43, 1-3. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. When you walk through fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. For I am the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior. Colossians 3:12 through 17. Put on then as God's chosen ones, holy and beloved, compassionate hearts, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience, bearing with one another, and if one has a complaint against another, forgiving each other. As the Lord has forgiven you, so you also must forgive. And above all these, put on love, which binds everything together in perfect harmony. And let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, to which indeed you were called in one body. And be thankful. Let the word of Christ dwell in you richly, teaching and admonishing one another in all wisdom, singing psalms and hymns and spiritual songs with thankfulness in your hearts to God. And whatever you do, in word or deed, do everything in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God the Father through him. Second Kings 6:16 through 17. He said, "Do not be afraid, for those who are with us are more than those who are with them." Then Elisha prayed and said, "O Lord, please open his eyes that he may see." So the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw. And behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. Philippians 4:4 through 7. Rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I will say, rejoice. Let your reasonableness be known to everyone. The Lord is at hand. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything, by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Numbers 6:24 through 26. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Luke 10:5. Whatever house you enter, first say, "Peace be to this house." 2 Samuel 7:28 through 29. And now, O Lord God, you are God, and your words are true, and you have promised this good thing to your servant. Now, therefore, may it please you to bless this house of your servant, so that it may continue forever before you. For you, O Lord God, have spoken, and with your blessing shall the house of your servant be blessed forever. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Psalm 127, verse 1. Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain. Unless the Lord watches over the city, the watchman stays awake in vain. Proverbs 3:33. The Lord's curse is on the house of the wicked, but he blesses the dwelling of the righteous. Isaiah 41, verse 10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Jeremiah 17:7 through 8. Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, whose trust is the Lord. He is like a tree planted by water that sends out its roots by the stream and does not fear when heat comes, for its leaves remain green, and is not anxious in the year of drought, for it does not cease to bear fruit. Philippians 4:19. And my God will supply every need of yours according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus. Psalm 91. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say to the Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. For he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and buckler. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in darkness, nor the destruction that wastes at noonday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only look with your eyes and see the recompense of the wicked. Because you have made the Lord your dwelling place, the Most High, who is my refuge, no evil shall be allowed to befall you, no plague come near your tent. For he will command his angels concerning you, to guard you in all your ways. On their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent you will trample underfoot. Because he holds fast to me in love, I will deliver him. I will protect him because he knows my name. When he calls to me, I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will rescue him and honor him. With a long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 4, verse 8. In peace I will both lie down and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. Proverbs 16, verse 9. The heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. Proverbs 3, 5 through 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths. Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 8. And if you faithfully obey the voice of the Lord your God, being careful to do all his commandments that I command you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you, if you obey the voice of the Lord your God. Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of your womb, and the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your herds and the young of your flock. Blessed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. The Lord will command the blessing on you in your barns and in all that you undertake. And he will bless you in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Malachi 3, verse 10. Bring the full tithe into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house, and thereby put me to the test, says the Lord of hosts, if I will not open the windows of heaven for you and pour down for you a blessing until there is no more need. Psalm 31, 19. Oh, how abundant is your goodness, which you have stored up for those who fear you, and worked for those who take refuge in you, in the sight of the children of mankind. Psalm 121, 1 through 8. I lift up my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. He will not let your foot be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. Behold, he who keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is your keeper. The Lord is your shade on your right hand. The sun shall not strike you by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord will keep you from all evil. He will keep your life. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forevermore. Hebrews 13, 2. Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Isaiah 40, 30 through 31. Even youths shall faint and be weary, and young men shall fall exhausted. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Psalm 20. May the Lord answer you in the day of trouble. May the name of the God of Jacob protect you. May he send you help from the sanctuary and give you support from Zion. May he remember all your offerings and regard with favor your burnt sacrifices. May he grant you your heart's desire and fulfill all your plans. May we shout for joy over your salvation and in the name of our God set up our banners. May the Lord fulfill all your petitions. Now I know that the Lord saves his anointed. He will answer him from his holy heaven with the saving might of his right hand. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. They collapse and fall, but we rise and stand upright. O Lord, save the King. May he answer us when we call. Romans 12, 9 through 21. Let love be genuine. Abhor what is evil. Hold fast to what is good. Love one another with brotherly affection. Outdo one another in showing honor. Do not be slothful in zeal. Be fervent in spirit. Serve the Lord. Rejoice in hope. Be patient in tribulation. Be constant in prayer. Contribute to the needs of the saints and seek to show hospitality. Bless those who persecute you. Bless and do not curse them. Rejoice with those who rejoice. Weep with those who weep. Live in harmony with one another. Do not be haughty, but associate with the lowly. Never be wise in your own sight. Repay no one evil for evil, but give thought to do what is honorable in the sight of all. If possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. Beloved, never avenge yourselves, but leave it to the wrath of God, for it is written, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay," says the Lord. To the contrary, if your enemy is hungry, feed him. If he is thirsty, give him something to drink. For by so doing, you will heap burning coals on his head. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Proverbs 16, verse 3. Commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. Psalm 133, verse 1. Behold, how good and pleasant it is when brothers dwell in unity. Luke 1:37. For nothing will be impossible with God. Psalm 113, verse 9. He gives the barren woman a home, making her the joyous mother of children. Praise the Lord. Haggai 2, 7 through 9. And I will shake the nations, so that the treasures of all nations shall come in. And I will fill this house with glory, says the Lord of hosts. The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, declares the Lord of hosts. The latter glory of this house shall be greater than the former, says the Lord of hosts. And in this place I will give peace, declares the Lord of hosts. Second Corinthians 13, verse 14. The grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all. Matthew 6, 31 through 33. Therefore, do not be anxious, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or what shall we wear? For the Gentiles seek after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them all. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Exodus 23, verse 25. You shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from among you. Ephesians 4, verse 2. I, therefore, a prisoner for the Lord, urge you to walk in a manner worthy of the calling to which you have been called, with all humility and gentleness, with patience, bearing with one another in love, eager to maintain the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Proverbs 16:20. Whoever gives thought to the word will discover good, and blessed is he who trusts in the Lord. Luke 6:45. The good person out of the good treasure of his heart produces good, and the evil person out of his evil treasure produces evil. For out of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaks. Galatians 5:22 through 23. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. Genesis 12, verse 2. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing. Deuteronomy 30:16. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God that I command you today, by loving the Lord your God, by walking in his ways, and by keeping his commandments and his statutes and his rules, then you shall live and multiply, and the Lord your God will bless you in the land that you are entering to take possession of it. First Peter 3:9. Do not repay evil for evil, or reviling for reviling, but on the contrary, bless. For to this you were called, that you may obtain a blessing. Deuteronomy 7:13. He will love you, bless you, and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your ground, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your herds and the young of your flock, in the land that he swore to your fathers to give you. Joshua 1:6-9. Be strong and courageous, for you shall cause this people to inherit the land that I swore to their fathers to give them. Only be strong and very courageous, being careful to do according to all the law that Moses my servant commanded you. Do not turn from it to the right hand or to the left, that you may have good success wherever you go. This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night, so that you may be careful to do according to all that is written in it. For then you will make your way prosperous, and then you will have good success. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened, and do not be dismayed. For the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Colossians 2:6-7. Therefore, as you received Christ Jesus the Lord, so walk in him, rooted and built up in him and established in the faith, just as you were taught, abounding in thanksgiving. First Thessalonians 5:11-24. Therefore, encourage one another and build one another up, just as you are doing. We ask you, brothers, to respect those who labor among you and are over you in the Lord and admonish you, and to esteem them very highly in love because of their work. Be at peace among yourselves. And we urge you, brothers, admonish the idle, encourage the faint-hearted, help the weak, be patient with them all. See that no one repays anyone evil for evil, but always seek to do good to one another and to everyone. Rejoice always. Pray without ceasing. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you. Do not quench the Spirit. Do not despise prophecies, but test everything. Hold fast what is good. Abstain from every form of evil. Now may the God of peace himself sanctify you completely, and may your whole spirit and soul and body be kept blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. He who calls you is faithful. He will surely do it. John 3:16 through 17. For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but in order that the world might be saved through him. Psalm 147, 10 through 14. His delight is not in the strength of the horse, nor his pleasure in the legs of a man. But the Lord takes pleasure in those who fear him, in those who hope in his steadfast love. Praise the Lord, O Jerusalem. Praise your God, O Zion, for he strengthens the bars of your gates. He blesses your children within you. He makes peace in your borders. He fills you with the finest of the wheat. First Kings 5. Verse 4. But now the Lord my God has given me rest on every side. There is neither adversary nor misfortune. Job 5:24. You shall know that your tent is at peace, and you shall inspect your fold and miss nothing. Numbers 24:5. How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, your encampments, O Israel. Second Thessalonians 3, verse 3. But the Lord is faithful. He will establish you and guard you against the evil one. Isaiah 54:17. No weapon that is fashioned against you shall succeed, and you shall confute every tongue that rises against you in judgment. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their vindication from me, declares the Lord.